Infinity Train is just Silent Hill 2 for millennial burnouts.
Do you just have, like, an index card with these written down on them so you can whip them out whenever?
He's ready.
Oh, I should put myself on Do Not Disturb. I will not be disturbed.
I think you will find this game very disturbing.
You have something against Skyward Sword?
Yes.
Oh god, he's in the crowd that hated Skyward Sword.
I don't hate Skyward Sword, actually. I just have a lot to discuss about it. It's a very layered game.
No, I do not have the straps on. You cannot
Please
make
put the straps on. Please put the straps on.
Safety.
No, oh gosh, what is this?
Oh, don't worry about this. Just you can skip it.
What the heck? What was that voice?
It has the finger like the Wii.
Yeah, that's kind of disturbing.
So are you using motion controls, Sean?
Yeah, I want to try the... Well, you can use like the left Joy-Con for the shield now or something.
Yeah.
I don't know. I never played the original game, so I want to attempt it.
So this is The Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword HD. I am the host that's taking over this commentary track. My name is Myles.
And I'm Sean.
And we have two other guests who, for some reason, aren't fucking speaking right now.
I was waiting on him. I am Joshua.
We haven't established where we're introducing ourselves. Is this where we're introducing ourselves?
Yeah, the game has started.
Okay. I'm Shane.
Yeah, that's the squad. Welcome to The Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword playthrough
HD.
and commentary track.
Ooh, that was rough.
We'll get better at this as time goes on.
I guess we'll address the elephant in the room. This is a very controversial Zelda game, frankly. And so we're just here to kind of go over it, discuss some game design, and say some extremely controversial, very cancelable things in between.
Oh no.
Let's I guess we'll go around real fast. What is everyone's take on Skyward Sword?
I haven't played it.
I played Skyward Sword when it initially came out and was on the Wii. I thought it was really good. I enjoyed it, but I've enjoyed all of the Zelda games except for Majora's Mask, which I haven't played for some reason.
Okay, I have very, very mixed feelings about Skyward Sword, though I think people talk about it in a way that's very disingenuous in general, so this will be very interesting to go through. Skyward Sword is definitely one of the more interesting Zelda games, design-wise. There's a lot of bizarre shit going on here that is clearly very intentional. This is clearly a Nintendo game, very thought out, very well considered and well measured, and I would say well designed, but in ways that I think are very counter to what a lot of people like about The Legend of Zelda, which makes it a very interesting Zelda game in the first place.
Yeah, a lot of the Zelda games tend to kind of diverge from each other.
Which I think is what makes the series both great and extremely frustrating to talk about.
It makes it interesting to go through each title, at least.
Absolutely. The one thing I will say is that, so I'll just say up front, the 3D Zelda games are a Rorschach test, where whichever one is your favorite one says everything there is to say about you. That's not true, but it is very interesting how everyone has a favorite for a reason that is almost entirely different from someone else's favorite. Rarely is someone going to say, oh, my favorite is Twilight Princess, because it's the best one. It's objectively the best one. There's always some element to Twilight Princess. There's an it factor to these games that put them over the top for some people or make certain ones worse than the others. So, I mean, if we all have a favorite Zelda game, let's just go around and say it.
Oh god, that's a hard choice.
Just name one of them. There's 15.
I mean, I think definitely Breath of the Wild is one of is the favorite at the moment, just because, you know, it incorporates a lot of what the previous titles had, and it has everything this game has too: the stamina bar, the motion controls, the this game has a slightly open world, but the more open world is better, and the intricacies of like the enemy development and like being able to travel everywhere all at once and get yourself into hot water all the time was a lot of fun. And just exploring every nook and cranny of the map and finding something new at every corner was really nice.
I have pretty much the exact same opinion about Wind Waker.
Okay.
It's just being able to go out and it's the classic adventure game. There's not like levels and things. You get in your boat and you go and you see what you see.
I have to agree halfway about Breath of the Wild. Breath of the Wild, I think, is the best 3D Zelda game they've made from a pure, like, design standpoint in what it has to say as an adventure game and as an open world game. I think it kicks every open world game's fucking ass in a way that is both impressive for a Zelda game, for a company that's never made an open world game, and frankly, for an open world game in the modern context, the post Assassin's Creed context, and frankly for a company that's never made an immersive sim before. I mean, they essentially made an open world immersive sim, and like the only other games I consider even comparable in that sense are like, you know, like I guess something like Prey, which is kind of open-ended, the Phantom Pain, Death Stranding. Like it's such an impressively layered systemic game, and I think that the format's really interesting. It's beautiful, it's well composed, it's well thought out. There's something interesting every like 2 minutes, more or less. But I am gonna have to say that the one I have the most respect for and the one I just like adore the most is still Ocarina of Time to this day. I just think that it is a very perfectly realized kind of game. It's the best that a game like that could be, and I just have a lot of respect for the nuts and bolts of it.
Those were the two games I was thinking of, Breath of the Wild and Ocarina of Time, because I loved Ocarina of Time. I played it when it was on the 64, and I played it when they came out with it for the 3DS. So I really enjoy the game, and I agree with everything you said there. But definitely, I enjoy open world games, so definitely Breath of the Wild takes it because of that. Yeah,
and I'm hoping, I'm interested in how Breath of the Wild 2 will turn out for that reason, because the trailer definitely showed a lot of systemic looking improvements, as well as like, oh, by the way, this is a very important element of game design. Any game that has a toilet has to have a flush effect. So let's see if it sticks the landing.
Well, look at that. There's nothing in there.
Well, this is a privy. This is a privy, Sean. Those don't have water. We're in the black! Let's go!
There was a flush effect? Where's the water coming from? Oh no.
I actually hadn't thought about that. I think if anything sums up the problems with this game, it's the fact that the toilet does not have water but still makes a flush sound.
At least they show the cleaning tools in there.
That's true. I never noticed that.
And they have these nice bonsai trees.
I don't think those are bonsai trees.
They did provide the positive messaging for the children. Clean hands are happy hands.
Yeah. No, this is a very good children's game, which it sounds really derogatory when I say it like that. But interestingly enough, I feel like every Zelda game gets more and more accessible to a young age, up until Breath of the Wild, which feels very, very much more like a pretty consistent challenge. But this is still one of the more difficult Zelda games overall, like as far as 3D Zelda games go.
Every single Zelda game has someone yelling at you from some high up place after you exit the building.
Except for Ocarina of Time, which starts with someone yelling at you from a lower place.
And they want you to target them every time.
Now that's a consistent thing. That happens in... Majora's Mask, I don't think has... No, Majora's Mask does with the Deku Scrub salesman. Does Twilight Princess? Yes, it does. It does with Jaggle. The whole series is very interesting in that it has this... there's these very consistent subtleties to them that you kind of only appreciate if you play them all. But that also makes, I think, this game kind of frustrating for a lot of people, in that it both breaks a lot of conventions of 3D Zelda games, and then also adheres to a lot of the smaller ones that people were very frustrated with by this point, like this sort of forced tutorial here. If you go back and play both Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask, and Wind Waker, other than training with the swordsmith, or not the swordsmith, but the Orca in Wind Waker, there is no forced tutorial elements to any of those first three 3D Zelda games, and then Twilight Princess and Skyward Sword introduced very lengthy tutorial elements that I think people found very infuriating in Twilight Princess. Now here we have Elvis Presley, the king of rock and roll.
Jesus Christ.
Speaking of toilets,
that stubble. All I can look at are the holes in his face where it's supposed to be stubble.
Oh my god, you're right. Yeah, he looks like he has he looks like the Pain, where he's just got a bunch of beehives.
What is this, Battleship?
Can we talk about how he looks like Momo, the creepypasta monster with the big face, the big smile?
Oh god.
I will put that up on the screen right now.
Oh, please
don't.
Look,
You'll
look
scare
at that
the
terrifying
children.
Face.
Jump scare the audience right now.
I don't see it. Where is it?
It's right here, silly.
Oh, now I see it.
You know what's interesting is I'm used to rolling in Zelda, and they have
No,
a
you
dash
can roll
instead
in
of
this
a roll.
game. If you dash and then shake the left stick, or shake the left Joy-Con, you'll be able to roll.
Huh.
There you go. That's I don't think... Have we said anything about the stamina gauge? Because this is I believe this is the
no.
first one to introduce the stamina gauge, right?
Yes, it is. And I, for one, really like the stamina gauge. I think it works a lot better in Breath of the Wild, to be perfectly honest. Because there are so many more actions tied to stamina, but I think managing the stamina gauge over long periods of time does make moving around in this game much more interesting than it has been in any of the previous games.
Yeah.
And it's definitely great because in the case of Skyward Sword, there's clearly a shift in design intention towards this game basically being more a series of trials and obstacles to go through as opposed to a strict adventure game. There's not really an open world setting outside of the sky, and a lot of the environments have you do tasks, which I actually have a lot to talk about narratively with that, and why I actually think that makes a lot of sense for this game. But the stamina bar definitely makes for a really interesting management puzzle. I dare you to throw that thing off the fucking cliff.
You were holding that thing very aggressively.
Does that fail the tutorial?
Yeah, do it. It actually does not fail the tutorial.
No.
No.
There's no. Can I throw stuff? Do I have to sprint for that?
You can. I don't know how the fuck you do it in this version of the game though, because you used to just flick the controller. Yep, there you go.
Wiggle it around.
There you go.
Yeah, but if you toss it off the cliff,
Okay.
it'll just fly back to you.
Is there like a way to bring up the targeting reticule?
You like hold it above your head or something?
Yeah, hold it up.
Because there's a reticle, but I don't...
Yeah, if you hold it up, it'll create the
Oh.
reticle. And you can use it while moving around. If you point it down as well, you can also roll things.
Nice camera work.
Oh. I expected
There he
it
is.
to,
Using
to
his
go
ears.
down.
Oh, he's going back to the roof.
Dang it. He doesn't even come back to you.
I
What a
led
little
you astray.
punk.
I'm so sorry.
But back to the stamina wheel. The the mechanic they use in this game is actually pretty interesting as well, because this game is the first one to introduce a stamina bar. They had to have some way for you to climb for long periods of time in certain spots, so they used the stamina flowers. We saw that earlier when he picked it up, that little green flower in the corner there. But
yeah.
But in Breath of the Wild, you actually sacrifice health for stamina, which was an interesting change.
I definitely think Breath of the Wild is the more elegant stamina system. As it is, the stamina system in this game...
There it is.
Gotta go fast.
I said it earlier. I was waiting for you to fall off the map so we could hear Link scream.
Now, who wants to do an impression of Link screaming?
Oh, there you
What
go.
the fuck was that?
That was pretty spot on.
That was an impression of the cat. What?
Look, man, I was just trying to sprint to collect the stamina orb. The game just so happened to throw me off.
Yeah, the stamina in this game is very interesting because it makes running around very interesting, having to conserve stamina and having to conserve a certain amount of energy, but it makes certain pathfinding elements into, like, more or less a trail of Reese's Pieces into the closet. There is just a lot of elements of I almost said Breath of the Wild, of Skyward Sword that are clearly very well thought out and very intentional, but I also think make people feel very railroaded by the game, which is where a lot of the contention comes from.
I can't skip this.
No, you can't skip anything in this game on the first playthrough.
The soundtrack for this was really good too, because they had like they had like a whole orchestra.
This was the first orchestrated game, I believe. Yeah, Twilight Princess, I think, still uses sound fonts, very organic sound fonts, but sound fonts nonetheless. So anyway, this is our rendition of Zelda, who is actually not a princess. And I'm just going to say up front that this is the most white woman TM rendition of Zelda that has ever been.
Oh, no.
This is one of my favorite renditions of Zelda. She was when I was younger, and now I just see her as a TikTok thought. Very. She's got a very spunky, girls get it done attitude that I think is very charming, for her role in this game in particular. But it's definitely funny looking back on, especially with Zelda from Breath of the Wild and sort of comparing the two. I would say those are definitely the most personable Zeldas in the franchise.
Oh no.
Okay, the other thing that they point out is, why is there always someone in a Zelda game that has just like a gigantic unibrow
and huge eyes? Just
they're always supposed to be reflexive of owls.
Yeah.
This character is named Gaepora, who is a combination of Kapora Gabora from Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask, the owl that everyone hates.
How the heck do you know that?
What the fuck? How the heck do I know that? I played these games! The fuck are you
I
saying?
actually didn't know that.
What?
People who play these games don't know that. Just naturally.
I actually had not put those two together, but that is something interesting that I just learned. So,
what is going on in this call? What is going on in this? Am I the only Zelda fan here?
You're the only knowledgeable one.
I bet you don't even know your timelines.
Hey man, I played Zelda to swing a sword, okay?
That's fair, that's fair. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the Zelda timeline, really, but this is a very interesting game in that it is the inception of the Zelda timeline. And spoilers, nothing happens.
Oh my god. But that is true. It is the beginning of the Zelda timeline. The games before it were very mysterious in that you were just a hero sent to save a princess. There was no real like heavy backstory in really any of them for either character, but in this one we actually get some kind of story for each of them to grab onto and be a part of.
We also get a clarification that a timeline exists at all. Not with this game, but with the Hyrule Historia, which was released at the same time. And for anyone who does not know, the timeline in Zelda is a Metal Gear level of what are you doing?
Ooh, we're gonna become a Knight of Skyloft. That's exciting.
Can Sean win the race, though?
This is a lovely little, like, almost JRPG-esque setup. We're starting very, very small in this game, scope-wise, which is, I think, narratively a very good thing to do. But this late into The Legend of Zelda, I think people found this very frustrating. Ironically enough, this isn't even the longest Zelda intro, though. Like, both Wind Waker and Skyward, or both Wind Waker and Twilight Princess, I think, take a lot more time to get into the meat and potatoes of things. That said, we do have a lot more tutorializing even once the game begins properly. So I think it kind of compounds. There's a matrix that I wish that I had a clever name for. A friend of mine, Sam Kingma, another YouTuber, who coined the term time to slime regarding how long it takes for a new player of any JRPG to experience their first real field encounter. The time to slime for, like, a Dragon Quest game is 5 minutes compared to the time to slime for a certain Final Fantasy game, which might take 20, 30, depending on how story-focused it is and how many sort of set-piece elements there are. I also opined the term, the time fun to gun for Resident Evil Village, where how fast can you get a gun compared to RE7. And I wish that I had made one for this, so I'm just going to toss out a name, and if everyone hates it, just let me know. I'm going to say the time from board to sword. Which is the board, as in B-O-A-R-D, the place that is your home, where you are boarding, to when you get your sword.
Okay, I thought you meant, like, boring.
Like boredom? Yeah. Both of the, honestly, actually, I think yours is way better. Board to sword. B-O-R-D is sword.
Both of them, both of them do work. Both of them do work.
This game has a relatively shorter board to sword than both Twilight Princess and even Majora's Mask, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, I don't recall... I recall there being more breaks between this kind of dialogue in Twilight Princess and Wind Waker.
There definitely is more breaks between this dialogue. This was the first, like, really story-emphasized Zelda game. A lot of earlier Zelda games advertised themselves based on aesthetic and size, and Skyward Sword really emphasized that there would be a narrative arc going on. A lot of the commercials were focused more on cutscenes than anything else. And they advertised, obviously, that it was an origin story. So this was a really, a very story-focused game in more or less every way. Even the greater focus on cutscenes and cinematography is pretty noticeable.
Clunk, I need to help this bird.
Bird, by the way, who did exactly one thing and got tired.
It's not that hard to skydive. Jeez. And carry two people at the same time? Freaking
Why are you making excuses for this bird? It's its job.
Ooh, we got a map now. South of Skyloft.
A very detailed map, too.
But also drawn and colored in by a kindergartner.
I would at least say second grader.
Oh yeah, I guess they stayed in the lines a little better.
See that roof? Now that's hatching. They got some hatching going on.
The bazaar.
Yeah, the bizarre roof. There's some patterns. It's either a very smart kindergartner or a very average second grader.
True prodigy.
That's true. No, I don't. That's probably just a consequence of the art style, but also the limitations of the system, I guess. Because I mean, this is not like detailed at all, really.
Well, this game, every Zelda game after Ocarina of Time, sort of focused on a very specific aesthetic. Ocarina of Time definitely has an aesthetic to it, but it's a lot more sparse and sort of, I would almost say, taken for granted compared to the later games. Like Majora's Mask, despite sharing the exact same assets, has completely different texture work and a very different color scheme. Wind Waker very famously had the cel-shaded and cartoonish character designs. Twilight Princess was a lot more gritty, closer to the texture work of Majora's Mask, where everything had a lot more detail. Skyward Sword was supposed to impersonate impressionist paintings, specifically watercolors, which is why, like, the further you get away from things, the softer the backgrounds become and the more blurry they become. And I think that was kind of a clever way of handling, like, the Wii's kind of lower draw distance and the fact that it was still using component cables. But outside of the HD version of the game, it genuinely looked kind of unintentional. It really shines when you play on something like Dolphin. And the HD version seems to clarify that to an extent as well.
Trying to wash my whole body. There we go.
Now I have a very petty story to tell, I suppose.
Do you?
Yeah. So when I was younger, obviously I think a lot of people who were very into games, the console wars was a big thing, and I remember when the PS3 came out, my friend was all over Uncharted. He was explaining how Uncharted was like the best game ever. And so he was sort of a Sony pony and I was a Nintendo baby. And he was talking about how impressive it was that in Uncharted, if you get in the water, Nathan Drake comes out wet. And I was like, Twilight Princess did that in 2007. You don't know what you're talking about. Like, and I was like, I wouldn't say I was on the verge of tears, but I was unusually heated. It is funny though, and I don't want to be elitist per se, but whenever I do meet a lot of people who don't play a lot of games and are very impressed by those little technical considerations that I think are just they're impressive in older games, but I think now it's sort of just like the expected level of detail. Like I had a friend who was very impressed that occurred in The Last of Us and Uncharted in 2014. And both my roommate in college and I looked at him and we were just like, that was also in Twilight Princess. That's in a lot of games. And I think a very similar story with, I think Call of Duty Ghosts it was, that touted that if you swim towards fish, the fish will swim away from you. And then everyone was like, that was in Mario 64.
Yep.
I guess the lesson is just
that.
like... Yeah, the lesson is don't advertise, like, level of detail features. No one cares.
Right.
Yeah, it was like
People sort of expect these things at this point.
It was like, oh god, what was the ridiculous Red Dead Redemption stuff they were
there's a couple of them.
Minuscule details.
The horse's testicles shrink and inflate in cold.
That's what it was. Yeah, that's the big story I saw, and like every day after they showed that for like the entire week, people were posting articles about it, and it was like, are you really gonna play the game to stare at horse testicles to make sure that they got that detail right? Like,
you know
really
what? It has its audience. Nintendo's entire MO is introducing games to people who aren't normally gamers, and I appreciate that Rockstar did the same thing, but for Zoophiles.
oh god.
I'm right.
Those words hurt me. Those words should hurt a lot of people.
Those we say that those inflict psychic damage nowadays. So here we have Groose.
Goose.
Oh, he killed our bird. Oh, plunk! Where's my sword?
Where's
We're
my
still in the
fucking
board to
bird,
sword
Bruce?
ratio. We're in the board to sword ratio.
If I just had my sword, I could take care of this now. I could kill him and take my bird.
I don't think
Jesus.
killing him would get the bird back.
He probably has a key on him somewhere. Ah!
Sean's in a murder hobo mood.
Yeah, his D&D character is spilling out all over this game. One thing I do want to definitely applaud is, I think that the 3D Zelda games have always had pretty impressive cinematography. I think, frankly, the cinematography of the N64 Zelda games, and Ocarina of Time especially, are massively underrated. But Skyward Sword has some very noticeably impressive cinematography, character acting, framing. They even though the music is dynamic to an extent, because it's a video game and they can't necessarily anticipate how long someone will take to read, they do a very impressive job of also making sure that the music still allows for things like jokes and stings whenever the dialogue advances. Girls get it done!
Speaking of the camera, I think I saw a article talking about how this the HD version has better camera control. I don't remember per se on the Wii that there were like where the areas are where the camera is fixed, but
it's fixed at all times more or less. It's just that the games it used the Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask Z target camera controls, which I think for the era were really good, but they're definitely very restrictive nowadays. But now we have free look.
Oh, thank you, Zelda. It's like you're the first useful Zelda in the series or something.
Yeah, no, girls get it done. That's what Skyward Sword is saying to us.
I
Kills herself.
Jesus Christ.
I'll help you find her.
I think it's kind of funny in some of the dialogue sections. Their mouth moves very little, but they say a lot of dialogue.
Yes, that is definitely notable. I think if any game sort of sums up Nintendo's very strange priorities at the time, Skyward Sword kind of was it. There's a lot of significant innovations
crap.
We're just gonna keep a tally of this. How many times that you
Oh no.
I was planning on jumping off back onto land and just taking some damage, but that wasn't land. That wasn't land at all.
I like how the dialogue there was very kind of suggestive, where he said, "Knights like me won't always be around to swoop in and catch you."
It's like we're gonna get our own bird or something. We need to blow this pinwheel. That's gonna be
what makes you think that?
Zelda's very telegraphed in its mechanics.
Very true, very true.
I'll be able to cut this down.
Someday when I get a sword.
Here's the question though, like a lot of people talk about those telegraphed elements like they're bad game design. Do you agree or disagree with that?
I would disagree in some cases. Like if it's telegraphed too much, like you just obviously know what kind of tool you're gonna get, I feel like that's kind of bad. But if they're telegraphing like, hey, you're eventually gonna have a tool that can do this, I don't think that's bad. Or like if the game tries to tell you about it too much, that can be bad. But if it just like drops hints every once in a while, where it keeps the gamer interested, like that's fine.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree. I think the way that people talk about 3D Zelda games nowadays is entirely too heated and honestly sort of disingenuous. We definitely emphasize the flaws of these games as though they're like sins across all video games as opposed to just design sins for the very specific intention of 3D Zelda games in ways that I think are just very broad and ironically enough, both broad and close-minded to an extent. I'm not going to say that these games are perfect necessarily or that they're like the best designed video games humanly possible. But the Zelda games have a very specific intention. They aren't strictly like action games. They're not strictly open world games. Zelda plays very, very specifically. And it definitely feels like even something like Breath of the Wild, which fits better into a genre than almost any other Zelda game. It fits into an existing genre. Still plays completely different from almost anything else you're going to play in the open world genre. So I think there's a certain level of game design convention that is just good for this series in particular, and some that I think are just bad for this series in particular, but there really isn't anything universally, like, heinous, in my opinion. Well, no, there is. Actually, this game has some pretty heinous design elements. What the fuck am I saying?
There's always, like, different good and bad things in each game just because of how different they are.
Yeah, but I think this is one of the first 3D Zelda games. Like, this and Twilight Princess have some of the more, like, in my opinion, conventionally contestable elements for, like, just games in general. Things like excessive tutorializing, a lot of empty space. And Ocarina of Time has that with Hyrule Field to an extent, but with Ocarina of Time, Hyrule Field's the whole point of it is that it's supposed to get smaller and easier to traverse the more you play. Its size and scale is very much designed so that it feels huge and vast when you're a child, but is actually extremely small when you're an adult and own a horse. Which definitely lends itself to a lot of themes with Ocarina of Time as far as coming of age and how our own perspective changes around the world when we get older. Whereas Skyward Sword just has a lot of general empty space.
Yeah, that's a good point. Although I guess we haven't really gotten to the main empty space yet, right? There's a lot of criticism of the flying parts.
Yeah, and I don't think the flying parts are egregious per se, but they're just not very interesting either.
Yeah, they I don't know. Maybe they could have added like some kind of aerial combat or something to like take some of the boredom out of it, but there's, like you said, it's just literally flying. There's nothing else happening.
It does remind me of the Great Sea, but I think the difference with the Great Sea is there's a very aesthetic element to it, where sometimes there is music or a certain level of like there's sea foam versus seagulls versus still water, and it's clearly supposed to put you in a sort of zen relaxed state where you're just kind of scanning the horizon and approaching silhouettes in the distance. Whether or not that works for you is one thing, but it's clearly got a lot of intent.
All right, congratulations, Sean. You got a sword.
Yes.
Time for board to sword is like, I don't know, like 15 minutes if you're really gunning it, which is pretty good.
Yeah, I expected it to come later, but it came now.
Okay, now we get to talk about some more changes that came in with Skyward Sword.
Take that,
As
Gers.
you see,
Take that, Gers.
Link is right-handed in Skyward Sword, which in the previous titles he was always left-handed.
And can I just say, as a left-handed person, I hate that. We've only had one left-handed hero, really. And they took that away from us because we can't have good things. Why is no one ever championing our rights?
Oh, God.
Just learn how to use your right hand, loser.
Damn, got him. That's the solution, Sean. Just tell them to use their right hand.
That's what
Apparently
they
it
used to
worked
do
for
back in
Link.
the old days.
But they made the change because most players, or most people, are right-handed, so I don't remember, was there an option to change it to the left hand?
There was not an option to change it to the left hand.
Oof, tragic.
Yeah. Well, it makes sense with the way that the Wii was constructed, because no matter what, you were always going to be holding the stick in your left hand.
Yeah.
Now, as far as the sword combat in this game goes, it's relatively simple, surprisingly. It feels like it should be a lot more in-depth than it is, but in reality you are just sort of following a Simon Says pattern of cuts, which is either really fun if you're the kind of person who enjoys answering a challenge, or it's really, really boring and restrictive if you're the kind of person who likes to strike out and sort of bring their own style to games. So your reaction to the combat is very much going to consist of a lot of different needs. I mean, first of all, do you even like motion controls is a big thing.
Yeah, and the other thing about like the combat system, they tried really hard on some enemies, as you can see by the patterns on the poles he's slicing. A lot of the enemies have like these patterns that you have to do, or like some weak spot that you have to cut across or diagonally or stab. But I found myself when I was playing originally, most of the time you could just sit back and just kind of wave the Wii remote willy-nilly, and usually you would hit something or kill the target at some point, so...
I recently watched a video that was very amusing, in which someone kind of wrote it was like a little video essay about how Skyward Sword's reception at the time was very different from its reception now, because people just wanted different things from Zelda at the time it came out, and then when it came out, people kind of realized that they wanted something that wasn't this from Zelda. But one element they mention is how strategic the combat is, but then when they're showing the footage of the combat, it's just someone waving the stick around and, like, succeeding perfectly fine. And I was like, should have found some different footage for this.
I like how the sword, the NPCs become intangible objects when the sword touches them.
Yes, which I think even Twilight Princess addressed this, where they would actually duck out of the way of the sword in that game.
I do remember that, yeah.
This is, I think, also in Breath of the Wild.
Yeah, but in that, the sword master doesn't have to. He's impervious to the practice sword.
Well, go and slash at some of these people and see if they have a reaction. Nope. And to be fair, that's probably the right response, considering the 8-directional, slashing in this game. That's a lot of animations.
That's fair.
Yeah, it's a lot to put in there.
You can't slash these horizontally. That's a first. What is this game?
It's The Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword HD, released on June or July, whatever day it was, 16th?
July 16th.
Now, this is an interesting change. They removed the super guide in this game.
The super guide? You mean like Fi?
There was a Sheikah stone that basically would show you like videos of where to go if you were super duper lost. They added something similar in Ocarina of Time 3D, and now it's gone.
Gotcha.
That was some very interesting sword form there, Sean. Running around with a sword pointed at the ground.
Oh, does
He's just practicing sword safety.
He's practicing getting it stuck in the ground and
you know how like when you're running with a gun, you're supposed to either point it up or at the ground.
Mm-hmm.
It's very similar.
He's dousing.
No.
That's 4, by the way.
No, stop talking to me. I don't care. Just let me die.
It'd be a lot better if the dialogue just like kept getting more aggressive, like
Like Tom Nook.
they're just telling you to stop fucking running off the edge.
Yeah, that is interesting that there's not like a that is a very like Hideo Kojima game Easter egg. Like the more you call someone, the more annoyed they get or something. I'm surprised that they didn't do that because that's also a very Nintendo detail.
MVP. I also saw
Oh,
that
boy.
that they changed it so like the first item type you get tells you what it is, and then every time you get that item after, it doesn't tell you anymore.
Yes, which was a very significant problem with this game and Twilight Princess for some reason.
Yeah, like when I grabbed those 3 hearts earlier, it would have told me I grabbed a heart each time, and I would have jumped off a bridge again.
It didn't do that in this game, but it did do it for, I guess, spoilers. You're going to be getting crafting items later, and it would do that every time you got a crafting item whenever you reloaded your save.
Really?
Yes, so, and there was a similar, I would say it was a glitch in Twilight Princess where it would tell you that you got a blue rupee every time you got a blue rupee, but only after you reloaded your save. Don't you dare.
Look, man. My bird is somewhere around here.
Can we talk about how that bug just committed suicide?
Yes, we can. Should we have a moment of silence for this bug?
Wait, you talking about Link? What the heck, man? It's insensitive of you. Alright, looks like I need to go up those platforms or something.
Well, they are.
I can't go faster
they are
than this.
all aligned in such a way where they increase in verticality in a row. So
That's
true.
It's totally not a coincidence at all.
That's good level design.
you ever seen bad level design in real life?
That's architecture, yeah?
No, it's called level design.
Or planning the streets. That's what they call it, right, Joshua?
Yeah.
Infrastructure.
I mean, that's pretty much spot on. You sound like an expert.
Thank you.
I would certainly call you an expert by the way that you've been playing this game.
Ooh. Oh, look at that little birdie. I'm gonna pet it. I'm gonna pet the bird.
I feel like
Ooh.
the right side isn't like the left side for some reason.
How peculiar. I wonder if that
What do you
will come
think that
back
means?
later.
Wow.
I will say
Ooh.
that bird is genuinely one of my favorite elements of this game, but I won't say why.
You ready?
Yes.
I'm so ready. Show us your skills, Sean.
Yes!
Oh, look at that. Oh my god.
Die!
Fades out of existence.
Yeah, I did.
Vertical
I was.
slice.
I was curious about why they did that. I will say it is cool that there is such a level of like these bamboo cuts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's really interesting. Like, they very much only put these on the way to the objective after learning about the sword. It's very good design.
Yeah, those trees I don't think they appear anywhere else in Skyloft. Those like little trees.
Nope.
I just had like a vision of my bird. That was weird.
Wow, I wonder where it could be.
Oh.
Going back to
Oh, I cut the sign. I'm sorry.
Now a bunch of kids are gonna walk in here and get killed.
It's all your fault.
Ooh.
Going back to Link being a right-hander, I thought it was also interesting that when Twilight Princess came to the Wii, they also turned him into a right-hander. So there's discrepancies in the Twilight Princess guide for the GameCube versus the Wii version. So they had to come out with 2 different versions because the GameCube version was on, like, most of the stuff was on the left side, and then when the Wii version came out, everything was shifted to the right.
Oh, that's true.
Oh yeah, that is interesting.
I forgot about that. They just mirrored the entire game.
Yep.
It does annoy me, though, that once we got to Breath of the Wild, they just made him right-handed again for some reason. I felt very disrespected, frankly.
Will Link always be a right-hander?
I sure hope not. Link being left-handed is about the only thing I have to live for.
Quick, name all of the Nintendo games that feature left-handed characters.
Now, here is a fun, interesting Nintendo fact that no one gives a fuck about, because it has nothing to do with Zelda, and I shouldn't be bringing it up, but I'm going to anyways. The vast majority of Nintendo's heroes are 5'7".
Exactly 5'7"?
Exactly 5'7". Link in Breath of the Wild is 5'7". Shulk is 5'7". I think Marth is actually 5'8", but either way.
Do they actually come out with the character profiles for that, or is it like someone actually like did the math?
I think character profiles. It might be from Smash.
Oh, that's true.
Oh, that's a bit misleading then.
Mario's alleged height is 5'1".
Hey, I'm a Mario!
Oh my god, are you actually 5'1"?
I'm 5'1".
Oh my god, what the fuck?
Hold on, I'm tired. Don't attack me.
I'll
Okay,
attack you
thanks.
all I fucking want because you're 5'1". You can't do anything about it.
Yes, let's put height jokes in this series. Let's make fun of the short kids.
It is interesting.
crawl
Nintendo.
spaces.
You can tell Nintendo is a very Japanese company by the heights that they make their characters. Oh, Little Mac is 5'7", very famously.
It's a crawl space throwback to Ocarina of Time, having to crawl through the multiple spaces to get to the first sword.
Very epic reference.
Wind Waker has some crawly things too, and the
Wind Waker
prison
has the best
level.
crawling, though, I think, right?
I do like it, yeah.
There's a lot of... The crawling in Wind Waker is very extensive.
It feels natural though.
Well, assigning it to a button is very good.
That probably has a lot to do with it.
Why do you collect hearts when you have none missing?
Because it's there. I'm trying to like embrace Plonk. What would Plonk do in this situation?
Collect everything, even if it's not needed.
Exactly. I am Plonk.
Plunk is a murder hobo, as we established much earlier.
That's true. If it's on the ground and it's shiny, he'll pick it up, right?
Yeah. Now this,
Oh, that was weird.
I can talk a lot about the writing in this game, and how simultaneously it's both really good and occasionally very, very lazy. And that was definitely definitely a moment that I think did not need to be there. Did you know that Zelda will probably have some kind of destiny?
Oh, is that the
Wow.
voice that she heard? I mean, don't spoil anything though, but
Her destiny is literally calling to her in this game. It speaks to her with a voice.
oh, she's following me.
Yeah, so this is a good time to talk
run.
about the party system in this game.
There's a party system?
No.
Got his hopes up.
Clearly there is. She's following me. I'm about to
I
have
guess,
a bird in the
this
party.
counts as a party system right now.
Yes. Hey, Birdo.
Oh, John, you gotta put your... Nope.
Yeah, you
No.
gotta put your brain in gear.
Put your newfound sword knowledge to good use.
This right here. This rope I must cut.
Oh!
You're free. You go.
Just continues to scream.
Oh, dang, it's playing the heart now from its mouth.
By the way, that is like the loudest scream. Like, I would hate to have one of these things. It's just so loud.
Oh, now I can jump off the edge. Let's go.
Would you say these birds are modeled after the shoe bill?
The shoebill?
Shoebill stork. Have you seen those things?
I would say
No,
that.
I haven't. Can we get a photo up on the screen or something?
Yeah, sure. Right here. There you go, fellas.
I both agree and disagree because I I can't see it.
Just look it up right now.
Why would I know?
No? No, sometimes we have to listen to what Zelda is telling us here. What do you guys think of this question? We're going to make some predictions here.
Have you
Right
ever
here.
wondered what's beneath the clouds?
Right now. What is your prediction?
That sounds like some foreshadowing to me if I've ever seen it.
Is it your
I would
destiny?
certainly say that beneath the clouds might be land. Now, to be
Ooh.
fair, they don't know anything about what's beneath the clouds. This is something that. Well, no, that's not true because there's texts that explain the origin story of this world, but they might not be well publicized. It's hard to say.
I would just go down there with your bird, right? What could possibly go wrong?
Well, apparently Loftwings are scared by the cloud cover and they won't go through that.
What happens if I fall and don't call my bird?
That's a good question, actually. You want to try that?
Oh, divide. Ooh, Zelda's diving after me!
Except she's gonna call her bird.
Wee.
Now, if you point the Wii remote, if you point the Joy-Con down,
Whoa!
you'll actually dive. I wonder if this just loops endlessly.
I'm guessing it does because it's the tutorial.
That would make sense.
Or even... I wonder outside of the tutorial if it still just waits for you. Yeah, it teleported me back up above the clouds.
It forced you to do it.
This game, I see through all of it. Slow down. Why include a slow down button? I want to go fast.
It's for turning, then that's about it.
I think there's like some small islands that are really hard to hit if you're going super fast.
That's true.
Oh. Can I dive now? No?
Oh, wow.
No. No, I
It
can't.
just lets you stay there. Okay.
I'm probably supposed to do what it tells me to do.
I think you just fuck around for a while and eventually it lets you clear this area.
No, go! Fly! What are you doing? Fly! Build up some speed. I think it wants me to go up and down. Oh gosh. I think I messed up.
Hit the point where it's telling you how to go over the basic controls again.
I like burst of speed. That's nice. That's what I... Oh my gosh, go up. Go up!
So to go up, you have to flap the Wii remote downwards.
Oh. I thought I just had to point.
So
No.
remote again.
I know. I was hoping that no one would point it out.
Okay, I'll press slow down just for you. Ah! Ooh, so I can descend onto unsuspecting victims.
By the way, it doesn't actually let you go up to the sun. That's just an icon.
Just a skybox.
Oh, she's distracted me from the sun.
Do you think that there is space in the Zelda universe?
That would be hilarious if there's a game that Link goes to space.
Well, Breath of the Wild originally had an alien invasion as its plot, if I recall.
Did it? Huh.
There was an early, there's a lot of early drafts of Breath of the Wild that are genuinely cracked out of their fucking mind.
Brought some of the conspiracy theory developers in.
There's one in which Link is like 50 years old and has a beard and a venom snake robot arm, which looked cool.
Oh my
I did
God.
want to play that game, but we got the venom snake robot arm anyway, so I'm fine with it. I'm happy. There was one in which Link was just a robot. and there was one in which UFOs were involved.
Oh god. Huh.
I want a space Zelda now.
Honestly, though, I think that's all I want.
Yeah. Eventually they'll have to give it to us, right?
Nah, we'll stay in medieval like times forever.
Yeah, this series which spans thousands of years but has never invented a gun before. Not even a musket, you know? Like, what's going on there?
They probably don't have gunpowder.
But they have bombs?
Oh, you're right. They have bombs.
Like, you know? No one ever thought to, turn that into like into a stick that fired metal balls?
They've got cannons.
Yeah, what the fuck?
Look at that walk.
This franchise, man. It's afraid to commit to guns.
They were like, cannons are small enough. We're good.
Well, cannons are kid-friendly for some reason. You ever think about what we do and don't consider kid-friendly from like a logistics standpoint?
Sometimes.
I have a theory, though. I have a theory about this. The less likely a child is to witness the practical dangers of something, the more child-friendly it is. Like, when was the last time you encountered a cannon in your life?
True.
So that's why you can have a cannon even though they're deadly as fuck, because guns are a legitimate danger in the everyday life.
Yeah, we don't have bombs.
Well, we don't have bombs that look like bowling balls, no.
We do have soda and Mentos, though.
That's true. That's why soda and Mentos have never appeared in a Zelda game.
Oh, you're right.
Don't want to give them kids any ideas.
No. No, that would have been in an Earthbound game, maybe a Mother game. Could have done that.
I should probably be paying attention to these rules.
No, you don't have to.
I need to know what's going on. Okay, we gotta dash, dive, and grab the bird.
I do
Okay,
appreciate
simple enough.
that even though this text goes extremely slow, if you don't want to pay attention, it just highlights the important words in colored fonts.
Yeah.
Like in case you don't care.
And most of the text, I can either hold A and have it go faster, or press B and have it skip to the... So 2 options.
Yeah, during the cutscenes, though, that is not the case.
That's true, yeah.
They just mentioned in the text something about the 25th. This was the 25th anniversary game for Legend of Zelda, right? Or
That is correct, yes.
okay.
Now, while we're doing this whole tutorial sequence here, I do want to point out that this has sort of become a weird tradition for the Zelda games, which is some sort of, like, competition that opens the game that you have to, like, clear. With Wind Waker, it's the pirate game with Nico, and Twilight Princess, it's the goat game, and then also the little slingshot mini game, and then this game has exactly what you're seeing on your screen right here.
Cheater! What? See, your theory about everyday objects being in danger. What are these? What are these?
These are eggs, but very special bird eggs, so,
Yeah,
I think that's
yeah,
why
we
you get
eat
away with
bird
it.
eggs.
Oh,
Oh yeah, that's right.
Oh man, my argument's just been completely destroyed.
look at Sean with the reflexes coming in on that bird with the U-turn and just
That was an
hitting
impressive cut through, yeah.
making the frame perfect button press.
I think this would be a great time for donations, by the way.
My Patreon's in the description. Oh, Zelda! I'm so glad you're here with me.
I like how this competition was extremely trivial, though. Literally one bird with one statue.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's not that hard to be a knight, huh? You just go to school for a
feel
while
like
and
it.
get one statue. There's not even like a sword component to this, you know?
Imagine how bad they must feel that Plonk beat them.
There's no experience in these nights. There's no battles. There's no like introductory combat
that's
with an
true.
actual person. It's just fighting logs.
All that knights have to do is fetch morons who fall off the ledge. Why would this be anyone's fucking dream, you know? It's
What
like
else
it's
do
the
they do?
Boringest dream. Exactly. Well, that's true. What else is there to do? You either become a knight or you become a spinster. Those are your options.
Amazing.
World building my ass. There's nothing to do in this town. Skyloft sucks. Why would anyone ever want to be here?
Look, man, if this was Twilight Princess, we would be getting a whole lot of village building right now. But Skyward Sword, what's going on here? They didn't explain anything. Except
Okay.
birds and knights.
Okay, let's be honest. If we want some actual village building, let's throw in some Fallout 4.
Okay, how does Fallout 4...
All right, I'll bite. What you got in mind?
What lessons could you take from Fallout 4 and apply to this game? Or the Zelda series?
Let's throw in a building system similar to Fallout 4.
A building system.
We have the crafting.
I think the lesson that we can take, that Fallout can take from Zelda, is beta test your fucking games.
No, let's just build as many games as possible and release them as fast as possible because we're a relatively established franchise that we know people will buy.
I think that was the first black-pilled moment of my life. I was like, I don't know, 13 or something. I would have been 15 when Skyrim came out. And I was just like, wow, they can just release anything and you'll buy it. Like, it doesn't matter if it's, like, done or not. You'll just fucking buy it.
True. It's a similar situation with CD Projekt Red and Cyberpunk.
Cyberpunk is one of the most interesting cases for me because, like, people just had the most blind faith in Cyberpunk I've ever seen any game get.
I know,
Oh my
right?
god. Once they
in hindsight, it was insane.
Once they showed Keanu Reeves, everyone was immediately on board.
Even though they saw no actual gameplay footage and they didn't know anything about the game and there was no demos and no one had played it.
Oh god, what was it? Like, I saw a statistic. It was like 45% of the budget was used. Oh my god. It was like 45% of the budget for Cyberpunk was used for marketing, so...
Jesus H. Christ. I'm sorry, if you were hyped for Cyberpunk, just because the guys who made The Witcher 3 were making it, even though there was no demos and no testing whatsoever, I don't have any empathy for what happened. I'm sorry. You should have seen that coming when they delayed it 8 times and you never once saw actual in-engine gameplay of it.
It's so hard to control. Oh, hey, it worked.
That's the other thing that I absolutely think is hilarious about this game and the Breath of the Wild is you don't have to actually draw the cloth or the sail at any point to like slow yourself down. You literally just have to hit it right at the ground and you're good.
It's a very Japanese design decision to do that, though. Like, as long as it's fun, physics or take a nice back seat, nice comfortable back seat.
Aw, what a moment. I like how often it seems they really play at the idea that they have some kind of potential romantic relationship.
And it never happens.
Yeah, do you
It's
expect
really
them to
weird.
actually go through with it?
No, it's just weird that, like, they basically bait you into thinking they're gonna kiss, and then there's, like, other moments as well. Like, what are they trying to do? Like, kissing is a thing that kids can witness. It's, like, a real-life thing, right? That's gonna make the
such a thing
rating...
as straight baiting? Can this constitute as straight baiting?
I don't know about that.
Let's be honest. Link is totally gay for Groose.
They do have a lot more chemistry than him. I don't want to say that sincerely, because he and Zelda genuinely do have a lot of sweet scenes, but him and Groose just also have really great chemistry. I would be fine with either pairing, frankly.
All right, time to look up some shipping of Link and Groose and see where it goes.
Now, I know stereotypically everyone is going to say that Link would be the bottom and Groose would be the top. I have to disagree. I think that body types don't determine dynamic in the bedroom.
Oh.
And this stigma needs to stop!
Yeah, this sounds like a personal thing. This is a personal attack.
It's like that very famous, the very famous image of, I think, a man at a women's rally who had a sign that said, I need feminism so I don't get laughed at for enjoying pegging, or something along those lines.
Hold on, this is not Zelda. I'm being cucked.
Oh god.
Yeah, Link kind of gets pussy in this game, including Groose. He gets Groose's bussy. His grussy.
Oh no.
Oh god.
Oh
What is that noise?
That scared me. Are you alright, Link? Did she get swallowed? That's also introducing kids to weird kinks. I don't like that.
Introducing them to Vor now.
We should do a totally spies type kink count for The Legend of Zelda.
Kink count. Alright, let's start with we have
let's count all the
two
fetishes.
now? We have at least 3 now.
We got cucking and we got Vor.
That is drastic.
And then we have just straight kissing. Can't
No,
forget
there's no
about-
kissing. What are you talking about?
What, between Link and Groose? Hello?
They don't share a kiss. They skip right past first base.
Just blank stares. How about that?
Romantic stares, yeah.
These romantic stares.
It could be. I feel like anything can be a fetish.
It's good enough to put in our counter. There's a counter on the bottom of the screen right now. Make sure to follow along.
Yeah, let's just start it. We'll just point it the fuck out whenever it happens.
Like, what about a unibrow kink, old man kink?
Oh god. All right.
All right, we're getting a little crazy with that one.
Yeah.
We're getting crazy with that.
I know. We said everything.
Legitimate
to be a kink,
kinks
but that's
only.
A little...
Legitimate kinks
Okay.
only.
Okay, that's fair. Was this Dishonored where I just spawn into the void from my bedroom?
Gonna open the door and the world is very different. Oh darn, it's the same. Never mind.
Can I, is she amorphous? I could maybe ask her to become Zelda for me?
Yeah, that's a great question. If you had a shape-shifting GF, who would you want her to turn into?
That's one up on the kink tracker.
That's one for the comments.
Yeah, no, please comment below if you had a shape-shifting GF or BF.
Yeah, we're not assuming.
Yeah.
We're inclusive.
We're as long as they shape-shift. I think that's what's important.
That's the only requirement, is they can become anything.
Like how that's the one you use the sailcloth on.
I know. I'm so glad you saw that.
Here it comes.
I want you to appreciate my self-clothing technique. Oh, look, man. Is this just a tiny version of Momo?
Yes. Well, it's not a tiny version. It's roughly the same size, in fact.
Oh my gosh, why is it not dying? Is it not supposed to die?
Literally,
So he's actually
beating
flagged
it in
as
a
a
corner.
boss in this game.
Oh, I'm not supposed to kill him.
Throw it off. Throw it off
He's
the edge.
flagged as a boss, so you can hit him as many times as you want. He will eventually die, and he'll drop 10,000 rupees if you do.
Well, in Zelda games, that really means nothing.
Actually, this might be the most relevant rupee spending game in the franchise, other than Breath of the Wild, honestly.
The way you killed that slime was actually very...
That was impressive.
That was very put together. You split it in two, and as it was splitting in two, you cut it horizontal.
Yeah,
vertically.
splitting vertically in two, yeah.
That was very pleasing.
Yeah, I kind of wish that there were more moments combat-wise that really emphasized, like, having to do strategies like that, because that shit's really fun.
Yeah.
Yeah. I guess we'll find out to what extent they do that in this game.
Spoilers, not enough for my take, but I don't know. The thing I kind of have to just accept is that Zelda games are for a demographic that is younger than me, and so I can't exactly expect them to be particularly hardcore. I mean, after Breath of the Wild, yes, I can, but...
Oof. Almost.
These controls are gonna get some... I'm gonna have to get used to these controls.
I will say the controls are not bad at all. Especially the Wii version, I always found very consistent.
Yeah, they don't seem bad. It's just like, it's very different to what I'm used to.
Why is the camera zooming in so much?
Yeah, that's one of the interesting changes about having a free look camera in this game. And
Yeah.
It's interesting too, because the free look camera doesn't really let you pull out much. It just lets
That's a
you
kink.
see around. What's the kink? Not getting them pregnant?
Pull out game strong.
Yo, rate my pull out game.
The camera's pull out game in that situation was very good.
Now this is a kink, which is entering a giant woman through an oval shaped hole.
There's a name for that, right? You're just bloating something up, or
I think it's just called giantess.
of course it has a name.
Yo, yeah, it has to have a name so that I can Google it later.
No.
Okay, Blob Girl, what do you want?
So this is Fi, one of the weirdest designs this game has ever
Fi.
produced.
Fee fi fo fum.
Apparently it's supposed to be Fi. I don't know why that is. Because Fi just sounds better in like every way, in my opinion.
You're not wrong. Phi would be more like F-A-I, right?
Yeah. Or F-I-E.
Oh yeah, something like that.
I always thought it was interesting that she's basically a computer, because she's like determines everything logically.
Yeah, she brings up
true.
probability and percentage quite often,
Zelda's still alive.
which is it's a strange direction for that character to take, in my opinion. I don't know why necessarily. I don't think it works, but I just think that Nintendo has had this very this trend I really enjoyed of having very characteristic partners for these games, and I think that Fi, despite having a good arc, it just isn't a very welcoming presence in this game, and it just, I don't know, it feels like a big sticking point of the adventure. If Fi was really like charming, I think that there would just be yet another thing to like about this game, but in general, I think it's a sticking point for a lot of people how like completely not endearing Fi is.
I am trying.
I don't believe you.
Oh, there we go. I guess I broke it the first time. Oh, I have to move it.
I forgot motion controls were in this scene.
Ooh.
It is disappointing
there
you
we
can't
go.
dual wield the
no.
sword in this game.
Oh yeah, he's got two swords. I didn't
Yeah.
even notice that the first time that he still had the practice sword. I thought it just disappeared.
No, you still have the practice sword, so Link should just dual wield the swords.
Who needs a shield? The best defense is a good offense, right?
You could do some like defensive elements with two swords, I think, right?
That would be sick. We need a space Zelda game with dual wielding swords.
I wouldn't mind if Breath of the Wild 2 had dual wielding swords.
Or any sort of weapon change that wasn't either sword, giant sword, or bow and arrow.
Or spear. They had spears.
That's something.
Yeah, it was impressive.
Boomerangs.
Yes,
Look, man.
but the boomerangs kind of function like swords. Oh, and rods. You have rods, which are different weapons.
I mean, you could throw the boomerangs, but it was kind of awkward to like remember to have to catch them again.
I actually like that feature a lot. The combat in Breath of the Wild is I actually think kind of underrated. People talk a lot about the weapon breaking, which is fair because it's a system to commit to. I'll say that much.
Yeah.
But what I like about the combat in Breath of the Wild is it's essentially about how do you deal the maximum amount of damage or the maximum amount of effectiveness while spending the least of a very finite, constantly depleting resource. How do you do the most damage with an arrow that will reduce by 1 per every shot you take, or every or a constantly reducing weapon durability system? How do you deal the most damage with a weapon that's fragile versus which weapons do you spend because they're less useful to make room for inventory space and to deal damage in between using your more precious weapons? How do you use elements to guarantee like more damage pulled off, things like that? I think that game's combat is simplified to a fault by a lot of people.
Yeah. The game was also very unforgiving in that sense as well, because if you hit it against the ground a bunch or hit it against a wall, it also took the other durability down, didn't it?
Yeah, it did.
I think there is, speaking of durability, since I think the shields in this game have a durability, don't they?
They do. The only way to reduce, and Breath of the Wild takes this system as well, the only way to keep your shield from depleting in durability is to do shield bashes. Which in Breath of the Wild they refer to as parrying.
Yeah.
So this is a very weird, consistent element of Zelda games, or of 3D Zelda games in particular, is like a collectible that marks your progress, and then there being essentially 2 of them. And so for this game, the progress marker is these like maps.
The other pretty consistent part to all Zelda games is Link admiring the hell out of whatever he gets.
Hey, that is a cool looking map. It's made of stone.
Give me the light. Ugh.
I like how he was still able to do that, even though he wasn't standing in the light spot.
Yeah. Hey, as long as he hit it, you know?
We're in the sky. Lights everywhere, dude.
It's not a requirement to point the sword to, like, the sun, though, right? Like, you just have to point it towards the heavens.
Yeah.
You'd be kind of a shitty fucking goddess if you if you needed, like, if there was a ceiling over you and that was all it took. Just completely
Look, man,
fuck
the
you
reception wasn't great. I don't know what to do for you. Like,
you know, goddesses on Verizon.
There's a blackout zone, man. Come on.
It's like one of those Verizon maps where it's just like all the red dots, but you just get fucked if you're in, like, Wyoming.
Is that what Skyloft is?
Is Skyloft Wyoming? Honestly, just about as little to do.
I could use it to travel through the clouds. That's nice. Oh, that's how they explain us not being able to clip through the clouds. Lame.
You sounded genuinely disappointed there.
No, it's not fair to expect something more freeform.
It kind of is, though.
Yeah, I guess since that's not what we ended up receiving, it's harder to imagine or visualize the potential. Definitely could have been done.
I think it's a fair explanation. I mean, the explanation enough that essentially these people have lived in the sky for so long, and that the cloud barrier is so thick. I will say the other thing is, even if you did get through the cloud barrier, people don't exactly have sailcloths, so they would just die.
They know the ground was there. They just die on their way to it.
Yeah, they just go splat. Yeah.
No one gets to see it or hear about it.
No one can come back, and even if you did, you can't call a bird to come down there, so you can't get back up. There are enough logistics, I think, in place to make this make sense.
I don't think the population of Skyloft is big enough for them to just suicide into the clouds to hopefully...
For science.
For science, yeah.
That's a good point, though. If there's just such a thick layer of clouds from whatever happened in the past, that it's like impossible to navigate, and it's suicide.
Yeah, I was gonna say something that I immediately decided was really dumb, and that hoping that they dive through the clouds and find water. And I thought, wait, hitting water at at some kind of ridiculous speed that you come out of the clouds in is probably going to make the water feel like concrete anyways, so... I'm not going to come out of that unscathed either way.
You think everyone in Skyloft is inbred?
Possibly.
Like, they'd have to be, right?
Yeah, it's not even a question. There's like 15
Is that why Link has such fat lips?
Is that the genetic defects that happened?
Yeah, no, they have very good... Look, Hylians have very good genes. They can inbreed with few side effects. The only side effect is either fat lips or looking like Elvis.
Yeah, what if I change the camera speed? That might help.
That would... the camera speed, it looks really slow, so I think that's probably for the best. Oh, it's still really slow.
It seems better, though.
It's absolutely better.
I'll take it. Venture pouch. Why don't I already have this? I'm freaking Link.
You just became Link. You've been Plonk the whole time.
It's a good point.
So I'm a big fan of this character because he looks like Kenneth Parcell from 30 Rock.
Sorry, I was This is really awkward. But I swear there was, maybe it was a manga or some kind of other comic I was reading, but it talked about elves and how elf inbreeding isn't necessarily an issue for them. I don't know why I thought of that because of the pointy ears, and I don't know why I thought it would be relevant or if I could find it, but the internet does not help when you type that in, so...
Make sure to type in elf inbreeding to find more.
There's the
Do your own research.
We'll put a link to it in the comments,
no.
in the description.
Yeah. While we're at it, we should put a link to a news story about how furry art has actually caused a significant upswell in prices of art commissions. Make sure to type in furry inflation to find out more about that.
Oh, no.
That's
I
not
will
my
also
joke.
put that in the description.
I'm not gonna take. That's not my joke. I wish it was. It was
South.
not my joke though.
I think I've seen that before, and that is hilarious. Please don't ever type that in.
I mean, do if that sounds appealing to you. We'll add that to the fetish counter.
Furry inflation and inflation.
Yeah, just make sure to also look up the economic principle known as inflation. Now, this is one thing I'm very interested in. Ocarina of Time does have some... actually, it has a lot of humorous moments. But for the most part, a lot of the NPC designs aren't as overtly comedic as they would end up being in Majora's Mask onward. And I feel like this is almost like the apex of the comedicness of these character designs. Like, Skyward Sword definitely has some of the most absurd comedic character designs. This guy in particular.
I love this guy.
This guy's very strange, and he's very active.
I freaking love this guy. Oh, why doesn't he join my party?
Make sure to look at that shield and then say you're not going to buy it.
If this game had a party system like it should have, I'd have Zelda, Fi, and this guy in my party.
Rupin.
Rupin.
Yeah, I guess I should call him by his name. Don't mean to
Yeah,
be
but
rude.
make sure to say you're not going to buy this.
Oh my god, he has eyes.
That said, don't bother buying the shield because you can get one for free.
Wait, seriously?
Yes, just go back to the school.
The school. Is there anything worth buying in here at all?
Talk to the potion woman. Oh, I hate this guy.
Oh my god, I forgot about this guy.
His eyes!
I also
Look at
forgot
his
about this guy,
eyes!
but the moment I saw him, I was filled with a primal rage I haven't felt since I was an ape, trying to fight for survival amongst the other apes.
This guy is a threat to me.
My medulla oblongata is on fire right now.
Literally burning down.
Or wait, no, is that the amygdala that controls the, or the amygdala that controls fight or flight? I don't remember. I'm just gonna say up front, Sean, if you give this person a single fucking dollar, I'm never speaking to you again.
Are you sure?
Yes,
Are
I'm
you
absolutely
sure?
sure. I'm absolutely sure.
Do it.
But it's only 1 rupee.
Not even a
If you give
single
him a single
rupee,
dollar,
Sean.
I
Do
will not speak to you
Do
ever
it, do
again.
it, do it, do it. You know the answer here.
He's gonna leave the call as soon as you hit that button.
But I'm so tempted.
He's hovering. Oh god. He actually left. Welcome back. We get to hear this stupid fortune.
I'm so livid that you called me out on that joke. I was like, this is gonna work. This is gonna work. They're not gonna expect it.
Okay. This better be worth it after you told me to do it, Myles.
I didn't. What? How dare you?
All I heard was do it.
All is revealed.
How am I supposed to answer that? No, I'm about to enter clouds, dimwit. Oh. I already regret this.
Thanks, Spirit.
The fortune teller in Luigi's Mansion was a lot more helpful.
But yeah, you don't have to buy a shield, but you should talk to the potion person.
Potion. That's not potion, there's potion. Potion seller, I've come for your strongest potions.
No, she also is inbred because of those fat lips.
Oh my gosh. Runs in the family, huh?
Maybe she's Link's mom.
Oh, I wish I could ask. If this game was actually a legitimate game that embraces open world elements, it would let me ask.
First of all, that's not true. There is no game that lets you ask if someone's your mom. Like, just be a prompt.
Turn Legend of Zelda into a prompt-based game that has all of the options.
To be fair, this is the first game that really kind of emphasizes multiple answers. They don't really change the outcome of a lot of things, but they do allow you to kind of determine your own personality as Link. Because there's a pretty consistent set of answers that are more dutiful, more like, not pessimistic, but like self-doubting and unsure. And then there is a set of answers that's like jovial and sort of sarcastic.
Can you take from that pot? I don't...
Oh, I can't.
You have to pay for it, but you can take from the pot.
I can't swing my sword in
that
here.
needs stirring?
Oh, you can't take from that pot, but that character does allow you to trade in bugs to make special, like, improved potions.
Hello?
I think you have to
No,
target
you
it.
actually have to ask her to buy these potions.
What the heck?
So if you take the you have to turn the bottle off.
That's lame. That
It is weird
lame.
because that was in Twilight Princess that you could just go in and scoop the potions. It is very strange.
It seems inconsistent because like you should be able to scoop up with that after it tells you to take it out, but then you can't do it at the shop. It seems a little weird.
Yeah, and again, that was in Twilight Princess, so I find that kind of strange.
It's probably because the bazaar they decided to make the bazaar open, and the shop where you could do that, where you could actually like scoop up the potions, was very closed, and it made sense that the shopkeeper was the bird, could just keep you out.
Very true.
Whereas as in this, like they can't just close off the whole bazaar to you because one person doesn't like you.
Well, I was thinking that one thing that happens is if you scoop it, she just makes you pay, you know? Like if you try to walk away.
I guess that's true.
Okay, now I know I need to target and examine. At that point, just let me scoop. I don't know.
Jokingly, she like calls security or something, and then like when you wake up, you're on the floor with like one less heart and 20 rupees out of your pocket. Like that could be funny. And that is a very, very Zelda sense of humor.
Poured on a broken shield? Is that like a mechanic?
Yes.
Yep.
Your shield has a durability bar.
Interesting. What is this, Breath of the Wild?
Actually, yes it is.
That would be interesting if these potions existed in Breath of the Wild.
200 rupees.
They would probably trivialize the game a little too much, though.
Maybe they'd probably have to make it well, I guess it would still.
It would have to be something kind of rare, I think, like, or something you'd have to cook yourself. You know.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Even if like it was really hard to get, like veteran players probably wouldn't have a problem with it. So you just like play it for hours on end.
I would be kind of fine with being able to like cook some kind of repair potion that you can use on a weapon like one time if it's close to breaking.
Yeah.
Do you recommend a health or a shield potion?
I recommend a shield potion because the heart potion heals 6, which you're not going to have. Like, if you get hit and your hearts are past 6, you die. Whereas with this, it heals 4 and repairs the shield.
Gotcha.
For just 10 extra rupees. You're more likely to use this than you are the heart potion.
I'm gonna confirm what you said. Oh, she didn't tell me what it did.
It heals 6 HP, if I recall.
Oh, I thought I saw 8, so I wanted to double check, but it looks
Well,
like she doesn't.
even if it heals 8, you don't have 8 hearts right now.
Right, that's true.
But yeah, there's no reason to buy the shield. Just head back to the school and you can get a free one.
I'm sorry, sir. I can't. But oh gosh. Oh, I'm looking.
Oh, I'm looking.
Hold on. Oh, I gotta reset my. Yeah, there we go. It just sent me for a wild ride. Motion controls.
The future, man.
And the past. Haha.
That in VR, it almost killed me today.
Oh god, a Legend of Zelda in VR.
I would not be able to play it. It might kill me. And talk to that guy.
He has something to say. What the heck? What the heck?
Free shield.
I didn't miss the game telling me about this, did I?
I think so. I'm not sure.
Because, yeah, I might have missed it. It's really hard to concentrate on two
when you have
things at
3
once.
idiots talking in your fucking ear.
You said it, not me.
Oh, this idiot almost died by swallowing wrong.
Also, this idiot, this idiot almost killed himself playing VR today.
Hold on, hearts.
What a world. Sean, you
We're the most
don't
qualified
need them.
people for this commentary.
He ugly. Add that to the kink counter.
He's definitely inbred.
Confirmed. The little spirals on his cheek just make me think of fish cakes.
Oh yeah, like in ramen.
Yeah.
I have to throw something at the bell?
Did the shop even spawn in yet? I don't think it appears yet.
I feel like I'm the Game Grumps right now.
You're not the Game Grumps yet until you denounce anything with a Z-axis in it.
Oh, I have to ring his shop when he comes by? Is that what he's saying?
Yeah, the shop hasn't spawned in yet.
Okay, why is that kid alive then?
Alive.
Yeah, that's a great question. Why is the child alive?
The only thing he has to say is not even relevant right now.
His sole existence is to be born to tell Link where to find the shop and how to call it.
Well, since he's inbred, he'll die at 7 years old anyways, so he's got maybe 5 months left.
Sorry, little Timmy.
Little Gully. His name's Gully.
Gully? I didn't see the name, so Timmy
Yeah.
it was.
So all these NPCs are named after birds.
I don't get it.
Which bird? Which birds in particular?
Just birds.
I feel like some light is supposed to come out of this eventually.
Ooh,
All right. Wish me luck.
Good luck.
I'm still gonna test if this is infinite.
Oh, God.
Yeah, this is totally infinite.
No, just keep going. Ah. Oh.
It wasn't changing. All right.
Now, this is interesting game design here. They're like, how do we signal to the player where they're supposed to go? And they said, giant green beam, like in the Avengers.
Oh, and I just pop off my bird? What the heck?
So if you fly too close to the hole, you just jump right into it.
Yeah, I like how Link is completely expressionless, falling through the clouds for the first time.
No, he's brave.
Straight-faced.
You don't understand. He's brave. It's the face of bravery.
This is the face of bravery. Sean cut his face out of that frame and put it on the screen, full screen.
Label that bravery in the dictionary.
Oh. Just make sure you guys give me as much editing work as possible in this commentary that's not supposed to have much editing in it.
Will do.
Yeah, no, now that you've said that, you know I'm going to make your life hell, right?
Bring it on.
Maybe I'll just say something you have to censor, you know?
Where's the YouTube, the YouTube
Oh, like
rules?
the guidelines? Yeah. I know for a fact that you cannot say the word pedophile.
Screw off!
No one tell him the timestamp for that.
I'll just randomly sprinkle in the P word every now and then and see what happens.
P word. What's the P word, Myles? Is it...
Oh. The P word is...
Pterodon?
The P word is Sacred Grounds, which is where you are right now.
Ah! Wait, I have a sword! Wait, aren't I supposed to have a shield?
You
have to equip the shield by pressing the R button to open the pouch.
I can burn and break it easily. Okay. Pouch. 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 Hello?
Hello.
Oh. Okay. Oh. How does the shield? Oh, it has motion controls now. That's right. That's the bash. I just send my left Joy-Con forward. Ugh. Nice try. Bash. Oh, bash doesn't do anything. What the?
You have to be attacking.
Cheater.
Well, you have to wait until the enemy actually attacks you to bash them.
Crap.
It's more of a parry than a bash.
Yeah.
I'm trying to slash your vines on the bottom. How do I do that? Motion! Motion! I guess I can't swipe his vines. I just have to wait for his mouth to open.
All right, first two enemies. We have 3/4 of the shield's durability gone. Let's go.
Ooh, what if I hit like this? Will that hit the vines?
No. I'm
No.
just going to tell you up front, it will not.
Okay. Okay, yeah, it's all about their opening mouths.
Yeah, so this is the part of the game where the combat is a little contended. A lot of people wish it was more freeform than this. But it's very Simon Says-esque in that it sort of directs you in which ways to attack.
Yeah, I like the idea that it... Crap, I forgot what I was gonna say. Cut that out, editor!
You are the editor.
Oh, cut out the word pedophile? Yeah.
Dang it. Oh no. Oh no! Zelda, look what you've become! Oh.
You take
yeah.
10 points of mental damage.
I like the idea that like the sword combat is sort of a puzzle depending on the enemy that you're fighting. But I don't know how that pans out yet.
Yeah, that goes back to kind of like when we were talking about the motion controls earlier, and how enemies, it tries to use some kind of pattern-based motion control for a lot of the enemies. Like with the plants there, like you cut horizontally or vertically, and they would die instantly. But eventually, once you get used to the motion controls, like with the I did with the Wii. You can just kind of sit back, relax, and just kind of, if it's vertically, horizontally, you can just kind of like jiggle it a little in that direction. It usually works. If not, it's not that big of a deal. If it doesn't, just try again.
Nice empty landscape. Ooh. Nice texture.
Yeah, this definitely is a Wii video game for the Nintendo Wii console.
If you really wanted to check out the area, you could go all the way down there, but
You don't actually have to play this game if you don't want.
I can't cut the rope or the wood. This is inconsistent.
I like how the fire goes out, but then immediately comes back.
Yeah, this game is bad for those reasons.
Oh, am I boundary breaking?
Ooh, some exploration. Here we go. What if you just discovered a new speedrun, Skip? Just imagine.
Come on, break through.
The whole beginning temple.
I need to clip through this wall at this exact angle.
I think one of these times where you enter the temple is like the longest part of a speedrun because you literally can't skip it, and she talks for like a solid like 20 minutes.
She talks for like 3 straight minutes. Yeah, it's pretty annoying.
Wait, at which part?
Oh, you'll get there. Don't worry.
Oh,
Don't
no.
you worry.
Oh no.
It's just saying, a speedrun, it feels forever.
This area is a lot more extensive than it seems like at first. There's a lot of little details to this spiral, and you're never gonna experience any of them, because who the fuck wants to do this? Like, hey, there's a treasure chest or something, I think, right? No, that's not a treasure chest, that's just...
I think it's a heart. See, we can collect this heart by slowly climbing up this vine.
Hey, you know what? Breath of the Wild got its start right here.
Got it. So did Uncharted.
Both of them let you come out of the water wet.
Aha. The true...
Same game.
The true determining factor as to a good game, whether your character gets wet when they enter water.
Yeah. Now let's start this debate. Let's get into this. Is water wet?
Oh no.
It can be if you try really hard.
Is a fish actually dry?
Ooh, no, that's a good question. I'm gonna say no, though. Now, I do want to point out the sound design to this, like, not green ooze, this, like, black ooze. Clearly, I know my colors very well.
It's like Twilight Princess with the enemies.
Yeah, this is just a really great, like, sound.
I like how I had to introduce me to this thing before I even walked up to it. To, introduce myself to it.
Well, I mean, you gotta say hi to it. It's kind of tall. It's like 5 feet. It's like a slab in the ground.
Wait, Link is 5'7", so we know it's taller than Link, so it's probably about 6 foot?
At least as tall as Marth.
Very good.
Yay, you did it.
You do realize the Skyward Strike sends out a beam, right? Like, you don't have to get that close.
The game didn't tell me that.
I think it did.
You could have just tried it. You could have just tried it. All right, now it's time to search for a white girl.
I feel like I could have just like witnessed the area changing instead of her doing whatever she's trying to do.
And so it begins.
Wait, what process? Yes, explain it.
The process of
dowsing. Yeah.
Being annoying.
Hey, look, we don't have to work very hard to find the white girl. We literally have a sword that's honed in on her.
Yeah, exactly. Now it's time to find the white girl by literally dousing for her. The icon for this is hilarious. I actually laughed out loud the first time I saw this. Just like it's like Zelda's now an item for you to find. When you find Zelda, Link just holds her up in the air.
She's now my dowsing target.
The icon looked more high def than Zelda actually looks in the game.
They just upscaled the PNG. All right, time to douse, baby. Let's go.
I am trying. Oh, I have to hold.
It is. It's so much more high def.
All right, now you gotta. When you douse for Zelda, you just gotta go. Oh, Zelda.
Zelda. Oh, Zelda.
Zelda.
Where are you? Oh, is that you, Zelda? Yeah, you're pointing me right to there. Yeah, that must be exactly where I need to go. Consider yourself doused.
I thought you were just gonna stand there, and I was like, Sean, dowsing involves moving.
Yeah, dowsing involves actually going to the location.
I was just expecting my little bird fella to come and grab me.
A bird fellow that's afraid of the clouds.
The bird fella that's afraid of the surface world.
Hold on. I have to douse again. Is
There
that
she is.
Wow.
behind the Sheikah symbol?
She's in there.
Never would have guessed.
No way.
Let's just play a Zelda game where you find Zelda instantly, you know? It's like Breath of the Wild where you find Zelda in 40 minutes if you just like rush to the end of the game.
You can die trying.
I've never actually done that. I should someday.
Ooh, can I put my sword in that?
I think there's a little bit more setup because speedrun is still over an hour, I think.
It's only 40 minutes last I checked, but like at the same time,
Okay.
it's hard. I mean, it's not like easy. I did try to do it, and you have to fight all 4 blights at once.
Yeah. Isn't Link like, they don't even have any armor. They just leave Link naked, don't they?
Yeah, you could get the armor or you could leave Link naked, but if you're trying to go fast, you just leave him naked. There is something very like almost like thematically appropriate about Link waking up, instantly charging at Hyrule Castle in his underwear and beating Ganon in 40 minutes. Like they waited 100 years for that.
This is a very dramatic opening where she points out all of the beasts that you're supposed to get, and Link's like, "Nope, we're going right in, baby."
How about we just don't? So here's the old one.
Oh, the great old ones?
No, just the
Cthulhu?
old, just straight up the old one. There is an H.P. Lovecraft story called The Terrible Old Man. I guess this is the terrible old woman.
No, she's the terrible old one.
The terrible old one.
Look, Sean is being more progressive. He's not gendering him or her.
You just said gendering her. You fuck.
Changed it
You
to
clown.
him, which is also...
him/her/him.
No!
Sean is not gendering one.
He's not gendering one.
Oh my gosh, I can put
You
my own
actually
thing.
have to put it on the X.
There we go.
It will not let you not put it on the X.
Is it super picky about that? I forget.
It actually will not
can't
let
you-
you put it not on the X.
Okay, I thought in the
you
speedrun
sure?
they like put it off to the side.
Well,
It's
like,
still
there's a radius in which you can put it, but you
Yeah,
can't, like,
okay.
drop it right on top of Link.
Oh, treasure chest been sitting there for a millennia just for me.
Yeah, it is really funny when you open this treasure chest that's been sitting there for a millennium, by the way.
Plonk, go bravely.
We learned something new. If you just sit there for a millennium, you can just open doors with your hair.
Hey, she's an old one. All right, she's got magic.
Magic hair.
Yeah. But yeah, the treasure chest is off to the right here.
Oh, I assumed the treasure chest was in the room before the door.
No, it's right there.
It is. It's right here.
Yeah. So yeah, get ready for a millennium-old treasure here.
That's gonna make me throw up drinking that.
Very cool.
Amazing. The potions in this game are... They never age.
They last a long time. I mean, they're made of bugs, right? Like, do bugs ever go bad? Do they expire?
Of old age?
Yeah, that's a good question. How long can a bug be preserved? I guess amber, right? Like, amber means a bug can be preserved for thousands of years.
Well, it's probably dead, though.
Well, if it's preserved,
most likely, yes.
Goron, let me save you! Spin! Oh, wait, let me just spin!
Oh.
Yeah, here's some of the horrible... What are you doing?
I had to wait for my stamina to come back.
Oh, right. I thought you... I just saw you hunch over. I didn't actually see the stamina bar.
I might be able to block if I run out of stamina. I don't know.
You actually can't do anything if you run out of stamina.
Oh, dang.
Yeah.
I actually have to care.
It's like Dark Souls, you know? This game sort of is the Dark Souls of the Legend of Zelda franchise. And that stamina is featured. That's all it takes.
The group of enemies is actually terrifying because if they all pick different ways to hold their block stance, a lot of the time you can't get through them, and it is just absolutely awful.
I think you can get through them if you use a stab.
Yeah, but when I first played this, it was awful because you just slash at things to kill it, right? And you forget about stab because it's rarely used.
Right. Yeah, it's definitely one of the more underused options in the game, which is a shame because it's definitely really useful.
Yeah. It definitely that kind of mentality of just like I can slash at things and they die. It made the groups of enemies kind of terrifying when they all grouped up around you and blocked in different ways.
There's a very interesting element to this game in that like it doesn't have quite the same combat fidelity as like Twilight Princess. Twilight Princess definitely has some of the most extensive combat options thanks to the hidden techniques. But this is one of the more like involved combat systems in that you really can't just kind of like swing the sword and wait for the enemy in front of you to pass away.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't have my slingshot yet. I can't even target.
You can roll into that wall, though.
Oh, you're right. That's a mechanic they taught me how to do. Ah, I'm freaking out.
Now that's game design.
If you remember it.
Insane.
I wonder if these rocks are intended in some way to, like, assist in the combat. Like, if you're having trouble with those bokoblins, just throw a rock at them.
Revert to your caveman ways. Throw rocks. We know you. We gave you a sword and a shield.
This is a game about returning to Monkey.
A shortcut.
Yo, is this Dark Souls?
Oh my gosh, it is Dark Souls.
This really do be the Dark Souls of The Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword.
Look where we are. We're back here.
Nice, Sean. You figured it out.
I was very impressed with your puzzle solving skills today.
Aw, thanks.
I will say, Sean, I have been keeping ahead of you with the playthrough on my own game, and my god, did the motion controls absolutely fuck up the game for me at one point. So you may be learning.
We did it.
You may be learning the non-motion controls in a bit.
Yes, welcome back to The Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword. I don't know why I did that. That was really stupid.
Bug.
Every now and then in a commentary, you take a nice big swing, like our friend here is taking a swing at this bug.
Now that you have accessed the stone statue, you can return to the sky at will. Ooh, pay to win, let's go!
Yeah, I know a lot of people who are really annoyed about this, and I'm usually not too much of a stick in the mud about amiibo content, because a lot of it is really whatever. It's like, other than the Breath of the Wild outfits, which were a shame. I actually bought the Ocarina of Time one because I just love that outfit. Other than that, I'm always like, yeah, most amiibo content is really whatever. But like this, that's kind of a significant time save.
Woo!
I'm 99% sure every speedrunner had to get the Skyloft or whatever amiibo it is.
Was that blue light out there for a reason?
That was the marker you placed several weeks ago.
Oh, I placed that marker?
Yeah, it forced you to do it.
Oh. Whoops.
It also forces you to sit through this lengthy discussion about the area you're about to see.
Yeah. I think if you press B, it like just puts the text up there instead of scrolling through it, but I don't know.
No, it only speeds up the text scroll slightly.
I'm pretty sure on most conversations it'll just pop the text up there.
It doesn't for the fee conversations.
Does it not?
Yeah,
Okay.
it won't let me. It won't let me
It did
do
say
it
you
for
could
this
skip
one.
something if you press minus.
Yeah, that pops up if I press buttons. I think it's like, oh, hey, you can skip it.
You really should skip some of these. I think for the point of a commentary, you can't. I mean, the royal you, as in the human experience that binds us all, you should skip these. So a lot of people have talked about Fee or Fi and how annoying she is.
Oh
This is
You
no.
get the roll.
a point of contention. Oh no. Oh, okay, there we go.
Where did it
A lot
go?
of people have talked about.
It phased out of existence.
I think it explodes. So
Yeah, it's supposed to explode, but the first one phased out of
Okay.
existence.
yeah.
Oh wait.
Oh, there's a
Where did this-
third one.
Is that the one that phased out of existence? It tricked me.
Maybe they respawn.
Oh. Does the game expect me to kind of like randomly run into one of those? I guess so.
Probably.
Not really. I mean, it's it's a hazard. You could theoretically avoid any
Now,
of them.
Sean, we have to question why that tree back there was glowing.
Yeah, that is a weird thing that you just overlooked. Is this obvious glowing tree?
The game showed me the spiked balls.
It really
and I-
didn't show them to you. It just happened to you.
No, Sean, you missed it. Okay, well, since you missed it, the glowing trees will give you generally a rupee if you cut the glowing
I've never
part.
seen it give you anything that isn't a rupee.
Oh.
But it might be.
Neither have I, but I just assumed that there could possibly be other things.
Well, you know what they say about assumptions.
You know,
Frequently, they're incorrect,
I just didn't have all
as
the
they say
facts.
about assumptions.
How do I shield?
You thrust the left Joy-Con forward.
Oh.
And then he'll shield.
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Meanwhile, you do want to try and... Oh, they're leashed. Yeah. Oh, speaking of which, welcome to Dark Souls.
I get it. He holds sword up. I don't hit the part where the sword is held up.
Now that's called good game design, so to speak. This is an interesting debate. This is an interesting debate that has a couple of different schools of thought, and I want to get back to this once we're done interacting with this character right here.
Quiku.
Yes, this is a very Nintendo character they're introducing us to. This extremely colorful, cute thing that annoys the shit out of me.
Oh my god, they're
but
so
the
annoying.
Japanese probably love them. It's interesting that the Japanese do love these kinds of like cute, like excessive, theatrical kind of characters, and Americans typically find them obnoxious.
True, and now we get to play the world's most obnoxious game of hide and seek.
Yes, there is something interesting about this game of hide and seek I do want to point out, but I want to pose a question to everyone, which is a game heavily telegraphing these strategies like we do in the sword combat here? Is that, well, I don't want to say good or bad game design, but like, is that more or less valuable than a series of very different strategies? What is the more valuable to you? What is the more valuable way to make combat? Something that's very intentional or something that's very open-ended?
You mean like different enemies require different strategies to defeat?
Yeah, like in Dark Souls, you know, a lot of different enemies, and in Souls in general, a lot of different enemies have different patterns, but for the most part, the way that you can take them down involves more familiarity with your own weapon than it does with the enemy very specifically. And your own defensive options. That's a game that is very comparable to Zelda in the way that it deals with enemies, just that it's more punishing and more difficult. But then you have something like Devil May Cry, where the combat is super open-ended and super up to the player. The average enemy doesn't. The average enemy doesn't dictate as much of the flow of combat as the player's own tools, but they also don't they also don't have as many requirements to beat them. In the case of something like Souls, you want to deal with an enemy by staggering them pretty regularly, or parrying them, whereas there's even more open-ended systems. Whereas in this game, you have very specific rules to beating these enemies, but they're heavily telegraphed, and they create a very binary but prominent challenge. They present themselves as a challenge.
I'd say like having a combat system that provides the player with a multitude of ways of defeating their enemies and is generally a good thing. Like we can see this a lot in Breath of the Wild, like the extremely unique ways that people have come up with over the couple of years now, handful of years that Breath of the Wild's been out, to
about 5.
Yeah, to kill the enemies, like doing these very elaborate tricks with horses, or like shield sliding, or using the Sheikah Slate in whatever way they can. But then there's like,
as well as like systemic elements, yeah, environmental elements, just the 3 elements in general.
Yeah, and it can be quite entertaining to watch, but I feel like games like this are kind of a dime a dozen. Like, you don't see very often a game that has this kind of detail to combat where you have to hold your sword a certain way, or we'll definitely be seeing it later, but there's some interesting things that you can do with combat that make the enemies easier. They can also make it more difficult depending on which way you swing the sword, and like just having that intricate system makes it the dime a dozen kind of game it is. But at the same time, we don't see this system replicated in many games at all, so it's, like I said, a dime a dozen, and definitely up to whatever the players like. The system just did not catch on, though.
Yeah, and I do get why, because it is so specific to the control scheme.
Mm-hmm.
And it's also so specific to the whole game has to essentially be dedicated around this. So in a world that really values, hey, there you go, that's some creativity right there.
I like that. Yeah, I mean, because they just kind of taught you how to kill these enemies based on directional input, and then they're like, hey, here's a boulder to kill one. It's just a different way.
But it is interesting because we definitely value variety a lot more in games now. We want to do multiple things, and Skyward Sword might be the most, it might be the least varied Zelda game in a way. And you could say that lack of variety is in favor of specialization, which I think has a lot of value. And I think is worth pointing out, especially after Twilight Princess, which I think was very sort of scattershot. It tried to do a whole lot of different things. You had 2 different character combat styles, but one of them was just like objectively superior to the other. Or that game had like a lot more mini games, a giant open world without. That was so big, like you really kind of relied on warping. Like this game is very dedicated to being linear and very dedicated to being. To being about like figuring out the exact way to go about things. I mean, it is essentially a series of very binary puzzles, but it's dedicated to those puzzles, which is why I kind of hesitate to call this like a bad game or, you know, anything a lot, because there's a lot of these very hyperbolic arguments about that. But it definitely I can see why it would be a very unappealing game to people who really value choice and not being told what to do. I know a lot of people who hate when games like absolutely tell them what to do. They want to figure it out themselves, or even they want to just forge their own solutions to things.
Yeah, Sean, with the trees that have the glowing parts, you can slash them more than once when they're falling, so...
Oh.
You really want the single...
I was wondering how I would do that. Yeah.
You really want the rupees.
Yeah, you just have to make sure you slash very quickly.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm angry.
This might be one of the weirdest sword positions I think I've ever seen anyone carry throughout this game. But most of the game, you're kind of used to seeing Link point the sword directly forward, like holding it forward, which is very comical.
Yeah.
Now, if you press down while targeting an enemy, much like every Zelda game, you can get a little bit of assistance about what they do. Oh wait, no, you know the one game that does not do that is Wind Waker. You just have to look at the enemy and just assess it yourself.
Oh, you mean like you can target an enemy and then press 5 for help?
Yeah. Yes.
Oh, interesting.
It'll give you mostly
Just like-
flavor text.
It's like Navi.
Yeah. It's not particularly useful, but it's fun.
Gotcha. I don't know what I'm doing here. Oh, I haven't been over here.
Now, lots of people call this game a very linear game, and as you can see, that is not the case, since he is clearly going off the beaten path and doing absolutely nothing the whole time. This is what I call an adventure.
He's trying to figure out how to kill these birds that just keep flying over him.
Surprise!
The other thing about this game is that no one has any names that you would expect. What do you think those birds are called? Because if you think they're just called birds, you're wrong.
A Cocoa Chew.
Yes, it's a Cocoa Chew, you're right.
Oh, she's just straight telling me look elsewhere.
Go somewhere else, fool.
Now, I wouldn't exactly call Fi a thought, per se. But I wouldn't,
Okay, yeah.
I wouldn't deny the claim either. Actually, I genuinely like Fi as a character. I think her presence is just kind of a little, I don't think they figured out really great ways to remind you that she's around.
It's sparkling. Oh, it dazed him.
Yes! Now that's one of the cooler little elements there. Is that there is
Interesting.
some environmental elements.
Wait, turn around.
Oh,
There's not a ton of them, but that is
Yeah.
one for sure.
I like the little poops that they make. It's literally just a
Yes.
poop emoji.
Which I think that has like no effect. I think it is just annoying.
Yeah.
But it does bounce.
it consumes my stamina.
Oh, it does.
You have to roll.
That's interesting. Ugh.
Yeah.
Yeah, so do you know if this mushroom gives off that sparkly aura if only when an enemy is near it?
No, I think once you hit it once, it sort of disperses its aura, and that's it. There's only a
Gotcha,
handful
okay.
of those mushrooms that do that.
Those birds are not worth it.
They do drop a lot of rupees, though.
Yeah, this does kind of give a surprising, like, semi-open world vibe so far. I'm not really, like, totally used to that for a Zelda game. Outside of, like, an open, like, hub world, like Twilight Princess or something. This guy is annoying me.
I will say this game does have a lot more consideration about the ways in which the environment can be useful and interesting for gameplay, as opposed to just being challenges and layouts. There's a couple of places where they clearly thought about fun things that a player might want to do to deal with an enemy. Like, they'll place bomb flowers in very specific areas that aren't just useful for puzzle solving, but could be useful for defeating an enemy. I don't think that it's super consistent per se, but it's available to you.
You have to reflect it, Sean.
The other thing is, this game is designed so that you don't have to play it with a shield.
Oh, why can't I do that? What the heck?
Yeah, that is a little odd that you have to do it with the rock.
Yeah, because I was thinking this light coming through the trees, it reminded me of that sword move. So I wanted to try it, but
I think
didn't
that's just
work.
supposed to be ambient.
Do you still have that potion, Sean?
Probably.
Yeah, that
but
might
who
be. It might
cares
be a
if I
great time to
die?
use that potion. Unless we're about to do a nice hero mode, no hearts run.
Yes.
Nice one heart run of this game.
Oh, you have two.
Oh, aren't these for? Oh yeah, this is for the shield. I guess my shield needs.
Now
it
here's the
now,
problem: is that
anyway.
one of them has been in a treasure chest for 1,000 years. So I wouldn't recommend drinking it.
Oh, I can't go underwater. Yeah, okay.
No, you cannot.
I'll have to come back to you. Ooh, foreshadowing.
Now this is an interesting question about power-ups, because like these games kind of got more extreme about what power-ups you need to do anything in ways that I always found very interesting. But yeah, like in Ocarina of Time, you have a very simple dive, and it takes you need a power-up to get a significantly better dive. But then you also needed something like the flippers or the iron boots to like traverse water. Majora's Mask obviously had the Zora, which is a little more in depth than the iron boots and the dive combined. And then you had something like Wind Waker, where there was just no dive, or Twilight Princess, where there was also no dive, and you needed, an item to get underwater. And in this game, you also need an item to get underwater. So it is interesting that swimming became less and less of of something you could take for granted in these games.
Just give me that Zora suit or something.
Yeah, that it is. I guess I'll spoil. I guess I'll spoil something here, which is that you do not get different tunics in this game.
Gotcha.
Which makes sense, because it would kind of confuse the whole idea of this being like an origin story. Like, if Link got a blue tunic at some point, that would kind of that would muddy up the legend, so to speak.
I think I might be lost. Oh, hey, there's something over here.
I'm so proud of you. You discovered something.
Ooh, Amber. Nothing behind a waterfall. They're cheating.
Yeah, this is kind of. I would say that this is the worst part of the game right here. Is this lack of anything behind this waterfall. That said, there is a very impressive waterfall later with something behind it, so I don't know. The saving grace, I suppose.
I'm making progress. I found a shortcut that they had to highlight out to me for some reason.
That's because this game's made for babies.
Although I did watch a comparison video between versions, and they cut out most of the Fi interruptions, which I'm very happy about.
Yeah, I'm honestly surprised they did that, but I think that makes a lot of sense. Because it's probably one of the... I would call a lot of the complaints about this game hyperbolic. And that one is definitely one that I think is bad, but is so, like, talked about and prevalent that I could definitely see them wanting to remove as many of those as possible. Because it is one of the most discussed aspects of this game.
Right.
It was quite annoying, similar to Navi. He would try to interrupt you at any point to tell you about something you've done.
It's interesting because I think that Navi is extremely overhated.
I think she is extremely overhated as well, but she was quite... I'd say she was quite obnoxious with constantly hovering over enemies' heads, like even enemies that you've seen before.
Well, the reason that she hovered over their heads was that she was the in-universe justification for the targeting system.
That's true.
So when she hovered over an enemy's head, that was their diegetic way of saying, hey, you're in range to Z-target this enemy.
Yeah.
So I give that a pass because it's clearly it's a very Nintendo way of highlighting something to you, to have a literal character who is supposed to do it.
Yeah.
I tried to ram him because he's a big boy.
Now, Bucha, is it just me or is Bucha like the ultimate fat person name?
That's why they gave it to this character.
You know, that's good consideration right there. Now, the character designs in this game are very exaggerated and eccentric, as we mentioned, but I must say I appreciate that they gave this guy a proper mustache instead of a beard. So when you think of an elder, you always think of a beard. Like they went for the fucking gold and gave this guy a nice Fu Manchu mustache.
Oh no, it is hide and seek.
Yep. I do like that while Link makes no noises, everyone else speaks in just grunts and groans and of the like.
Yeah. It's very characteristic. There's some pretty legendary sounds that characters make in these games.
Like, oh god, what is his name? The guy that runs the flying shop in this game.
Beetle.
Beetle, yes.
Thank you! One of my favorites is from Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask. It's the carpenter. If you speak to him, he goes,
Yeah, my favorite is definitely Beetle, because he's also in Breath of the Wild, isn't he?
Wind Waker. Yeah, he's also in Breath of the Wild, too.
Yep. And I absolutely love when you buy something from him and he just screams, "Thank you!
Thank you!" Then you leave and he goes, "Bye!"
Yeah. You have a bottle. You have a bottle.
That?
You can bottle the fairy.
It'll go away soon, though.
Scoop.
I think.
Ugh. Oh, hey.
Yeah, there you go. I like that the fairy looks like it's making an active attempt to leave the bottle in this game.
But it just sat there and let you come up to it and catch it.
I mean, hey, you know. To be fair, there hasn't been a human on the surface in like 100 years. They probably aren't really used to people with bottles coming at them.
You can like shake the line to shake them off, I'm pretty sure, somehow.
Yes, you can.
Yeah, the jostle.
If you jostle the Joy-Con.
I'm trying, but it just knocks me off if I jostle. Oh,
I recommend pointing it downwards, like shaking it downwards.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, I have to maintain balance with the motion at the same time as shaking it for the jostle. It's like, get back
You
up.
can jostle while you're hanging as well, which would be easier.
Oh, okay.
There you go.
That is easier.
Yeah. I kind of like I kind of like the first option more, though. It presents a very interesting challenge of having to be forceful with the Joy-Con while also being delicate with the Joy-Con. Doing that at the same time is definitely a very interesting way to you know, it's an interesting motion to force a player to go through.
Yeah.
Now, this is a very interesting segment. We mentioned the hide and seek part, and a lot of people talk about how this game is very linear.
Yes.
But a lot of its, you know, a lot of its its fans like to point out that this segment is very non-linear. You can do it in any order you like. Which I don't know if that's what people who complain about linearity mean, per se, but it's a fair point that there are a lot of segments that have ambiguous orders. It's very similar to the Gerudo Fortress from Ocarina of Time, where you can rescue the carpenters in whatever order you find them in.
That was intense. Good thing the AoE spin move makes it really easy.
It's a nice crowd control tool.
It really is.
Now I just want to point out that Nintendo is a lazy company who's clearly going under, because this guy has the same voice as the previous one, and I'm sorry, but how fucking bad must their finances be that they can't hire someone else to voice Lopsa? Nintendo doomed?
Don't you know? All babies sound the same.
That is not a baby. That man is 48 years old.
Is that lore? Is that official
No.
lore?
I do like the idea that all of these guys are like 90.
They don't grow up until like 500 or something.
Yeah, when you get to 500, you get to be nice and beefy like Bucha.
This brings me back to Wind Waker. I guess every Zelda
yes.
had swinging, but
The fun little Nico game that they make you play.
that actually gave me some trouble as a kid.
It gave me trouble as a kid too. I mean, it was tough. It's a new skill. It's something that wasn't present in the N64 games or the 2D games. So, I think it was pretty wise of them to make it a whole mini game.
Oh,
Although it
jeez.
is odd how early in the game it comes, considering you get an item where the entire point is swinging on ropes. I don't know. I feel like that might have been the appropriate time to introduce the to introduce swinging into that game is when it becomes an essential skill. But
Right.
yeah.
And they
Who knows?
had like what? They had a grappling hook and also that they had like 2 grappling hooks basically in that game.
There were 2 tether-based items: grappling hook and the hook shot,
Yeah.
which is bizarre to say the least, because the hook shot is objectively the worst one.
You are on Zelda right now, so you need to switch the Kikuis.
I'm trying
Yes.
to figure out how to switch.
You
even though
hold
the-
up on the left Joy-Con.
Yeah.
Oh,
Brings up a little menu
even though
there.
Fi told me like, "Hey, do you want to be reminded?" I'm like, "No, I don't want to be reminded, punk."
Yeah, that was our fault, I think. We told you not to.
Go away, Fi. I know how to douse.
How do you douse?
Frantically opens instruction menu.
Hey, you know what? We're already doing better than Game Grumps. We actually read a tutorial.
This is actually
I know you're there, punk.
This is actually probably the funniest Kikui for me, just because you. I'll tell you now, Sean. You have to cut all the grass.
Yeah, and
What-
as you cut
why?
it, he moves to
Yeah.
denser grass.
he does. Oh my! He moves to the denser grass. That's
It's
actually
quite fantastic.
that's actually funny.
This is a cute one. I also think it has the same voice, so I wonder if the Switch is not selling that well. I think Nintendo might be doomed.
Don't worry, they're coming out with another version. It has nothing different with it except for like a slightly better screen.
Which, I mean, I get, because the current Switch screen is not great, but it is a shame that it's not a particular upgrade. What I will say, though, is it keeps the dock from being something essential, so they can sell the Switch OLED as like an upgrade where you can move your SD card, have a better screen, and keep your dock, which allows them to kind of sell a relatively cheaper version of the same unit.
Mm-hmm.
So that is nice. That's one of the nice parts about the Switch, is that you can kind of replace it. You can replace parts of it with time.
Oh, shortcut.
Now that's what I call a shortcut. That's actually a pretty meaty one, too. It takes you from the very start of the area to the kind of top of the area.
It's definitely interesting how the first one you have to find is just given to you because it's on your path to the next area. And the next two involve, like, well, dowsing and then opening, like, more shortcuts.
Yes, they more or less take you on a tour through this whole area. Which is a good way to incentivize.
Yeah, it's a good, like, open world strategy for sure. It wouldn't let me swing while I held down the run button, so that's interesting.
I guess it's because, well, run is not the same as jump in this game, is it? Yeah, it is, right? You hold A.
Mm-hmm. You hold A and you have to be near a near a ledge to jump.
Don't worry, I'll get up there somehow. Oh, it's right.
Yeah, that's the ledge you gotta get to. Do not try to make that jump or I will die inside.
Remember, you do have a sailcloth.
You can't do it.
You do have a sailcloth, so you can
Oh
make
yeah,
the
you're
jumps.
right.
No, don't lead him astray. Sailcloth is activated specifically by verticality.
Skydiving.
If you're falling to the point where you might take damage, it gives you the option to use it. Yeah, so I have to ask, which cut goes the hardest? Because we got 3 nice haircuts for these Kikwis. We got this guy with his mohawk, obviously Ulu, Lapsa, who had grass on his head, and there was one I think who was just straight up bald. I gotta give it to Ula. I remember Ula's cut pretty well.
Are you gonna make me put them side by side in the edit?
Yes. I wasn't going to, and then you asked, and now I am.
Everyone vote in the comments for your favorite hairdo.
Yeah, whichever of them wins, Shane is gonna get their haircut.
I do have some long hair right now.
Ooka.
Yeah, there you go. Let's make this happen. Make Shane get the Ula cut. Now, I do want to point out the AI on these guys is very, we'll say unobservant, but they also are pretty aggressive, which I like. They actually do approach you, and they're relatively fast. I think they keep a good pace with you for the most part.
Yeah, and they change up their with the direction they're blocking quite frequently.
It is interesting because a lot of people find them really infuriating because of that, whereas I would just say that makes them kind of difficult. Especially because I don't think they're capable of blocking downwards. So that's always sort of a solution that you can use, is using an uppercut slash. I don't think they're capable of blocking that low.
Oh.
But I could be wrong. Let's find out.
They just did.
Yeah, they did. Okay, cool.
What the? It's like after I start the swing, they block in the direction where I swung.
Yeah, that's one of the contentious elements of this game, is that you kind of have to wait on your enemies a lot of the time to dictate your swings. Other games tended to have a little bit of a way to bypass the waiting game. Ocarina of Time had the Deku Nuts, very particularly. Also the forward stab, which allowed you to kind of cut under enemy defenses. Majora's Mask obviously had various stun-based weapons. The Deku Spin, the Hook Shot, which carry over from Ocarina of Time. This game doesn't have a ton of those, but I will say it has a very useful item that we're about to get that does sort of circumvent the amount of defensive potential these enemies have.
And it's interesting because, like, Dark Souls does something similar where a lot of it is kind of reactive because you don't want to get caught out in the middle of your swing or attack. But the difference is they telegraph a lot more, where here it's all instantaneous, so it feels a bit cheap.
There is a certain level of not even rubber banding, but being a lot faster to the punch than an enemy like this should be in a more in a game that I think is a little more forgiving with the timing. That said, you are about to get a very nice weapon called the Slingshot.
Whoa, I don't want that. Where did that come from?
Don't worry, it's only on his back. There are worse places for it to be.
It was just, he just kind of collapsed. It's like he died, and then from his dead body, I got this slingshot.
Oh yeah, you killed him.
Wow, it's like
he will
this
never
game
come
is saying
back.
something about nature. Oh, I revived him.
Honestly, this game, you know, who is the real monster in this game?
Is it Link, or is it you, the viewer?
Spec Ops, the sword. So the slingshot in this game is pretty useful as far as a combat tool goes, because it's one of the more effective dazing weapons. So if you ever want to stop enemies from just blocking you all the time, you can always just open up the fight by hitting them in the face with a slingshot bullet, and you know, immediately they'll be stunned enough for you to get a free hit in.
Does have a significant drop though, as we see there.
Okay, I was just seeing
Yeah.
if I could like charge it or something, but no.
You can.
I have to. I can?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it doesn't have like an obvious charge, but like I think a rapid fire. I think it goes higher if you hold it. Yeah. It seems to go further.
You have 10 nuts left, by the way.
No, it does not go any further. I was wrong.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it's chargeable. Yeah, he said something about fruit near. Oh, did I already grab the fruit earlier?
You have been knocking down quite a bit of fruit.
Yeah, I think you probably rolled it out of the tree.
Yeah, okay. Come on, fruit, respawn for me or something.
Nah, you don't need those fruit.
All right, from a scale of 1 to 10, how would you rate this area?
You know, I gotta be honest, I'm not a big fan of forest areas in games.
Oh my gosh, stop.
I have a weird dislike of forests and deserts. I just don't find them that interesting. For some reason, I like the Gerudo Desert, though. I don't know why. But for the most part, anytime I see, like, forest or desert, I'm always like, okay, let's get this over with. What do you got next? What's after? I think the thicker a forest is, the thick with 2 C's, of course, the more interesting that it is.
You said 1 out of 10. I probably, my first playthrough of this, I would definitely.
I didn't say 1.
No, I thought.
Whoa, hang on, I didn't say 1 out of 10.
I thought Sean was asking us to rate the areas 1 through 10.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were saying I gave it a 1.
No. I was gonna give my rating. I don't think you actually said a rating.
That's fair. I did not.
I also completely went the wrong way. But that's fine, I'll figure it out.
First playthrough, I'd probably give this area like a 3 or a 4, just because I'm pretty sure I got stuck in this area for a while, because it was very. This is probably, to me, one of the areas where it was a little more confusing. First time playthrough, but the second time probably like 7 or an 8, because it was better.
Yeah, I think this is a pretty especially compared to the later areas, it's relatively forgiving. But it does give you a taste of how densely packed and densely populated a lot of these areas are going to be.
Yeah, I definitely like the open nature of this area, even though it still manages to be relatively small, but also it's kind of easy to get lost in the area as well, because the only real landmark is where the fat dude is.
Also, there's a giant fucking tree in the middle. I would call that a landmark.
Yeah, but it's not like the Deku tree, you know, it doesn't have a giant face or anything. It's forgettable.
How dare you? There's a giant swirl right there. How could you say that?
Oh, it's the famous Cinnabon tree.
Apologize to the swirl right now.
I'm sorry, Swirl.
There you go. It does not forgive you, and you'll have to live with that.
If you look above, Sean, there's There's
Is that good game design?
I feel like we always ask that, which is really funny because yes, but a lot of people don't like this kind of game design, which is very interesting. Something can be good game design and also not be well liked.
Yeah, I mean, because a problem a lot of games may sometimes have is like it tries to get you to use a tool for a certain thing, but you as a player kind of forget that the tool exists. So it's good that Zelda tries to hammer these tools in so you don't forget about them.
Well, I think this game has a very small pool of items. I mean, you can already see how many items you're going to get by the end of the game if you open up your inventory wheel. Whereas other Zelda games tended to be really dense with their items. What's really interesting is that Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask both have a way to really keep the item pool small. The first of which is in Ocarina of Time, it separates your items into ones you can use as a child and ones you can use as an adult. And between the two, there's maybe, 6 items you can use in either time period. And with Majora's Mask, you have items that you can and can't use as a human. With a lot more kind of these items that you don't really use that are sort of optional, like the Deku Sticks, the Deku Nuts. And they sort of simplify the item pool with, more arrows and things like that, or more like utility-based items like the pictograph. Now, if you find these guys annoying, you can just hit them in the face with a slingshot shot, and it'll stun them immediately.
like how that one got tired of you and just left.
I would have fucking left if I saw all my friends getting fucking murdered.
I mean, like in the middle of the fight, though, it was kind of funny. He just like put away his
I would have left too.
Left.
My friends just got killed. I would have friggin' left.
The dreaded bees.
I guess I can't hurt them.
Probably
You actually
not.
can. I think they're just kind of squirrely. This man's getting stung by bees, and he really said, "You know what? More bees."
Oh, give me the beetle. I don't care about bees. I need beetle.
Oh, grab the honey.
Oh, also there's a honeycomb on the ground.
It's gonna despawn.
I think it just despawned though.
Tragic.
Oh, but you did get 5 Deku Seeds. This whole sequence has been a roller coaster of failure to success.
You need to fail to succeed.
I don't think I agree with that.
Give me more Deku.
I would call everything that just happened massively avoidable.
I have an
This you
idea.
can see. Yeah, there you go.
Oh no. No, it
But they still
backfired
attack
again.
you. I think you can spin attack to get rid of them.
I tried, it doesn't.
Yep. You can't.
Oh, did
Oh, you can just slash them, and even though it doesn't kill them, it dissuades them.
Huh.
Nintendo understands that the bees are very important to us. You know, we need the bees.
What happens if I were to fall here? You dare me?
It obviously fall
No.
into the void. We don't know where that beehive went, so.
Yeah. Maybe the beehive's down there. Maybe you should go and grab it.
I do like some honeycomb.
You did miss the honeycomb item, to be fair.
Aw.
It's okay, we just got some Deku nuts out of it.
Now, this is a weird shortcut. This one right here.
This is really weird. Hold on. If we look at the map, yeah,
All
this
it
way
does
down
is
on the
skip the
right side.
tightrope, basically.
Yeah, we went on the right side, and then equal distance to get to the shortcut. What is the point? Oh, so you don't have to do the tightrope walking, I guess.
Yeah, but you'll, to be perfectly honest, you will literally never have to backtrack through this area. So it's a little pointless.
That is kind of weird. Also, hey, what's up?
Gotta go talk to the boy.
There's, oh, by the way, another shortcut right there.
It's a little difficult to switch the direction you're aiming you're slashing your sword sometimes.
True.
Sometimes it's better not to just slash, but instead to move around to the other side and sort of fake them out.
Yeah, get out of here.
I will say, this game definitely puts a lot more value to rupees. You'll be spending a lot.
Yeah. I do like how...
I'm very glad to hear that.
I do like how the... like hitting those rocks back is extremely forgiving. That was pretty nice. Like you can
Yes.
you can push your shield forward and pretty early, and it'll still hit it back.
Obviously, you can also deal with these spike balls in a very efficient, safe way now.
Yeah. Also deal with him.
Now this is fun. These
what?
guys right here.
What the heck?
What are you gonna do?
I'm gonna jostle him off.
That's a noise.
Come on. I'm running out of stamina.
Oh, I really hope you run out of stamina here. I mean, hey, don't forget your physics. Don't forget your physics for a second. Can you actually fight on this bridge?
No, I can't pull out my... If I shake... The,
Oh, yeah.
They will swing at you. I don't think you can actually do anything besides jostle.
Maybe you can throw out the shield.
Can I?
Try it.
It's not letting me. I'm shaking it. It's
Okay,
bringing
cool.
It up. Yeah. Yeah, I guess the only thing I can do there is jostle.
I would call that bad game design. Hello, and welcome to Game Theory.
I'm gonna assume I can't, like... Yeah, I can't use items. I was seeing if I could bring out my slingshot there.
Nope.
You just can't do anything except jostle there.
Which is still a fun and unique interaction.
Yeah, if you get their attention and you go out onto the rope, you can slingshot them, but...
Yes, that's very true. If you're willing to double back. It makes sense, though, because, like, if you had the option to use the sword... I don't know, I guess it would be an interesting challenge to have to use the sword while balancing, but I don't know if that's possible with the way that the motions are laid out.
Yeah.
And it also wasn't possible with the Wiimote nunchuck, since the nunchuck didn't have gyro controls.
I was thinking it might be interesting to sword fight on that, but if you can't balance and sword fight at the same time, all you're punished with is just tediously climbing back up and then trying again. So it's not really interesting.
It's interesting in theory, but I think it would have been a pretty bad idea overall.
I think so, yeah.
Those golden flowers can be kind of annoying because they can switch the direction that you have to hit them at any time.
Yeah, they have sort of a four-pointed mouth, and so they can open vertically and horizontally.
Oh, am I supposed to hit that with my Skyward Strike?
Let's find out.
Because there was one from earlier that I didn't do anything with. Whoops.
There's actually a couple from earlier.
But a lot of them you couldn't access at all, so...
Yeah.
Gotcha. I'll go back to that area later or something.
Yeah. I mean, you know, obviously in a game, you know, in a Zelda game, you'll be revisiting places either to do cleanup or maybe there'll be something else to do here that you didn't have access to before.
Gotcha.
I think since Twilight Princess, they've sort of insisted on that. Having you kind of return to places. Wind Waker has a pretty significant, well, Ocarina of Time has you return to the three main domains, so never mind.
I guess the one thing we can give Nintendo when they make Legend of Zelda games, they do know how to reuse things. Breath of the Wild
Yes,
didn't
very
do it.
well, in fact.
Yeah, Breath of the Wild didn't do it a whole lot, but definitely...
It didn't really need to, though, to be fair.
Yeah, that's true. Other Zelda games...
The game had more than enough content.
Yeah.
I would argue they reused more than any other game because of the shrines.
Yes and no, because they're all different shrines. We're more talking about reusing areas and finding ways to remix or re-incentivize you to go back there. Or
Yeah.
gating off
Gotcha.
something and then you have to return there later. All the shrines at least have a different puzzle within them. But they're all obviously a very similar premise.
Yeah, I guess I can see where Sean's coming from on some of them. Some of them are pretty similar, like the Shrines of Strength, like the different levels of strength. Those ones are just a
Yes.
normal fight, but most of them have some kind of special gimmick to them.
There's just so many of them that, like, so many of the shrines that feel like once you get to the end of it, that they could have done more with it and doesn't feel that satisfactory.
Well, what's also frustrating is I counted on another playthrough, and 1/4 of the shrines are tests of strength. So I can see why a lot of people would be annoyed by that.
That's a little crazy.
Yeah. I will say the variety of shrines in the game makes you not realize that, but that is the reality of the situation.
Sean, if you go...
Did I do something wrong?
No, I was actually going to say this has an interesting little gimmick with, like, earlier...
You may as well read that tablet and see, see what's up.
Gosh, I try to hit it at a slightly different angle and it doesn't register it. It's hard, man.
There's like seats that you can sit in around, or like stumps you can sit on. Those actually, if you sit on them for a short amount of time, will start giving you hearts back.
Oh,
Fun
really?
fact, the toilet also does that.
Yep.
Which I think is more accurate to real life.
You're saying somewhere to sit?
Yeah, if you go to the
what
left,
was it exactly?
If you go to the left, there's a little stump you can sit on. If you were to lose hearts, you could sit there and you'd regain them.
I think it's in this grass,
Oh,
right?
That's right there.
Oh, no. Yep, there it is.
Oh, that really gives you health?
Yeah.
I mean, if you were tired, you know, and you took a seat, you revitalize a little bit.
Who would ever figure that out?
People who get tired. I think the fact that it tells you can sit there is the only real hint.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what? It worked for a
Right.
hat in time. Everyone sat around in a hat in time.
Okay. You mentioned looking up where a bird is looking. Oh, do I just need to...
You saw it earlier, Sean.
Is that where I
Yeah.
came from?
Yeah, this is odd that
Oh,
it
is,
that it's
yeah.
referring to this bird, the
Yeah.
one that doesn't really look like a bird.
Yeah.
I was looking for something that resembled more of a bird. It's like,
Yeah, you mean
oh,
like the statue of the bird that looks like a bird?
no, not that one. The
Apparently it's
door
this
that
one.
kinda looks like a bird.
Do they force you into here? I guess they do, yeah.
Yeah.
So in the original game, there was an interaction with Fi in which she asked you if you wanted to return to the surface, which you could do if you wanted to get a couple of heart pieces. I think you actually have the ability to have 7 hearts before you finish this dungeon.
Really?
Yeah, so if you want to go back to the sky, you can, unless you want to just finish it up here and do cleanup.
Are there like new areas I can go to in the sky?
Yes, but they're not technically new, just places that you didn't have a reason to visit before.
Gotcha.
You could have theoretically gone there at any point, though.
Like the the boxes you struck with the Skyward Strike. Those are all chests that are, I believe, all in the sky.
Yes.
So you hit a couple of those, so you could go back to those if you wanted to.
Gotcha, okay. How much does it open up the areas now that I have the slingshot? I'm guessing just like a little bit, just like any other item.
Yeah, I don't really think that there's anything new that you can really do with the slingshot in particular. That said, you can visit Beetle's shop.
Ooh, beetle. I'm seeing if that flip cuts it any faster, but it doesn't. Does it actually register when you hit certain strings? It seems like it does.
It does.
That's interesting. I wouldn't have expected that.
It is cool that, I mean, the game sort of has only 8 directions you can slash in. It's not perfectly 360, but, you know, there are some moments where it's pretty impressive with how well you can cut.
Locked door. Oh, it's like a dungeon in Zelda.
Yo, are we in a dungeon right now?
It sure feels like it, huh? Stop
Oh,
it!
he's trying again. He's trying again.
He's trying again.
Aha!
Okay.
Oh,
It's
he
like
baited
they're-
him. Okay.
Wow.
It's like they're teaching you to be patient or something. Is this Dark Souls?
Now, you actually could have shot him with a slingshot and dazed him.
Yeah,
Oh.
that was that was how I was thinking.
Oh.
That was how I think most people did it.
Yeah.
But this is a man who's been poisoned by Miyazaki's game design.
I see right through it.
I see right through you, Miyazaki, you hack.
This gimmick, I actually kind of like this gimmick, even though it's really dumb.
Yeah. I mean, oh, and can I just say up front, I like the Souls games. I don't want anyone misinterpreting that.
Sean.
That's what we call sarcasm.
Clearly, this is not how they want us to complete it.
No, but I like that this is different than other Zelda games, because this is exactly how you would think to do it in literally all the other ones.
What is that, fire or something? Is Nintendo trying to push you into into pressing the 5 button in the remaster? Huh?
Look, the eye is following.
Hey, you ever
Sean.
played Mario 64?
Oh yeah, Mario 64. Run faster.
Oh no! Oh no! That was the wrong comparison to me!
I'm curious what Fi says about this gravestone.
Okay.
Oh, I was right! Ah, Nintendo! Oh, that's convenient. I think it's trying to tell me something that I'm
This is
too
quite a
dumb to
roundabout
solve
way
this.
of telling you how to solve this one.
Oh.
Tip of pointed objects. You might have a pointed object.
Oh.
Oh my god!
Oh my
finally.
gosh, are you
Oh
freaking
my
kidding
God,
me?
that hurt! Oh, I'm in pain.
How is that intuitive at all?
I don't know, I figured it out on my own.
It made sense in Mario 64 because you're like, it was making it look around really fast in a 360 direction, but it just moved 2 millimeters and to the right and left. Like, how is that supposed to destroy it? That doesn't make sense.
You know what I wonder about? I actually wonder if this is a very Japanese thing, because, and this is a deep cut, this is so universal, like this strategy, that it's a context-sensitive prompt in God Hand, the video game God Hand, if you've ever played that.
Oh my god, I think I know what you're
I've seen
talking
it.
about.
When you're fighting one of the demon bosses, one of the contextual prompts causes Gene to move his finger in a circle to confuse like a fly, like a really big fly.
Oh, I wonder if it is a Japanese thing.
I think it might
One
be a
of you
Japanese
Google
thing.
it. We're Googling this live, boys.
Yeah. Type on Google, do the Japanese, find, swinging something in a circle to confuse an eyeball intuitive.
No, not. And more of a culture query, not a game query.
It kind of counts as a culture query.
Oh, I'm just saying, phrase it like a culture query, probably.
Okay. Do the Japanese frequently spin their fingers in circles to confuse things such as giant eyeballs on walls?
Okay, that's more like it, yeah. What happens if I run into this? Aha. Do any spiders come eat me?
Not yet.
They will
There's a
now.
spider over there. Okay, so this is just a nuisance.
Yes.
Oh my gosh! I got stuck in a loop.
Well, you did put yourself in the middle of that, so...
Yeah, that was kind of
Right.
a you decision, so.
I actually
Ooh, hey.
dislike these spiders, because they are quite annoying with motion controls.
Yes. They go a little crazy.
Oh, they swing if you hit them. That's interesting.
And their momentum builds. If you hit them in the same direction, they swing further, for example, so.
Oh, now they're turning.
Yep.
Okay, that works. I was seeing if I could hit that purple spot.
This man really figured out the spires, but he couldn't figure out the eyeball.
Because clearly you can, like, just knock it to the side and run past it, but I want to hit that purple spot.
Do the Japanese find hitting purple spots, such as on the underside of giant spiders, intuitive?
To be fair, I am familiar with these sculptulas. That's what they're called, right?
That is what they're called. It is funny that every game they get less and less skull-like.
Okay, I should just run past them at this point. This is...
I don't think you really can, though. I think that guy's kind of blocking you pretty significantly.
Yeah, they made it quite large, specifically for that reason.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, he's
Watch
thick.
this.
Nope.
Boom. Easy.
Oh my god, he did it.
He did it, but
And
now
he got
can't
to
get
the
back.
statue. Yeah, well, you can get back, you just have to do it again.
One above, one below. Yeah, I don't see any gemstones. What is this? I was supposed to come down here all along.
It is very interesting how much of this game is changed by having free look. Because, like, you could really get lost in this room for a while figuring out where the hell to go.
Yeah.
Because without free look, like, you know, you can't look at these areas safely. You literally have to move towards them.
I assumed I needed to get past that Skulltula to get to the next area, but guess I wasn't really paying attention to what's on the other side. Okay, the water has risen.
Maybe we should spend some time figuring out how to kill those, because there's probably gonna be more.
I think he'll be
Nonsense.
fine. I mean, he did figure out the eyeball very fast.
I am not Japanese. I don't know swiggly glue culture.
What?
You spin your finger really fast until things die. I'm getting dizzy.
Squiggle culture is indeed the name of that.
I don't have a key yet. Oh, I can't get back on. Oh, it's like, no? Yes? Maybe? Yeah, okay. Sure. Oh, I can't get back up there. That's fine.
Now, that was very cool that you were briefly underwater for a moment.
Just wait until later in the game when I can go fully Aquaman. Imagine motion controls with swimming. That's revolutionary.
No, it's not. It's painful. I don't hate the motion controls in this game. The closest, though, is definitely swimming. Spoilers, you end up swimming in this game.
That's better than slowly doggy paddling.
Yeah, it is funny how every Zelda game, he paddles exactly the same, which is the incorrect way to paddle. But in Breath of the Wild, he does paddle
He's doing.
the right way.
God, what is it? There's just some kind of stroke he's doing. It's like they tell you in swim class, act like you're like picking cherries or something.
I remember
That might be the worst advice I've ever heard.
Oh, he's stuck in his web now.
Who the fuck picks cherries? Shane, when the fuck have you ever picked a fucking cherry?
I don't know. That's what they use. I don't know.
They should use something more universal, like, you know, swiping on your iPhone or something. Something the kids relate
Gosh.
to.
These motion controls are killing me. That looks like a face or something.
Oh, he's got an attack from the web. Look at that.
Let's use the fairy.
You know what I will say? I do like that this game has a damage output higher than, like, 1/4 heart for everything. I don't think the damage output keeps up with you the way that it should, but it is nice. It's fun to go back to, like, every Zelda game before Wind Waker and realize, like, by the end game, there are enemies who will do, like, 4 hearts of damage per every hit.
Oh, wait, hold on. I'm supposed to shoot that.
Oh.
But wouldn't it be better to work your way back? Oh, he's gonna do it. Oh, he's gonna do the thing I was afraid he was gonna do.
Oh, you're right. Wow, that would be a smarter way to do things.
Oh, thank God.
Jeez.
It's interesting that there's more than one way to tackle this problem, though.
There's really not. I actually think that you might have missed the bridge if you actually try doing the bridge. Let's see if you can do it. Okay, never mind.
No, because then I can just jump back onto the vine from the middle.
That's true. And okay, that's a fair way to do it.
I can kill the first one as well and then get back to the vine. Thrust. Yeah, there we go. Thrust is what they want. Get out of here, web. Okay, apparently that wasn't enough.
Yeah, you do have to cut the web pretty significantly for some reason.
There we go. Gotta raise that sword up real high. Oh, come on! You don't get to counterattack me by staying stationary.
This man is gaming.
Okay. I never know if it's like enough or if I need to raise my sword higher to try to
It
cut
seems
more.
like 4 cuts is the magic number. We're doing game design science, if you will.
Let's see if it's possible to land on this.
I think
Otherwise,
it is,
it's
but not at the
broken.
angle that you were at.
All right. We got it. 2 solutions for this puzzle. Success.
Now that's called good game design.
Dun, 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 dun.
Wow.
Loving this game design.
Did it. You filled up the area with water.
It's a nice transformative element, though. It is interesting that, like, a lot of these ideas, it's kind of hard to appreciate how novel a lot of these solutions were when they started out, because they're so standard to Zelda, to 3D Zelda now. Like, filling an area with water was a pretty significant transformation, that is also pretty rare to see in the real world, and now it's kind of a thing you do in a lot of games.
Right, yeah.
I think a lot of the Zelda games end up having some kind of room, or I think in Twilight Princess you had to fill up the room to get to the boss room, and then you ended up underwater to fight the boss.
Yes. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, like, because you have to redirect the water in such a way that you can get to the bottom.
Excuse me? Did the game just give me a hint to find the map in the room with 2 gems?
Yes.
And then I find the map on the past the next door?
Yep.
Well, what's the point of the hint?
Just in case you
I don't know.
were that oblivious.
Maybe the Japanese find spinning eyeballs intuitive, but not finding maps. This might be something that's out of their skill set. To be fair, maps are a very American thing, you know, like Columbus and Sacagawea, Lewis and Clark. A very map-based country. Kevin Spacey. Very map-based country.
Ooh. Look at those X's.
I think those are doors you've been through, right? The X's?
Oh, they're important points. Like I think those mark the gems.
Oh, okay, yeah, because that's... Maps in previous games are usually not quite that detailed, so... It is interesting how fleshed out these maps are.
Yeah, I think
Until your eye finds the X, you must strike another gemstone to... Okay, so it's just saying X's are marked with important things. There's no...
You could almost say X marks the spot.
Yeah. I think
I was wondering if there was a mechanic behind it.
Yeah, I think Phi also says something. I can't remember at what point. I think she says something about the maps as well. Like, if you're ever lost, always look for the X or something.
Now, I want to point this out, because a lot of people complain about the game design of this game, or how excessive the hints and tutorializing is, right? I would be really interested in looking at demographic data, though, for the Wii, and for people who have never fucking played a video game before, or people who are very young. Because I genuinely think a lot of the game design, when you think about the Wii and how much it expanded who was playing games, the excessive hand-holding in this game might make a lot more sense.
No.
Because the Wii, for many, was the first console that, like, appealed to the mainstream, to people who didn't play games. And even though this isn't really the most casual of experiences, people who bought the Wii for something like, you know, Wii Sports or something like that, like, they were still getting other games. You know, they were still getting popular apps like Mario Galaxy, things like that. So I wonder if this game is sort of as hit-based as it is in the expectation of a lot of younger players and a lot of people who just don't play a lot of games.
I've already been this way, right? Oh, this is open now.
Yes, that was a shortcut. Oh, by the way, I'm so thankful that the eye is dead and we don't have to witness that again.
Is that a chest I see?
Let's go find out.
Right, let's see. Can I don't think I can quite get up there yet. Oh, wait.
No, but
Yes,
you
I
can get up somewhere else.
No, I can't get up there.
You can get, yeah, exactly, you can get up here.
Got to shoot down
Nope.
the spiders.
Never.
Expertly avoided them, though.
Oh, I thought there was more than one.
There was on the other one. You might have been thinking about that.
I got across without having to deal with the spider. I'm a genius.
Oh no, we got 2 eyes now.
Bars I can't cut? Ah!
Yeah, so all you gotta do is spin it around.
There you go.
Oh, hey, I flipped.
Sean, this is a game for children.
Look, man, when I did that on the bridge, the spider never ended up with the purple spot facing
He
me.
kept hitting it.
No,
So
it
I didn't
did.
think that was an
He
option.
kept hitting it.
It totally did.
Oh, I have to do 2 of them at once? Oh, that's why. I really hate this mechanic. It's not intuitive at all.
Maybe if you were born in Japan, as Google had pointed out. I totally Googled it off screen, by the way. Totally.
I assumed from the first interaction that I could do like 1 eye at a time, but clearly that's not the case.
I don't find this unintuitive because I just think that just logic would tell you that you have to do it at the same time. But maybe that's just because I play a lot of, you play a lot of games, you're kind of used to these sorts of, like, expansions on ideas. Since the first one had an element of positioning to it as well, naturally so with this one, and they make it a little more difficult.
Sometimes I'm dumb. It's how it works.
I will say, this game does treat you like you're dumb, which is very frustrating, because then when you are dumb, you actually, like, because they're always like, oh shit, I'm not stupid, don't show me this. And when you are dumb, you kind of have to eat your words on it.
Right.
That's a pride shattering moment, if you will.
I don't need to go through that door yet. I'm against the system.
You
Down
can
with the
check out,
system.
Can check things out in here. Now, I'm definitely interested in asking Shane about this next item we're gonna see coming up. So that'll be a fun little conversation to have.
Oh boy.
Art piece.
I wonder how you're gonna
This
get
is
that.
Twilight Princess was the first game to have heart pieces inside of dungeons, right?
I'm not exactly sure.
I know you got a heart piece at the boss. I don't remember if there were.
I think every dungeon had 2 heart pieces in Twilight Princess, which is pretty interesting.
Uh-oh.
Also, can we appreciate this atmospheric lighting?
Mini boss time.
This inexplicable atmospheric lighting.
It is pretty atmospheric. Yeah, it definitely goes with his eye color and the bony nature of his skin.
Are you attracted to this skeleton?
We do not discuss sexual preferences in here, okay?
I'm not here. Look, I'm not here to shame anybody. Love is love. But But you did just meet the guy. I mean, I don't know. Maybe fight him for a little longer. See how you feel.
Oh.
And don't forget, if you shield bash, shield bashing is this game's equivalent of the parry in Dark Souls. Like, it always opens up some opportunities to deal some damage. So if you see an enemy about to attack, you try and stand your ground.
Right, that's a good point. Attack me, I dare you. It didn't work.
He did just do it. You just weren't there for it.
Those were definitely more interesting patterns than what we've seen so far, but that's to be expected, really.
And ironically enough, harder or easier than the Bokoblin, because he's not as reactive.
That's true.
I actually do like the design of that enemy, because you probably didn't notice it when you were fighting him, but the thing you were cutting was his spine.
Yes, you cut off more of his ribs.
Yeah.
Pretty brutal.
Oh, did they fall off during the battle?
They did.
Ooh.
There's some great. I will say this. A lot of people criticize the combat of the Zelda games, and I can get behind that. I think the combat in these games has always been more of a means to an end. So just a way of making the adventure more interesting. It's more about the adventure elements, but the enemy design in these games, I think, has always been very strong. Like, not just visually, but in the variety of different enemies and the creativity of them. Speaking of creativity, we have an item I don't like called the Beetle. The most painfully slow item I've ever experienced.
Oh, God. Were you going to ask me whether I like this item at all?
Yes, do you like this item or not?
I do not like this item. I would much prefer if they had just kept the boomerang in the game. Because this is very
it is interesting that this is the boomerang. I hadn't thought about that.
Yeah. You generally get a boomerang-like item at the beginning of the game, so this was their replacement for it, and the motion controls are awkward, and I figured out the motion controls aren't particularly as sensitive as the non-motion control, because you can turn pretty significantly better with the non-motion controls versus the motion controls.
Yeah. The turn radius
really?
of this thing is pretty awful, yeah.
I mean, and the boomerang is a lot faster, that's for sure.
This is definitely, like, I don't even know if
it's a very
it would
gimmicky
be,
item.
Yeah, I don't even know if it would be, like, whenever you're using it, it's like a break from the game, because you go into a completely different perspective. You don't have to actually fight any of the enemies. Like, the bokoblins run away from you when you're in this view.
Yeah, it's one of the least it's one of the least faithful items, I suppose you could say. It's pretty ungraceful in that it doesn't really work with the format and the priorities of the game.
Yeah.
The items in these games are generally things that you can use without much prep or much prompting. And other than traversal items like the leaf, I mean, and even the leaf has a ground versus an aerial based use. Using the leaf on the ground has a completely different effect. But something like the hook shot or the grappling hook, things that are, I mean, and again, even the grappling hook, like those have combat appliances as well as their primary appliance of being mobility tools. This is sort of purely a mobility tool, but in a very different way in that it allows you to obtain or interact with things that you couldn't based on Link's limited mobility. So it's sort of an anti-mobility tool, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So anti-mobility, in fact, that not a single enemy has any interactions with this thing.
Yeah.
Hmm.
You should have cut down those boxes when you were out here, because now at least all of the rupees are gone.
I actually think the
Right.
rupees stay. I'm not sure, though.
There we go. Oh my gosh. Just let me catch it.
That was a struggle.
Hey, if you were a fairy, would you let some foreign guy with fat bee sting lips catch you?
Oh, can I squeeze through there with the beetle?
Oh, that would be
No.
cool, actually, but no. That would involve some creative use of this thing, but no.
I will say using the beetle to get out was really annoying because, oh gosh, because they hid the button behind where you would be looking.
Yeah, and it's also not really clear that the button shut
Is
back
what you
off.
need.
Yeah. I don't really think that there's an elegant solution to that one, like to making sure that the player, other than maybe having a cutscene that shows it closing. I don't know.
It was probably like a Fi thing, like wanted you to
Oh, maybe,
click on
yeah.
her.
Oh yeah, they might have cut that.
Which I would still rather them cut Fi.
And any time that that we say that something is ambiguous or too difficult, Nintendo's just like face palming, being like, "Well, we did have Fi mention it, but you fuckers wanted us to cut it." And now we're here complaining that they didn't do a good enough
But
job.
that's not the solution we want.
And to be fair, that's a legitimate criticism to say, well, if you needed to rely on complicated text and people reading things and stopping the game dead, as opposed to the more intuitive solution of analyzing and thinking, then yeah, you can very easily criticize that. But I mean, that's neither here nor there. Actually, it is neither here nor it is here or there. It's here and there, frankly. It's kind of a big fucking deal.
Knocking down the spiders like I just did is interesting, but since you take out a separate object, it's kind of annoying, whereas like in any other Zelda game when you have the boomerang, it's a lot faster and more interesting.
Yeah.
The only thing to worry about is having to catch the boomerang again, which Link does automatically in most cases. And if you're using the targeting, I think you can pull out the sword while the boomerang is flying.
Yeah, I think in most of the games.
But I'm not too sure.
I think in most of the games where the boomerang is like an essential item, he catches it on his own, no matter what other action he's doing.
Yeah.
I think Breath of the Wild is the only one where you have boomerangs. You can throw them, but you have to catch them or it will damage you.
Does it damage you, or do you just lose the item?
I think it damages you, and then you have to pick up the item off the ground.
I've never been damaged by the boomerang. I'll have to go back and test that, I guess.
Yeah, I think so, but don't take my word on it.
I'm actually going to take your word on it, and next week, or whenever we record this again, I will yell at you. I will say, how dare you be wrong, even though I've been wrong 19 different times on this exact commentary track.
John, would you like to know how to get to that heart piece?
Aha, there is stuff in here.
See, this makes the beetle a little cuter, in my opinion. It's just like being able to collect little things like this.
Yeah.
Or, hey, there's a switch there.
It'll look straight up.
I can't look. This is the most I can look
Yeah,
up.
go to the left here a little bit.
It would have been cute to add
Right
a
in
little
there.
free look to this thing, right?
Quickly!
No, come on!
No!
I clicked inside of it!
Ah, that's
I clicked
tragic.
inside! Is it based on distance?
Yeah, it's based on distance traveled. You can't let this thing get too far.
Okay. Yeah, because it
You know,
definitely wasn't out for very long.
I don't know if this bothers anyone else. I genuinely don't. But I kind of don't like that for this origin story type game, like that goes deep into the past. It's one of the more technologically advanced games in the series. I don't know, something about that I'm not a huge fan of.
The beetle is quite advanced, because, like... I'm curious... Do we just, like, forego the idea that, like, Link has some kind of neural link to the beetle and it can see where it's going? Or do we just kind of assume that the beetle takes, like, Link's idea of where it wants to go and, like, does its thing? And...
Yeah, that's a good question. Is it possible that the beetle is just an autonomous creation? I mean, it is made of, like, magic technology, right?
Yeah.
Like, is it possible that the beetle is intelligent and sentient? It's an AI.
Oh my gosh.
How are you gonna deal with all of those?
I wonder how you can use these. Also, you just got a new item.
You're right. Cut them at their... Yeah, boy. Woo! I can't turn it enough. Yeah, this is fun. Oh, no.
No! Oh, you missed.
Oh my gosh. You're saying the turning is a lot better with not motion controls?
I wouldn't say a lot better. I'd say it's a little better because it gives you what I would assume is the full turn radius, but
It is a shame that you can't, like, break and turn with it, you know?
yeah.
Oh, I didn't know you were down here.
Oh, I had no idea.
You get a little mini boss fight with this friggin' guy. Now that's what we call extra content.
You're punishing mistakes. Little do you know, I jumped down here on purpose.
Oh yeah, that is a good point. That was probably intended to be a punishment of some kind.
They put another yellow one at the bottom of... Gosh dang it. At the bottom
Oh my god.
of this one, but then they put bombs on the other path. It's like, you get two choices.
That is interesting, yeah, if you want to spend items or spend some time in combat. I feel like if the combat in this game was tougher, that might be a really, like, legitimate decision, but I feel like if it was tougher, you would basically go for the item-based one all the time. Unless there was a lot of item management. Basically, I'm saying if this was a different game, that would be a more significant choice, but as it is now, it's kind of interesting that the choice is there at all.
Oh, now my Joy-Con isn't exactly, Oh, there it is! Gosh dang it.
We only spent 17 hours in this location.
I don't know, I kind of half expected for there not to be something in there, but I mean, I didn't have any other choices.
I think it's well telegraphed because it's above the door.
Yeah, I guess I should have tried that earlier. Whoops.
I don't know. I've never really had any trouble with any segment of this game in particular. So I don't remember how much time it took me to find solutions for certain things, but I recall this dungeon being like a half hour.
Well, I will make sure to take as long as possible. Oh, that's a new
Yo,
thing.
we Outlast now, boys. We just had ourselves a jump scare.
What are you gonna do, Sean?
What
What are you gonna do?
Oh.
I honestly have never fought one of these things.
On the ground, really?
Well, like, no, not
Oh, there we go.
Not that, but like, I haven't been in combat with these things long enough to see their attacks, because I just...
That's true. Yeah, you kind of just mow them down instantly.
Yeah.
Which is a weird, like, Zelda-specific problem, is that, like, most, if not almost all enemies in these games, you just kind of mow them down so fast you never see what they do.
Yeah.
I think that's why enemies in Ocarina of Time are so defensive. So you actually have some time to kind of, like, interact with them.
Yeah.
Oh.
I don't know. I was always, I don't know, able to distinguish, like, if an enemy's on the ground in this game, it's probably, like, especially the spider, you already know where its weak point is, so, like, I have to get it on its back, so it's probably best to swing upwards at it to flip it over.
This game definitely has one of the more intuitive, like, scenarios in which you pretty much know that the solution is almost always going to come down to a directional input with the sword.
Yeah.
Which I know a lot of people find very contentious, but I think for the intentions of this game, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
What am I doing with this box? Oh.
I'm glad this didn't have to be a 90-minute ordeal.
Well, because in other Zelda games, you move the box to some kind of button, so I was just feeding off
No, I do
of
like
past
that this is a
experience.
unique thing, and they kind of have, like, a very natural-looking mark on the ground.
And then I'm like, oh, this puzzle, they probably expect you to jump onto it from another platform. No, you just climb onto the box.
But it was kind of cool that you tried. I will say that much.
See, I'm showing people the different options you can do in this game.
You mean the amount of times in which different options don't work and you have to do it exactly as intended?
Yeah, pretty much.
I would say that you, do a good job demonstrating that. You try things, and I appreciate that. You try stuff.
Oh, I didn't know that was up there. It's interesting.
Yeah, well, you entered from that side, and so you couldn't really see it.
Oh, did I fall from... Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
I
you
must have
dropped
fell
down from that ledge.
Okay. I don't know why I'm having a tough time, like, recognizing where I came from.
Well, it's because you never faced this direction, to be fair. You sort of had to remember that you dropped down. One of the more interesting problems that I think a lot of Zelda games have is the sort of expectation that they have that you kind of recognize the same place in reverse that you did moving forward.
I just want to jump over there, man. Just let me jump over there.
Actually, I gotta be honest, I genuinely don't remember how you progress in this part. I swear you just jump onto that staircase. I swear, but I can't recall.
Okay, let's try different angles. How about... Ooh. No, you can't, like...
It's trying to...
Yeah, I was kind of hoping you could, but...
That's a little bit too much of technical movement for a Zelda game.
Assassin's Creed movements, yeah. That Assassin's Creed assisted animation movement that'll just grab the ledge for you.
It feels like it should grab, honestly.
It does. I almost feel like that's because it would in a lot of other games, but not here, I guess.
Maybe go back to the other room. Maybe there's something.
Yeah, I guess that might be your only point of recourse here.
No.
Nope.
No.
Okay. I think you just have to do it. I think you just have to jump.
Okay. I mean, there's no vines for me to shoot. Beetle doesn't seem useful here.
Actually, maybe it is. That switch at the end. Maybe that fills the room up with water. Oh yeah, that has to be it, because this is like a little navigational puzzle for the beetle.
Yeah. My first thought was Beetle, but then I couldn't see what I would use it for. I probably should have just
it's my fault. I
did
didn't
it.
see the switch, so that's kind of my fault that I didn't do a little
It's
more
fine. See, these
directing.
games are all about ignoring Fi and then figuring out the puzzle.
I did like that kind of puzzle though, because it did hide that button really well.
Right, it made you think.
It's definitely better for the HD version too, where you have free look.
Yeah.
I think this puzzle might have been a little bit more of a wash in with the static camera.
Yeah.
Oh, that didn't count?
That sucks.
Whatever, man. Is that enough? No. How do you cut these down enough? And yeah, until they just
cutting them
don't become
vertically
hitboxes anymore.
tends to do it.
Okay, there.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are out of here.
I thought he was going to turn around and jump off the ledge again.
I was actually kind of hoping he would. Yeah, now you got a key, so that's
Oh,
progress.
I wonder where that goes. Probably where those enemies better not come back.
Looks like they're all gone.
Some games they respawn when you go back in the room, right?
Yeah, I was wondering that as well. I thought they might have, but this one seems a little more forgiving on if you do a challenge, it's done. You don't got to do it again.
And I think that's especially important just because they really emphasize the puzzle nature of, or at least try to emphasize the puzzle nature of the combat with the directional inputs. Oh?
Enemy.
Oh, it's like a Hydra.
Oof, almost.
This is Yeah, this is a great example where they just like show you a pattern, like swipe right through it.
No.
There we go.
The other thing to note is if you're ever having trouble with an enemy, shield bashing it will literally always just shut down whatever, like, difficult aspect of it there is. I mean, it is, like, parrying in all games is literally just like a get-out-of-jail-free card to an extent. It'll always drop the enemy's defense, it'll always put you at an advantage, you know. It's always something to do. Like, if you're having trouble with a basic enemy, parrying it is just always the right move. Parrying or some kind of off or defensive maneuvers, you know, like the Witch Time in Bayonetta or other defensive options. I guess those are the only like defensive options in games that aren't just like straight up shields. Like parrying and dodging are kind of it as far as like good defensive options.
I mean, I guess you could say that the slingshot is a decent defensive option, just because like I don't think they can block it.
That's true.
I don't remember if the bokoblins can actually block it.
Yeah, it does count as an offensive option, I think, but it's a safe option.
Yeah.
Which is very similar to a defensive option. The advantage is that you're not putting yourself at risk.
Only 2.
Make them count.
You better make these shots count.
Okay.
Based.
Come on, balance. Come on, yeah, there we go. No,
I find it helps if you just wave the Joy-Con back and forth slightly.
Give a jiggle.
Oh wow, they're coming at you from both sides. I forgot about this.
Jostle it.
This is a lot easier. There we go. Do I have to wait for them to get closer for this to work? I need to climb up to get my stamina back. There we go. Okay.
That was the most exciting thing I've ever seen in my life.
Oh my god, they both missed you and fell off. That's fantastic.
The heart. By the way, and that perfect side extreme, or not extreme wide shot, that perfect wide shot from the side, just very, very good. Oh, fuck off.
Well, at least the enemies aren't there anymore.
I pressed B by accident. I am like balancing to the left and it's just not.
You probably have to reset your...
My recommendation is just to shake it back and forth slightly.
You probably have to reset your Joy-Con position.
Which I can't do on this screen.
Can you not press Y?
Okay,
Isn't that only for the pointer though?
Yeah, but that's kind of what it goes off of, is where the pointer is.
Okay.
The IR sensor? Okay.
I was kind of like turning the Joy-Con sideways instead of like pointing.
Ah, yes.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, you have to hold it upwards. With the Wii remote, that's a little more intuitive, I feel like.
Right, that I was thinking like tightrope walking where you had to kind of like, you know,
you thought that it was a tilt
Joy-Con
from side
balance.
to side. Yeah.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Now I know.
Yeah, that's
it's
one of the difficult things is
pointing.
other than paying attention to the icon, like there's really no good way to direct the player in terms of like how they should be holding the Joy-Con. Because with the Joy-Con, it's a little more not ambiguous per se, but it's a little
I wasn't expecting. I was expecting an arc there.
I think you can hit it with the beetle.
Yeah, you definitely can hit it with the beetle.
Oh, screw the slingshot then. Just give me the beetle.
I don't know why you would ever say that, considering that the beetle takes 900 years.
And it resets each time.
It's like driving in Boca Raton. It's like, Jesus Christ, move fucking faster. I think the elderly would drive faster, you know. they gotta get... They have less time to waste.
Oh, please don't. Please don't.
No, this jump doesn't work.
Oh, does it not?
No.
It doesn't? Yeah, he's totally right. It does not work. It's too far.
Are you sure?
Yes.
It is absolutely too far. Look at the texture on the wall. No!
Oh my gosh. I'm cutting this out.
Do not cut that out.
I have to.
Do not. Everyone needs to see it.
What is wrong with me? I feel like most people are gonna try to jump across those vines, though.
Probably, but you know, it's something that failing that, I think you can come back from pretty easily. And it probably gives you a good idea of like, well, I got to do something else.
I think that's another thing that Nintendo, with the Legend of Zelda games at least, has done kind of well. Like putting a lot of intricate design in a small space. Like we saw Sean didn't really understand the leaves on the wall was a climbing surface and was expecting to jump
they're very good
across.
at verticality.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Expecting to be able to jump that gap would probably mess up a decent number of people.
For sure. Because you would imagine that you're supposed to take this room in a sequential order. Like, since I'm already on the left, I have to move directly, but having to kind of double back and attack things from a different angle, you know, higher up or from a different side, is a very Zelda thing to do.
Yeah.
And I think what's novel and interesting about it is the fact that these games are so fundamentally based on 3D space. They're one of the more like almost. They're one of the more almost dedicated. Oh fuck! They're one of the more almost dedicated to 3D, like as a way of creating levels. It's like them and like these sorts of early era immersive sims on the PC, like Thief, Deus Ex, System Shock. Like those are some of the more like from that era, very dedicated to 3D game design, and that really didn't stick around as a very popular way to do games, to kind of layer vertical areas. Dark Souls did it a lot with like the very folded map. Mm-hmm. You saw it a lot in things like Just Cause. Just Cause was very vertical, but like for the most part, I think games decided to go more horizontal as technology advanced.
Mm-hmm.
They use 3D space on the x-axis, not so much on the y, which is very interesting.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh boy, we have to talk about the the boss.
Yeah,
key.
we have to talk about the elephant in the room.
Oh my gosh.
This boss.
Point. I'm pointing.
Let's talk about the boss key is going to be a fun thing to talk about. Because I have a very important question to pose to the panel here.
Let's see how long it takes him to get the little puzzle, though.
Should I get my stopwatch out? Actually, that's exactly what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna get the stopwatch.
Oh my gosh, hold on. Do I need to reset my gyro? Like, there we go. Does that help? Okay. The reset might have helped. Okay.
Yeah, that definitely seems a lot more useful. Okay, I got my stopwatch. Now I want to pose the question, how much motion control is too much?
Oh god.
Because I feel like the answer is coming up.
I do. Yeah, definitely. Go. This is the boss fight that made me turn off motion controls.
Oh, come on.
Hey.
Hello? Yeah?
Press the button.
Oh, I have to release it. Oh, okay.
Time, 17 seconds.
This is actually probably my favorite boss room entrance, because most of them were just like, get the big key, put it in the door, but this one's more of get the big key, and then also there's another rather intricate part to it. Later on, it gets so much more.
I feel the exact opposite. I think that is so superfluous. I'm like, this doesn't need to happen.
I didn't think it was that bad, but
I don't think it's that bad, but I don't think it adds a whole lot, really.
no, but it's kind of like, I don't know, like a nuance to it that makes it a little more playful than just grab the key, open the door, fight the boss, then you're done.
What I will say is that it does not allow for it doesn't allow for the same like level of kind of cooldown that you get when you see the boss key. There's like a very visual element to it where you see it and you just like mentally prepare yourself. That you kind of are sort of divided by you don't see the dungeon as over in the same way or as ending because you have to do this puzzle.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I think it sort of adds a little bit of an extra psychological step that takes away the pacing of the way that you experience the dungeon emotionally. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Now we get to talk about Girham here.
Yeah, let's talk about metrosexual haircuts. I love this guy's hair. I love his hair. It is so gravure or something. No, I think this is absolutely one of the more popular characters and popular elements of this game. Is Girahim. He's a
vampire.
He's very theatrical.
He is quite the piece of work for a boss villain.
Oh my gosh.
He's got a lot of character, which is nice.
Yeah.
He's no Midna though.
I do like.
Yeah, he's not an attractive short stack.
I do like his interactions in this. He seems very upset, but it seems like he goes extremely easy on Link.
Yes. Well, he doesn't seem to treat him as a legitimate threat, which is very interesting.
Yeah.
We doing with that hand, boy?
Now this is interesting. I see a lot of people typically struggle with this guy.
Yeah, I struggled with the motion controls. He caught my sword more than I actually hit him, so I was just like...
Yeah, so I was surprised how well you're doing. It seems like, though, he might give you a couple free hits.
Maybe.
It's hard to tell. I remember him being pretty forthright initially. But this is an interesting challenge in that it teaches you, like, you can't... Sometimes you have to mislead the enemy a little bit. There's a dual element to it where you're kind of trying to beat him.
Yeah.
Not just in reaction time, but in your strategies.
Yeah. Which is unfortunate for the motion controls, because the motion controls aren't.
Well, you just can't move fast enough.
Yeah, if you move too fast, it thinks you're swinging, and it gets kind of messy.
Yeah, a more adept swordsman in a real-life situation would be very capable of moving their sword, like, you know, of tunneling their sword under someone to move it to the other side and slashing from there, but not a swordsman made by a Wii remote and Joy-Con and all those technological advancements.
Yeah.
I also think that the way that you damage him or deal damage, while there's a great sound indicator, it's sort of unclear. I don't know. Like, I'm always like, what am I hitting here? Or am I even hitting him?
Oh.
Yeah, I assumed he was blocking all of my hits, like, when I first hit him, but maybe not? Because this seems to be a block.
I think the thing is... Oh, this is fun.
What do you mean? Ah! Does that actually hurt you if it hits?
Yes, it does.
That's fun.
He can attack you with it, and you can,
No! You're right, it's like... Well, you want to have your sword on the right side, but then swing from the left?
Yeah,
No.
so you want to kind of, like, quickly, move in, like, a semicircle shape. Again, like, imagine you're scooping something with a spoon from one side to the other.
Yeah, is this even possible with motion controls?
Oh, well, I mean, it was possible. I'll say this much. There is no way that Nintendo did not test this. So it has to be possible.
I'm just a little confused at, like, the execution of what they want.
It seems like what you can do is... Well, it doesn't matter because you don't have to do that anymore now.
Well, actually, he does. It's just with something that can block him now.
That said, there is more of a traditional, conventional combat element now that he has a sword. There you go.
Yeah, that's extremely hard to actually dodge it by jumping backwards, so parrying is the best option for that.
Yeah, it basically is at the exact moment that he would normally strike that you have to do that.
Yeah. That's also an interesting element, is you have to slice those in the vertical, horizontal, or diagonal way that they're set up.
He's just got a lot of very interesting attacks.
Yeah.
So I do like this boss. And I sort of wish that they had focused on the motion controls instead of item usage for the later boss. Because I do like that they actually have more of a sword fight element to this. I still think it's very strict and sort of... I've used the word binary a lot, but it you know, very binary and very finite. But I generally feel like it sells the premise of this game a lot more than an item-based boss does.
Yeah. If you do parry those, I believe you can send them back at him.
Oh, really?
Yes, but you have to slash them in the exact order they come at you.
Oh, you have to hit them with the sword, not the shield?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oof. Like this, if you slash downwards, it'll knock them back to him and he can't dodge them. That, I'm pretty sure you're just supposed to do that.
Yeah, you can also just use spin attacks. The spin attacks seem to just generally shut him down. Like, anytime he's defending like that, using a spin attack will pretty much always be a solution, because spin attacks move so quickly that he can't block them.
Oh, okay. I hit from above by accident there, and he blocked it and counterattack. That's interesting.
Yeah, this is a very counterattack-based boss. I mean, it's one of the interesting bosses in that while you're still sort of reacting to what his positioning is, you're making the first move.
Oh, crap. Just give me some more hearts, baby. Nope. Oh, yes.
If your shield broke here, that would be depressing.
Oh, I actually got him.
There you go. You can always try switching over to the non-motion controls and seeing if they kind of help translate the ideas going on in the game more.
I guess I mostly don't understand the like faking them out mechanic.
I think that might be easier to understand with the delicacy of a right analog stick, but who knows?
Probably.
Anyways, I dare you not to get that heart container.
No.
The non-motion controls are extremely... they're strange for the first time, that's for sure.
Well, it's not intuitive to use the right stick that way. Like, what is it? Ape Escape? Like, what? God Hand? What else uses the motion controls, or uses the right stick quite like that?
Yeah, Fi has to tell you about the goddess speak or whatever.
Yeah, let's tell you about Zelda's bathwater.
Hi. Hi, what's up?
It has been a while, Sean, but you have seen this symbol before.
Yeah, I know.
No, I think he knows what to do. I think he's just being goofy. I completely understand, though,
Oh my
you thinking he might have
gosh.
forgotten, considering the last 2 hours.
It must be like desynced again because I had trouble getting it pointed up. I don't know why it keeps desyncing like that.
I don't
Welcome
know.
to the wonderful world of gyro technology.
Yeah, that's definitely one of the reasons they bound the reset button to the Y. Because they knew...
Oh, trust me, it was much worse in the original. If you got off sync, you would literally have to set it down on a table and wait for it to recalibrate.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
So this is weird. The plot of this game is that Zelda has to come down here and then bathe in this water. So I mean, you might want to scoop up some of that bathwater and sell it. The Legend of Zelda Skyward simp, more like.
Wow, I wonder what that is.
It's another piece of the jigsaw puzzle. goo lady. No, no.
I do find it an interesting little kind of a design detail that the first piece of the map is really small, the second piece is a bit bigger, and then the third piece is massive compared to the other ones.
Which yeah, reflects the difficulty scaling of these areas. Of course, the most difficult part would be their size.
Yeah.
For a game that's about traveling and exploring and adventuring, the bigger the area, the more overwhelming and tough it is. So
Yeah.
Alright, so Zelda came through to bathe in the bathwater.
Bathed in the
So she
bathwater, and now
she was not abducted by that evil guy? Because I thought he was
no,
like...
she came down here to bathe.
And then that evil guy was like, ooh, Zelda's behind this door. She is mine.
It was because he was also dousing, but he was sensing her bathwater. There's a kind of a creepy element to this game no one talks about how much of this time is spent chasing after Zelda's scent.
That's a good point.
Yeah. You sniff Zelda's panties at the beginning of the game, and you chase that for the entire playthrough.
I started a second playthrough with button controls because I was curious in how those were different. But also since I played through the beginning again, I've played Wind Waker and Twilight Princess. I wanted, or some comparisons came to mind, so I thought it would be interesting to talk about that. Because in Twilight Princess, right, the beginning, there's a lot of interconnected problems that you basically... Oh, also, you can't get rid of these bees. I tested it. You just have to wait for them to go away. There's basically a bunch of interconnected problems that you solve like one at a time, and it's like you're discovering the solutions that lead into one another while exploring the place and talking to people. So that's definitely Twilight Princess's way of getting you acquainted to the area, because you'll be coming back to it later, and also the people. And also gives me a feeling of they're trying to make you feel more grounded in the setting, because you can definitely tell with the art style that they're trying to go for that. Whereas Skyward Sword doesn't really have any of that. It's just like a couple disjointed tutorials, and the main one is finding the bird that was stolen, your bird that was stolen. And instead, all the focus really seems to come down to the player connection between yourself and Zelda. And they really try to hit that home. And they're clearly, like, basically lovebirds.
I get it, because of the birds.
Aha, Nintendo. I see what you did there.
That's what I call good game design. I mean, good writing design. I think that one of the more interesting and... Can you try not getting hit for 5 seconds? You're distracting me.
I'm distracting myself. Go ahead.
I think one of the more interesting elements to consider about this game was that it was a pretty significant attempt to address a fan desire for a more comprehensive story. I never really considered story an important element of Zelda in the way that I think a lot of people might think. I think that a lot of Zelda stories were more thematically inclined. Even some of the favorites like Wind Waker and Majora's Mask, they didn't really have great, strong, literal narratives. It was about themes and the way that those themes unfold and were explored throughout an adventure that was mostly not guided. So this was kind of an attempt to address a desire that fans had for a more comprehensive game story. And I think part of that is a sort of dedication to letting the world take a little bit of a step back and focusing more on the characters, which characters are sort of at the heart of even the earlier Zelda games, you know, their best narrative moments are character based, and you know, you have something like the conflict with Skull Kid in Majora's Mask is a conflict of character. He has a particular flaw that he's working through as a villain, or the King of Hyrule in Wind Waker, who has, you know, he has this particular flaw of not being able to let go. So, the Ocarina of Time, you have Sheik and Zelda, characters who represent ignorance and knowledge in particular. So, I think that this game was so focused on this kind of uncharted territory of not telling a story about thematic resonance, but about literal characters and their literal transformations, that a lot of the things that they were able to kind of put forward, this focus on a more believable setting and world, had to take a bit of a back seat to really focus on the arcs of these characters. I mean, even if you go back to Wind Waker, you know, Errol, cute as she is, and Tetra and all of them, they are just strongly defined personalities, but a lot of them aren't very active. They don't really do much besides be NPCs for you to interact with, and occasionally step out of the way so that you can do things.
Yeah, that makes sense.
The other thing is that Eiji Aonuma, the director of all the post Ocarina of Time games, the sole director, except for, well, Yoshiaki Koizumi, but he became the sole director of Twilight Princess and producer of a lot of these later Zelda games. He doesn't actually have a lot of love for the original Legend of Zelda, like, at all. And so his interest in The Legend of Zelda has always been informed the most by Link's Awakening and A Link to the Past, and their sort of focus on creating civilizations. I mean, if you look at him as the progenitor of Ocarina of Time, or of Majora's Mask, alongside Yoshiaki Koizumi, that game is a game about settlements. It's a game about places and NPCs and their culture and their drama. And I think that this, in the hands of a newer talent, you know, because this was directed by Hidemaru Fujibayashi, who went on to do Breath of the Wild, which is a game that's more organic. It's a game about only Link and Zelda, and the most present and fluent character of that game is not an NPC, but the world itself. The world is a sort of unfolding character that players experience and learn about, similar to the original Legend of Zelda, which is also something that these games really didn't prioritize because, well, it was just not something that that Aonuma liked that much. So it is a difference of, I think, direction and intention. I mean, you're essentially seeing somebody who really likes the kind of more dangerous idea of Zelda, this idea of Zelda being in this difficult overworld where there's lots of enemies everywhere, essentially making that version of the game, where his version of the game, Eiji Aonuma's version, was more populated, I suppose.
Yeah, that makes sense.
This was all a lot of me flapping my gums in order to say, shit's different, yo.
It is, and it's just really interesting the different directions each game has taken based off the, like, director and writers, and but they all still try to, like, have at least some amount of story and character, just to different extents.
Yeah, I mean, you can see a growing concern for story around the time that Yoshiaki Koizumi started working on the game, because he was the writer of the Link to the Past manual. And then the next game that he was more directly involved with was Link's Awakening, which I think we can... Have either of you played Link's Awakening?
No.
I haven't.
The story is a very significant part of that game. I mean, it is about a moral dilemma, you know? It's a game centered around the moral dilemma of the selfish hero and the selfish player, their selfish objective versus the world. So it's very interesting. You can very clearly see his influences and the things that he wanted to cover in that game. And then you also have the story of Ocarina of Time, which I think tends to be genuinely slept on and overrated, or not overrated and underappreciated. Despite ironically enough, a lot of people's assertion that the game is overrated, I think that is one element that I would consider underrated is the story. And Majora's Mask, of course, very famously, same directors without the help of Shigeru Miyamoto and the story. But Shigeru Miyamoto, by the way, was a writer on Majora's Mask. He just wasn't a director. But you can see a more like personal, close-up story, and then with Aonuma, this sort of shift towards focusing on like a secondary character for each plot. The King of Red Lions and Midna, respectively, for Wind Waker and Twilight Princess. And then with Skyward Sword, you know, it's back to being about Link and Zelda, the two main characters.
Right.
And then Breath of the Wild is this weird meta commentary that no one likes.
I mean, yeah. I know Breath of the Wild doesn't feel like it really has any story or really characters for that matter, even though
it's more of a statement, in my opinion. I mean, like when you think about what Breath of the Wild is in context to the rest of the series, and then you lay out the story, you go, oh, they're not even trying to be subtle, because it's literally the plot of a group of people inherit ancient technology that they don't fully understand, try to utilize it, and fail. And in order for them to solve the problem, they have to go back to basics.
John, are you looking at that ass?
I'm dowsing.
Okay.
Another thing I wanted to talk about, and that's why I'm here, is you know how long it took me to find where the Elder was? So once we got to this hill here, this was after we played hide and seek with the initial little Baku thing, whatever they're called.
Don't even correct him. Just let him take his Baku for the rest of his life.
Yeah. So after we climb up here, ends up right. If you just follow the path, it leads you immediately to where you need to be to get to the Elder.
How does everyone feel about this place that has been untouched by human hands for a million fucking years, having just a dirt road that takes you where you need to go?
Pretty cool, huh? Gosh, not diagonal.
There are two angles that we could take this from, okay? The first is that the entire surface has been re-terraformed by the goddess Hylia, so that they were a series of challenges to forge Link by fire to make him strong enough to wield the Skyward Sword. And the second is Nintendo makes games for babies. Which one do you prefer?
Can I have both?
It actually, I feel like both is the right answer.
These slimes were not here before. I feel like Nintendo is cheating.
Those slimes were definitely not there before. But also, this giant fat man just moved. Like, just somewhere else entirely.
Yeah, they're all over here now. They're just kind of chilling.
Oh, wow, they're marked on the map, too.
Yeah.
Chilling.
Yeah, so what we did on this playthrough, right, is I decided to explore this way. And once you go this way, you can see the Elder from here, but there is no way to get there, and it's a wide open area. So what ends up happening is that is the entrance, and this is the path where you can get to the Elder, but if you diverge, you end up in a completely separate sub-area. So this area is basically separated into two sub-areas. And so if you go off into the wrong sub-area, it can take you some time to get back on track because you haven't mentally mapped the area yet. And the only real reliable way to get back on track is to find your way back to the entrance where I marked, which is probably somewhere. Here we are.
It is very nice, though, that you can put down wherever you want the most obnoxious, glaring, glowing beacon.
It's useful for...
Try getting lost with this thing staring back at you.
There are not a lot of blues in the game, so I guess that's a good color to go with.
Water? Excuse
and it
me?
also represents the color of the sky. This is the blue sky.
Well, I mean, you're not generally looking at the sky. And you're not generally looking at water either.
But that the beam is heavenly blue because it comes from the sky. From
Look
the
at
goddess,
that.
from
It's
the sky.
heavenly. But yeah, that's just a little glimpse at the level design here. I think once you get used to it, it's not bad. It's just some players will diverge, and I don't think they really wanted you to in particular because of the sub-area division they have going on.
I imagine that they thought that a giant path would be something most people would follow through to its logical conclusion, but that's just me.
No, 50% of players will diverge to explore.
Well, there's also the...
Hey, you know, if they want to explore, they'll figure it out themselves. They'll get where they need to go.
Yeah. Look at where they need to go, but the other thing is there's a gigantic tree over there, so it doesn't tell you what you're looking for. You just know, like, there's either this path or there's a gigantic tree for me to explore on the right or the left, whichever one it is.
Yeah, the left.
Yeah.
See? And with the cutscene, the game shows you the tree.
Yeah.
But the other thing you have to consider is that this game did not initially have free look cameras. So players would probably be predisposed to always move in the direction directly in front of them because they couldn't pan around that easily.
In the original Skyward Sword, yeah, there was just a Z.
Yep.
You're right. I'm not necessarily saying this is a complaint. I'm just pointing out what happened.
Yeah, well, it's just something that they probably, thought they didn't really need to design that much around. Players would eventually figure that their way out, and ultimately the camera was always going to be behind them, so they were more likely to always move forward as opposed to moving laterally and looking around.
I also meant to find a bogoblin by now, but then I went
think
the
you
wrong
murdered
way.
them all.
No, I left some alive on purpose.
Yo, is this the genocide route of Theron Woods?
So something I noticed,
Farming
right?
for that secret ending.
They do randomly change which direction, and they also instantaneously will change. That's what it seems like. If you try hitting them, they may block instantaneously. Mm-hmm. But also, if you hold... Oh, I'm on motion controls, not button. If you hold in a certain direction, they will match it eventually. So you can't telegraph your attacks for too long, which is what the temple boss basically tells you. Hey, don't telegraph your attacks. Except that's not how the boss works. I went back to the boss, and how it works is you move your sword around to just watch his hand follow your sword until his hand stops following your sword. And that's when you just attack him from any side except the side where his hand has been left at. So it's a different telegraph rule than the one that has been in enemies thus far. So that's why I was struggling figuring out what the game wanted from me for that.
I'm hearing a lot of excuses from you, Corvus.
Look.
Hearing a lot of excuses.
Look. Okay, there are some things I messed up. Like the eyeball and Skulltula, some of the Skulltula stuff I should have figured out sooner. Hitting the Skulltula once is all you need to get it on its backside.
Yep.
Or when it's on a web.
Yeah.
And I hit it continuously like a moron. Okay, sometimes I'm a moron. Sometimes that happens. I wanted to... There was something else about the dungeon I wanted to show real quick.
Oh, okay.
And we can just
Well, you just restarted the same file.
Gosh dang it! Also, we don't talk about this room.
No, we can talk about this room all I'd like. I would love to talk about this room in particular.
Well, what do you want to talk about?
I would love to talk about how long this room, how grueling this room was to get through in my own life.
Look,
while watching you do it.
look, I
Took,
did it fairly fast. It was more.
No.
It was more. I took a little bit in this room because I kept running around in circles, not really like paying much attention. But hey, that's my fault.
I disagree.
Okay, so we go. So this is where we unlock the shortcut back. We originally came from up this way. Now in our playthrough, I kind of like went up here. What's weird is that these webs actually respawn.
Huh.
And
Yeah, they do.
none of the... So that's why I came up here. I'm like, wait, this is the beginning of the dungeon, isn't it? But I wasn't quite sure at first because nothing else in this game respawns.
Yeah, you know what? You're right. That's odd.
Yeah, so that, yeah. Which, it feels really odd to me because it's super important that players know where they've been.
Yeah, that would have been a good, like, really easy visual indicator, was just to make sure those webs don't respawn.
Yeah.
Is it possible that they either respawned because things were meant to respawn more plentifully in earlier builds of the game, and or that the item is just really, really complicated and for some reason they just reset it afterwards for no reason?
Maybe, yeah. But like none of the enemies respawn. The small spiders don't even respawn. But I guess
Yeah.
those would be different from the webs, I guess. Webs would be handled differently from enemies.
That's true. I mean, I imagine that the way that the webs are programmed is very different from, you know, I mean, obviously they're very different from an enemy, but even other environmental objects, because they essentially are either one mesh that, like, you can manipulate, or they're all, like, kind of an individual object that's just, like, connected to one another. And they bond to the closest strand next to them.
But yeah, besides that, I still think the eyeballs are the dizzy part. I couldn't find anything about Japanese culture on that. I don't think it's exactly intuitive, but also I probably should have noticed that it was looking at the point of my sword, so I will take the blame on that one. And the second phase of the boss of the temple is really good. I actually really enjoy that fight.
The one where he pulls out a sword?
Yeah, because there's like 3 different things he does. You have to like dodge his dash, his throwables, and then maybe it's more than 3, I don't know. And then you have to not hit his block, otherwise he reacts to it.
No, that sounds about right to me. I mean, there might be more than 3, but we can recall at least 3.
Right. And it just seems like a overall good ending point for what we've encountered so far. Or a culmination, I guess. A good culmination of what we've encountered mechanics-wise.
Speaking of culmination of mechanics, those treasure chests, they can be interesting sometimes because they offer kind of like a break from the rest of the gameplay and then the main gameplay, and then some of them are in locations that actually require you to have certain mechanics of the game unlocked.
What's especially bizarre about them is that they kind of provide a pace to dungeons that it's that they've never really done before, where it's essentially like a comma before a dungeon starts. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Sorry, I was laughing at
Like,
my stupid dissent.
No, I know. It was amusing. It was a real plonk, if you ask me.
Got him.
You're right.
But like, yeah, it's something to do before going to a dungeon.
Right, and Wind Waker had like the islands that you could explore, but pretty much all of them were really binary of, do you have this item or not?
Well, they also were things that you would normally do before a larger hub of activity. Because the game is so divided between the sky and the land, almost everything happens in the sky, or almost everything happens on land in this game, whereas in Wind Waker, you could spend more time at sea, theoretically, than you would on even some of the biggest islands in the game.
Really?
Well, it's theoretically. I mean, here's the thing. The smaller islands you would... If we consider the divide similar to the sky, where we say all side content is the sky, and if we say in Wind Waker all sky content counts as content at sea, even sometimes when you go to these kinds of stray islands, the divide is pretty clear in that you spend more time, quote-unquote, at sea.
Right, yeah, that makes sense.
But that's just my weird language. I don't know if that's a reasonable way to word it.
I actually quite like the entrance to this place because it specifically puts the camera angle so it shows you that heart piece.
Yeah.
Yes.
It shows it to you twice, like 2 different camera angles.
Yeah.
Well, it's clear that you're supposed to get it.
Right.
I love
Are they
all
talking
the
about the
NPC
apocalypse
voices.
demon that swallowed Zelda?
No.
Maybe. I mean,
They're
who
talking about
knows?
something else?
Maybe.
He was talking about the graveyard, wasn't he? I'm pretty sure that's the guy that talks about it, right?
Who?
Don't spoil it. You'll see probably in this recording session.
I like how she's like, you know the mechanic of bumping into things, right? You can't do that here.
Don't do that.
Yeah, it is weird how later Zelda games started to have this sort of anti-humor and like I don't even know, like this almost like intentional psychology of knowing the player was gonna mess with people and mess with things and do the wrong thing. That was a thing, especially in Wind Waker. Wind Waker like really did that.
And that's a good point, because in my second button mapping playthrough I've done so far, I traveled to some people's houses at night, and one of them, you can knock pots down and she makes you pay for them every time you do it. So that's definitely like breaking the fourth wall, it feels, or at least like accounting for player behavior. That's a better way of saying it, which is definitely a good thing. Ooh, big ruckuses, huh? Yeah, how about this? Whoa, yeah. Oh, I broke it.
Yeah, that was not the most important thing to break.
Oh. She told me not to do it, but it was possible. So,
Now let's see if you can get down there without using the stairs.
what to avoid? I need that piece of heart.
No, but let's see if you figure out how you can get down here fast.
What do you mean?
See if you know how to get down that railing without using the stairs. You can backflip over the railing, is what I was saying.
I know. Oh, what did I? There's the controls.
In case you forgot, viewers. Oh my god, can you not backflip when you're indoors?
No, it's not letting me. I guess I have to have my sword out, but I can't take my sword out.
Is it also possible you can't backflip and I'm going crazy?
Can backflip, it's just I don't think you can do it indoors.
That's such a tragedy, frankly.
Yeah, because I backflipped in combat.
Why even live?
Don't mind me, just taking this. See ya.
Can you just straight up leave without talking to him?
I don't think he lets you.
This extreme sociopathic hero.
But the girl told me it wasn't possible. It's her fault. It's your fault. Oh my goodness. Nintendo, you set me up, and I love it. Do I have a choice?
So what's funny is that you actually get 2 rewards for doing this.
Skyloft's Knight Commander, Aegis. Sure.
You don't have an empty bottle.
I did not expect... Oh.
Oh, I thought they gave you an empty bottle, and that was the 3rd bottle that you get in this game.
Nope.
Should I use my revitalizing?
You can always repair your shields.
Oh, yeah.
May as well.
Yeah, my shield kind of needs help there, okay.
Yeah, it's kind of banged up.
Five minutes!
Would you like to know where the Knight Commander is?
Skyloft, right?
He's in Skyloft.
Well, yeah, but do you remember where exactly in Skyloft?
Isn't he the guy that gave me my shield?
No.
Not your shield. But
No.
he's close to that same guy, yeah.
Wait, where the crap is Skyloft?
You can dive off anywhere.
Okay.
Yeah, you really need help seeing Skyloft, the biggest object in the sky.
I don't know where Skyloft is.
It's right there. It's
There
in
we
front
go.
of you.
It's
Yeah.
gonna jump into Foreign Forest again.
Here we go.
That would be hilarious.
You can press Y to reset your camera even in this bird view.
It's gonna be a long
Look,
5
man.
minutes.
Look, man, the button controls, I'm actually not a huge fan of, but they're a million times better for flying and the beetle.
Yep.
Even with the beetle, though, the beetle's trash. I hate the beetle. With the button controls even, it's hardly turnable, which I understand is probably the point.
Welcome to the club, brother.
It's a really good item. I hate using it every time they use it. One of my favorites in the franchise.
Don't come out and tell me that you thank you. Fi tells you that she auto-deploys it the first time. Alright, Knight Commanders. Is he
You're
the
going
sword
the wrong
guy?
way. Yeah, he's the sword guy.
Ah, Knight Commander's the sword guy. I knew that.
As far as I could tell, I think it auto deploys every time because there's been many times where
It
I
does.
haven't hit it and it goes off anyways.
Gotcha, I wish it didn't. I wish it just let you suffer the consequences.
I wish it would just
Yeah,
let
it
you
is
die.
weird that it doesn't. Like, it would just be funny if you automatically took 2 hearts of damage even through the load zone, don't you think?
Wow, he's so demanding. I should charge him.
Man, look at that liquid not even moving in the slightest.
And then it just disappears.
What is this, some kind of Wii game?
Wow, details. I'm very surprised to see these kind of side quests in a Zelda game. Are there usually
What
side
do you
quests like
mean?
this?
Not usually this extensive, I suppose. Like,
It's kind of like fetch quests in a way.
yeah, it is more about just going to the right place and doing the right thing in most games.
Yeah.
But in this case, you are kind of going between NPCs. That's more of a common thing in this game, is having to fulfill requests. I suppose the closest in this series would be Majora's Mask.
Bill! Oh, wow. I hit.
Wow.
Oh, wow, look at that. Straight pro. Straight pro. You know what's
Oh,
funny
there we
about
go.
this rope is that only Link could reach this rope. Or Link-sized people.
Yeah, the little kid couldn't reach that.
Yeah, imagine being that little kid, or imagine being some like kind of stout person, right? Imagine being old and Beetle just drops this rope and your bones are aching before you and you can't hold on to the rope or else your bones will snap. I mean, he's kind of an ableist piece of shit, let's be honest.
Is he keeping this thing afloat with the bike?
Yes, he is.
Honestly, that might be why. He He might be like, get fit, bro.
And he said it's rare to have a customer, maybe because you're flying around.
Oh, I love Beetle so much. He's such a good character.
Well, it's funny because this might be the most awful Beetle in the franchise, so to speak.
What is this?
I love any Zelda game that Beetle's in.
But like
His voice.
He's such a bad businessman in this one.
It really is.
His shop is impossible to get to. His customer service sucks.
He's especially the worst businessman in Breath of the Wild, considering you can bring like an ungodly amount of ores and expensive items to him and he'll purchase them without having you purchase anything.
I think that makes him a great businessman because you know what? In the world of Breath of the Wild, someone wants those. In a world with no market, anything is worth a lot.
I guess that also makes Beetle the richest person in any of the games because he can buy any of your items.
Yeah, that's true.
Without, well, I guess we don't know where Beetle actually goes, and like Breath of the Wild, you can follow him around for a while, but if you leave him, he like can disappear and show up in different places. So.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, he's a nomad. You know, he's traveling too.
Wait, what? Is this just like a whole extra?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a whole heart.
As long as you keep it in your pouch, it'll give you a second heart.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
So it's one of, I don't know, I don't like this item in this game. It makes no sense.
The pouch?
No, the pouch is fine. Get the pouch.
The health thing? I don't have enough. It
The
costs
health
300.
thing, yeah. No, get the pouch. I like the pouch.
I don't have enough. It's 300.
Oh.
Or get the iron shield.
Yeah, that's true. You should just, well, the iron shield is 200. You can't afford it.
Is it? Darn.
I bought
think
two
so, yeah.
useful things. I bought a
Bug net and a bigger pouch.
Yeah, more ruby
wallet.
space. 300.
Yeah. Bigger wallet.
So now you can
yeah.
hold 600.
Wow.
I need to hold more rubies. Oh crap. Oh, hey, that works.
Honestly, that's kind of a great business model, is to sell bigger wallets at your store. You have no excuse if you buy a bigger wallet. Oh, that was the most free bug catch I've ever seen.
I know. I'm like trying to figure out how it works. Oh, there we go. If I point it down, it clips into the ground. That's what I'm...
Perfect.
Skyward Sword is a game that is cursed to forever look very silly. Well, there's more stuff to do.
Oh, is there?
Yeah, like, for example, put the fucking slate in the statue.
Oh.
But, I mean, if you want to explore the sky, like, you can. There's not a hell of a lot to do, but you can. Also, you know what sucks? Is you can't just, like, jump onto that waterfall. Like, you can get up there eventually, but, like, you can't just dive onto it, even though realistically that would be a thing you could do. If you could, you know, fly.
Oh, on top of what?
There's like a big waterfall. It's big.
Well, we'll have to get on top of that waterfall then.
It'll only take you half the fucking game.
Oh, I love how malevolent you are against me.
No, I mean, I'm serious. It'll take a while to do that. The fact that you think that was a slight against your player's skill just shows how much I've weathered you down emotionally. How much I've just beaten your confidence into a bloody, messy pulp. I mean, it's, you know, it makes me reflect on my actions in a big way. Maybe violence in video games is wrong.
I think you're
Maybe
right.
I should not enjoy all of the killing. Thanks, Spec Ops.
I mean, all those bogoblins and bagooblins and those piranha plants.
Hey, bagooblins is our word. Don't you dare.
Wait, what is that? Did I just say a slander?
No, a slander. Did I make a slander?
A slander.
Oh no, her child.
Keep watching
Can we
your
talk about
child,
the lack
you
of
stupid
good
lady.
MILFs in this game?
Do what?
Can we talk about the lack of good MILFs in this game? Like, look at this woman. Would you? Like, no way, right? She looks like a
Her
fucking
eyes scare me.
Lalafell. She's got like that Final Fantasy 11 ass face. Fucking Lalafell ass bitch.
Jesus.
Where are the hot moms?
Kidnapped?
Kidnapped by a monster.
I mean, you gotta give me something to go off of.
She's been kidnapped. That's kind of the most... I think if she could give you more, she would. You gotta admit, though, that round mouth, that'd do something.
Oh god.
Well, if you want, I can catch her.
You can... Oh, yeah, put her in a bottle like in Majora's Mask.
Put her into some slave labor, if you know what I mean.
No, I don't know what you mean, actually. That had nothing to
Please
do with...
elaborate.
Yeah, with what I just said.
Oh, he's gonna help me look. That's very nice.
He did not help.
Also, you know how this guy gave us a shield?
Yes.
And we missed it?
No, you got it.
We would have missed it if you didn't tell me. Because
Yes, that is true.
most players, I feel, would come out of this door because we spawn on the first floor after the nightmare. And then it's easy to see he's on our path.
He also has a speech bubble in case you're interested.
Right. But then we went through the different door and then went elsewhere. So I never saw him when Nintendo was definitely trying to place him in our path. So that's why we thought that we were a bit confused on if we were supposed to stumble across that or not. Graveyard? Oh, he's telling me things. That's very nice. I know where the graveyard is because I've been there during night.
I'm gonna have to assume that that was on your off-screen playthrough, because I don't remember that.
Yeah, I'm doing the button playthrough.
Yeah, divide this between two things: the big swing arm or the big arm swing playthrough, and the button press playthrough.
Yeah, I kind of like the arm swinging more, in general. Just even though the gyro doesn't stay like it should, which wasn't a problem in the Wii version apparently.
No, not at all.
Yeah.
I actually would not be surprised if, technically speaking, this is a worse version of the game.
Yeah, the gyro was significantly better on the Wii.
Or in the Wii U, frankly. The Wii U's gyro is incredible.
Yeah. They also had the
Boom, founder.
the add-on that you could do, or you could have for the Wii Remote, where it's like supposed to make it better, I think.
Well, it was required. It was called Wii Motion Plus, and it was required to play this game.
Was it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Wii didn't natively have gyro. It just had a pointer. And, like, some sort of, like, thing that... Well, maybe it did have gyro. It just had a very rudimentary version of it. You know, it must have had a gyro in the original, but it was imprecise. The point is that they had an enhanced version of the gyro that made it possible to do this game.
Yeah, I read a Reddit post about how the Wii with the Wii Motion Plus, it acts similar to the Joy-Con in this game, but they also used the sensor bar, like,
Yes.
to send occasional, like, pings, basically, to the sensor to keep it centered. And since this Switch version doesn't have that, the Joy-Con cannot account for small movements, which is why we constantly have to adjust or recenter it.
But
Yeah.
do you know what did account for small movements? Was the Wii U gamepad.
Oh, really?
Yeah, no, in fact, there's a whole discussion about it with the Splatoon developers that they tried to make sure that the controls accounted for the natural hand sway and the natural small movements people make while holding something. The The Wii U gyro. That's why I like Splatoon 1 more than 2 for well, one of many reasons. But one of them is just that the gyro in the Wii U version is just, it feels 10 times better.
What? Let me fly. What the heck?
You have to dash off.
Yeah,
of
you
it.
can't do that.
Okay. That really doesn't
And also,
count.
you still have stuff to do around here.
Do I? Because she told me to go to the Pumpkin Island.
I mean, I guess you can, yeah.
So I'm just gonna do that because I don't know what else there is on Skyloft.
Well, you can, and they don't introduce this to you at all, I guess. But if you sleep in beds, you can turn it to nighttime. I guess they just felt that you didn't need to know that, or you'd figure it out on your own. For as much over-explaining and tutorializing as this game does, they really don't. There are some things they really don't give you. It's weird. It's really weird. It's like what they do and don't
Going.
want you to know.
Thought you wanted to go to the Pumpkin Island.
Isn't that what this is? Or is that different?
No,
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 that's
it's the bigger
chest.
one.
Oh.
The problem is that the more we rely on you to figure it out, the more of our precious lives go by in an instant. The more I have to witness my own age occurring before my very eyes.
Oh my god. That poor bird.
That is the best thing about this game.
Ladies and gentlemen, Gran Turismo.
We've achieved liftoff. What do you want?
Oh, there's this guy, yeah.
It's a demon. Ah, yeah, he tells you at night. Hit the gravestone nearest the tree. Interesting.
I did not know about this conversation. I don't remember how the hell I discovered that guy initially. Probably I used a guide or something.
Just in the graveyard at night, pushing gravestones.
They call me Gravedigger Joe.
I figured
Okay.
that they would just call you by your name. Seems cumbersome, unless you, like, imagine working in a graveyard and being called Gravedigger Joe. It's like, yeah, of course, it's what I do here.
Oh, you want me to lift some pumpkins? Is that it?
I hate this challenge.
I'm going to lift all those heavy
You don't have
pumpkins
to do it
this
just yet, though. Funnily enough, you can destroy the chandelier and they get mad, but if you destroy all of the pumpkins, which is quite literally how they make their living, no one cares.
I'm fine with it.
year. They just don't care.
Look, immersion is fake and a menace. That's what I read one time.
That be the opening sound to every video, Sean?
Welcome back.
And you can get that at your ringtone if you text 203-KA.
Yeah, right here. Why not? We'll just steal this person's. That's not where I landed.
Also, the Skyloft map that you fly around is so tiny. It's adorable how small it is.
With the Skyloft area in general.
Well, no, I mean, I think the Skyloft, I don't know, I think it's still too small. Personally, I would have liked a little bit more of a dense area. At the very least, like, I don't know, 2 stories. Like, it didn't have to be wider, just taller would have been nice. But, like, yeah, you know, a little 2-tiered, a little 2-deck city. Above area, below ground area, stuff like that. But the one that, like, they actually used to represent, like, transitioning between the load zones is so small. It's just
Yeah.
cute.
Hey. Hey. Hey.
You know what's weird? Like, when did these monsters start showing up at night, right? Like, do the people know?
Damn it, Sean. There was instructions.
He didn't say hit it and then push it.
He did say
He
hit
said the
it.
monster hit it.
Oh.
He did say he just hit it, but yeah, you're right. He didn't say push it as well. That is bizarre. Did he?
He did say push it. You're gonna leap down a ladder.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah, how
faster.
does that work?
This is like Blight Town.
Back
Yo,
to the
check
Dark
it
Souls
out.
comparisons.
Light Town.
I'll save you. How messy is this scene gonna be? Oh.
He's eating the child.
You gotta stop him.
Oh my gosh, what is this? What is this? Why is this in Skyward Sword? This is such a side thing. They didn't animate him raising his arms. It just got.
No, yeah, he's just suddenly raising his arms. Fight him!
What is this?
Because that's a game. Because that's a game.
Guess it kind of is if you have like a really rambunctious kid and you want them to like tire out. Could be. Why are we all like reading this dialogue? Like, I know, like I know Sean needs to read this, but like
This
I've
is so
played this
silly.
game before. I don't know why I'm reading this along with him.
Gratitude crystal. Sure.
Hey, is this gonna be fast? I got places to be. Like, you know, I got like a girl to save, got like a whole destiny to fulfill. Like, yeah, I mean, I can help, but like, how much time is that gonna take? You know?
How much gratitude do you need?
Yeah, like, what do you want me to write you a letter or something? Like, what?
Letter of recommendation to the people of the island?
Yeah, wouldn't this all just be faster if Link just walked around town and was like, hey, this guy's cool.
Can't kill him. Bring me 5.
That would be so splendid.
You okay,
Yeah, he does
girl?
kind of have a Sean Connery vibe to him. I like this girl and her paintbrush hair. Very, very distinct NPC design, this one. She looks nothing like her mom, who looks like a Lalafell and a sex doll had a child, but the child grew into adulthood, and then that child had a child.
This was the absolute last thing I ever would have expected from a Zelda game.
What, a friendly monster?
He looks so different from anything else, I feel.
Hey, you know, it was 2011. We were reevaluating our opinion on monsters, you know? More positive monster representation. And honestly, I'm just happy to see it. I'm here for it.
It's almost like he had a little bit of a different graphic style in a way. I don't know, man. Or art style, maybe.
Clearly,
I mean,
they were pushing the
they're pushing the boundaries. of what games can be.
They're pushing for monsters to be normalized.
Should have won Games for Change in 2011 at the Game Awards with Jeff Keighley and his drip shoes. I don't know why that's so funny to me that like Jeff Keighley's shoes and every single one of his presentations is like these BS Tims.
It's what?
He just wears a shoot with like a graphic t-shirt and like the most like high top shoes you've ever seen. They're always like a garish color like blue. It's like the pictures of the Among Us people wearing shoes. It's like this man's a millionaire.
Do you guys know which house the mom lives in?
No. They kind of didn't I think you can read the signs to discover, or like if you go up to the house it'll tell you. But I don't remember the name of the woman. Oh yes, here's an important character.
I talked to him in my off-screen playthrough.
Oh no, I mean the girl.
Item check princess, yeah. I'm the most popular. I'm Mr. Skylock. It's me, I swear. They named the town after me.
They named it because you could land a bird on my forehead. They had the idea to jump off of things and land on them when they pictured my forehead.
That's when they started training the birds.
Like how in a lot of Zelda games, there's people that are like, do you always walk into people's houses like uninvited? But they don't really do anything about it.
It's a game mechanic.
What the hell
you know?
would you do? Hey, this guy's got a sword and they don't. What would you do? Imagine someone walked into your house with a gun with no intention of firing it. Just to say hello, and they just happen to have a sidearm at all times.
It's like
Like, would you kick them the fuck out?
It's like Russia during World War I, you know?
No, I
Fuck
actually
out of my house.
I don't know.
I don't know, I just made up that country. Probably doesn't exist.
You made up Russia?
Okay,
Yeah, I
you've
agree.
officially slept in both of their beds now.
Russia would be a great like place to host like a first-person shooter of some kind. Maybe some kind of fun modern military shooter with 18 sequels. Like if that were a real place, that would be very fun.
Oh, she didn't come back here.
No, but remember, the girl did say she would return home, so you just got to keep exploring till you find the home.
I actually do have to find the home now. Gosh dang it.
Hey, this is what we call an adventure, Shane. Sean. Fuck.
Where's the sign on this one?
I guess there isn't one.
Just enter it.
Now I have to check it. Oh, this is the dust room. Is it? No.
Well, try this side of town, like this one right here.
Yeah, let's see what this is. Really? Really, you're not gonna tell me? It's it!
Oh my god, you found her?
Give me those gratitude gems, or whatever they're called.
Oh my god!
I got 5 gratitude crystals.
They literally are just recolored star bits. They just retextured them. They said, we didn't use orange in Galaxy, so no one's gonna notice. But I noticed.
It's fine.
Unfortunately, you have to transition it back to night in order to do this. But I will tell you, now that you've found those, you can also find a bunch more gratitude crystals. I almost said gravity. And once you've done that, there's also a couple more gratitude side quests to do. So, you know.
Well,
But like at night, there's just a bunch of them that just show up inexplicably around this island.
Can I take this off? Yes.
I guess you can't kill those cats, I'm pretty sure, right?
You cannot
just, like,
kill the cats.
hide?
You can make them back down.
Yeah, they just cower and then don't attack you.
Yeah.
I guess they just kind of turn evil during night.
Oh yeah, I think this is now open forever.
Yeah.
Only during night? Is it
I
open
think
during
you
the
can go there
day?
anytime.
Maybe he locks the door during the day, you know?
Maybe.
Seems like a very safe thing to do, considering that you're a monster living in this town, and it would be very easy to execute you by throwing you off of the planet. I guess he can fly, though, theoretically. You know what the problem that Betro has? Is that, like, I get that you're a monster, and you want to be a human, but, like, why do you need the giant scythes and the skulls to decorate your place? Like, doesn't that seem, like, very much against your aesthetic, which is being a decent, nice guy? Like, I don't know. Like, man, you have some agency in this situation. You can decorate your house however you like.
I love how they gave me a medium wallet right after I bought a small wallet. Feels
Well, the
bad.
small wallet actually is a permanent upgrade to all wallets, so you'll always have plus 300 on all of your wallets.
Oh.
So it's a medium wallet plus 300.
Okay, that's worth it.
I promise it makes total sense. I don't know why they did it, but I think it was just so that you had a way to upgrade your wallet without doing a side quest, I suppose.
I guess so, yeah. No, I prefer that so it doesn't feel like I wasted my money.
I mean, there's some side quests to do in this area. Some of them are some pretty good ones. I think one of them gets you another bottle.
Should we go ahead and do that?
It does take place during the day, so just if you want to run around
day?
and see if you can find any gratitude crystals. But there's like just a bunch of scattered gratitude crystals, scattered crystals at night.
Jesus.
Really?
That one was hard to get out of my mouth, frankly. Yeah, if you just, explore, search high, search low,
Break.
search inside of buildings, search not on crates that can't be broken. God damn it, Sean.
I bet there's gratitude crystals on this tower. Oh my
That
gosh,
actually
there
makes
is.
a lot of sense, and there was.
Wow.
One.
Wow. I forgot that location, and I was going to call you a friggin' moron when it wasn't there, but it was there. If you want to speed the animation up, and you can pick it up with the beetle as well, and then press B, and it'll just add it to your person when the beetle returns.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but I'll have to see if in the HD version it just collects the thing for you without having to go through like a little text prompt. I don't know, we'll see.
Right, yeah. We'll see. Oh my gosh. I was right. Oh, it does it
This
every
is so
time.
much easier with free look too. Wow.
I'm freely looking around this town, dancing on your grave.
This is my favorite David Bowie song.
Oh, that thing's looking the opposite way of what it was. Weird.
Yeah, I never noticed that before. Guess it looks a different direction at night.
Weird detail, Nintendo. How you gonna explain that to us?
Maybe they just didn't find it in bug testing. There's an embarrassing glitch that they didn't figure out.
How dare
This
they?
game was not tested properly.
I want to get up there to the chest.
Yeah, look at that. Look at that. That's some telegraphing.
Ooh, I wanna get up there. Ooh, oh no, this is the. Oh, did I not go this way
Yeah,
before?
there is a lot more to this cave than it seems like initially. Pretty dense, this cave. At the very least, it's very dense for what is essentially a tutorial area with almost no danger to it. It is odd, like, how safe this area is. I mean, does that make sense?
Invisible wall?
Like... What do you mean invisible wall? It's very visible.
It's right there, Sean.
Aha! Found you. There's nothing here.
Like, but it's weird.
Found the
That's like a
wall.
weird trend of all these games, is that they have, like, some basically non-dungeon to start the game that's, like, just full of really weak enemies or something. Like, isn't that odd to you? That, like, they feel the need to ease you into the challenge that significantly?
I guess it's just kind of part of the game trying to get you to spend more time in your hometown rather than the first dungeon.
That's a fair point.
That's the only reason I can think
But
they would do that.
I feel like that's not as useful for Skyloft, which is a place you will return constantly. Like,
Right.
Skyloft really does develop as a locale, as opposed to, like, Ordon Village, which you will never return to. Outside Island, you'll return to a fair amount, to be honest. In Wind Waker. And in fact, even Kokiri Forest you return to a fair amount of times.
Which game is that?
Ocarina of Time.
Oh.
They are very good at reusing space, this Zelda franchise.
Do those gratitude crystals only show up during night?
These ones do, yeah. The quest ones show up during the day.
Gotcha. I bet there's another one to the right of this waterfall. Stop hitting me. Really?
He got scared when you drew a sword, and frankly, so would I. If I was a bat, and I had a moderate amount of intelligence. Again, that's why I wouldn't kick Link out of my home, even if I wanted to. Man literally has an edged weapon.
Come on. Oh my gosh. Clearly they haven't watched the surviving edged weapons VHS tape.
Well, the thing about surviving edged weapons is that it's under the assumption that the person surviving the edged weapon has a gun.
Guns are much more reliable. I can't believe there's not one here. I feel cheated.
Yeah, what is this area? I've beaten this game several times, and I genuinely do not know what's over here.
It's just that dig spot, I guess.
I wanted that blue ruby.
Yeah, I guess you can dig there, but... I don't recall anything remotely interesting being over here. Very strange.
Woo. Oh, there was a lizard
Is this
there.
the least explored area in any Zelda game? This pocket right here of the map?
Probably.
And yet there was no gratitude crystal.
Tragic.
It's like I went by a waterfall and there was nothing.
Climb? I really can't climb that?
Nope. It's too much for wee old Link.
Hey, dust room.
Ah, yes, the dust house. This is what my room looks like now that I'm moving, and I'm realizing that dust builds up in places you don't understand. Like you think, all right, behind the desk, there's got to be like some dust, right? No, there's all the dust behind your desk.
You're right. I will clean it up. Oh, I was gonna take out my sword and swipe at the dust. And also, this plate moves. It's really freaky.
It's like the only thing in this whole room with physics.
She also seems to be the only NPC I've seen so far that says things to you depending on like where you sit.
So the thing about her character is that she's sort of like a cougar.
Sounds about
Like
right.
she very much like pursues like younger men.
I totally sleep in her bed.
With her in it or without.
Well, without apparently.
Ideally without, yeah. I think that's her son's bed. That's why.
Yeah, she just sleeps in a cocoon of dust.
It'd be kind of weird to have sex in your child's bed, right? Like, that's weird. Maybe I'm too puritanical, you know?
Just processing. I don't know. I don't know what that would be like. Do you, Myles?
It would be weird, I feel like, wouldn't it? Like, cause like you kind of have to know, like, I don't know. I mean, maybe when you gave birth to them, it's kind of different. You might like you might not think it's as much weird. I guess it's more weird for a son to have sex in his mom's bed. That's weird.
Yeah, pumpkin sword.
Legend. Hold on, do a Skyward strike with the pumpkin on it.
That's a fun detail.
Fantastic.
I would not have expected them to add that. Is this a side quest?
Oh my god.
Oh, she must have gotten eaten by the same demon.
Yo, rip. What if he actually did eat her, but he left the child alive?
What?
Like, if the demon did eat her, but the child was left alive, like, you know, what is that? Like, would we have to go back on our promise with the gratitude crystals, like go and kill him, or do we have to be like, well, you know, one is fine, you're allowed,
Right, just give him an allowance, just
because you've like. Yeah, because you've like already agreed to this, right? Like, yeah, you know, you made a promise.
Right.
Thank you. I did say he looked like Elvis, right? I mean, you know, that's what Elvis used to say. He used to be like, "Thank you." He said it like that too. That was his famous thing.
And also that he had the eyes of Momo, the creepypasta.
What? Oh yeah,
You
yeah,
said
the mother of birds. Yeah.
Yeah, you said that. I have footage of that.
I
have proof.
forget all the dumb stuff I say on this commentary track. Oh, you found her.
That was completely
Amazing.
by accident.
I genuinely thought that you might have been a genius or something.
Oh, now you need me to... I don't know how I'm gonna like the way the side quests are structured in this game.
There's a lot of back and forth, yeah.
The plaza. I have to go back to the plaza?
You do. It's all very, you know, it's all very sad. It's all very sad, her plight. Don't you feel bad? Don't you wanna help her out?
Just let me go back on my bird. There we
Did
go.
you spawn on the island that time without the help of a guard?
Yeah, just magic.
Maybe it's the goddess's divine protection, you know? She's looking out for you.
Like, oh, whoa! Whoa! What is this? Who are you?
Just hanging out.
She... Don't worry.
God damn it, Sean.
I made it. Who would have known Nintendo added dynamic bird NPCs?
Wow. Gotta keep you interested somehow.
It's an impressive piece of technology, this game. Just keeps surprising you, you know?
Alright, piece of crap, give me what I need.
Wow, you were so rude to this man. What did he ever do to you? All he did was send you on a fetch quest.
It's fine,
look,
I got
the
a
bottle.
I got a bottle from it, I'm happy now. I am now happy to complete this side quest. I brought them, but they're not for you, they're for me. Drink.
Yeah, you could just pour it out in front of her face and, like, just piss her off, you know? If you want it.
Would she react to that?
I hope so.
I don't want to test it because
That seems like something that I would react to if you just wasted them to be a jerk.
did
you know?
Nintendo think to react to that?
I would hope. It seems like something. Again, I think that is something that they should react to. It's like a horrible experience that you got bailed out and someone fucking callously pours it out in front of you. It's like sociopath.
Just keep
behavior,
going back to the brother and get more.
That's true. Yeah, he's just got an endless supply of these things for you to waste.
Just an endless number of bottles.
I love how out of place these side quests feel when Zelda is like actively moving and we need to chase her.
Nah, she's chilling. Just hanging out.
Yeah, she's just chilling.
She's getting a nice break, you know? Hey, she can get ahead of you if you want, you know?
I refuse. I'm a man. I'm better than her.
Damn.
Jesus.
We're really pulling that one out. Really pulling that one out this week. Jesus Christ.
Let's put that marker down. Let's go check out this chest. What the heck? What was that? You can't twister me.
You actually,
yes.
they just did.
Yeah. The
Like, I don't know what you mean by
game
they
mechanic
can't.
to keep you, the game mechanic to keep you focused, so you don't just set the bird on its course and let go of the remote.
Which seems like a massively futile effort when you did that anyways just now.
Oh, the other one
Oh,
disappeared.
no.
What?
Oh no, easily avoidable tornadoes.
They disappear as soon as they don't have any sense of object permanence. Go. Faster. Alright. Yeah. Chest. Can't forget about the chest.
It's actually not the one that you're supposed to open.
Oh. There's multiple on this place?
Yep. There's two right there. But only one of them is accessible, to be fair. See, isn't this fun? We're not even advancing the story. We've done nothing of consequence this whole thing. We're just fucking around here in the sky.
Just side quests.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, you know, this game is chock full of them. So many side quests. Most of them involve running back and forth between things.
I do like having another bottle.
You now got 3 whole bottles and 6 whole pouches.
What's that?
Oh my god.
What's that bird symbol there?
It's the bird
Oh,
statue.
that means you can save. Yeah.
Yeah. If only the game told me that.
Yeah, if only you couldn't have just walked 2 feet away and looked at it and been like, oh, it's the thing I've been seeing this entire game.
Yeah, no, I was kidding. I'm sorry.
How dare you, kid? This is a serious analysis. Is very serious. God damn it.
Ooh, is that it? Give me that. No! How dare you? That's mine! Oh, seriously?
Oh god, Sean, it's one
Man,
rating.
this is epic. This is an epic confrontation. But yeah, I want to say that there's another gratitude crystal side quest accessible to you. Well, don't forget to collect the reward either, if you haven't.
You got the
Oh.
gratitude crystal.
Oh, yeah, it
But
gave me a
you can get
gratitude
one from
crystal.
your brother, probably.
Oh wait, no! Don't forget to buy another shield.
Oh right.
Can I kill this
Yeah,
thing
you
up
gotta go back
here?
to town. You
You have to
can.
dash into it.
You have to dash into it.
Gosh, I wish there was button controls in the
I
air.
would genuinely not recommend it because the controls in this game are a fucking nightmare. At least on the bird.
The motion line controls are awful, yeah. Let me go buy that shield.
But yeah, I do recommend buying the shield.
You need 10 more rupees though, right?
Does it cost 200?
I don't think so. Does it? Does it cost 200? I thought it cost 150.
No, I don't know. I think when I asked last time, you said it was 200.
You know, if I did say that, and I misled all of you, then I'm an idiot, frankly.
Don't worry, I will search for rubies.
You'll actually find them if you roll into that tree.
Oh my gosh.
Perfect.
How'd
you know that?
Now you just
None
need
of
to
the
roll
trees
into
give
another
rubies.
tree. Actually, the first tree that you see, and when you get the beetle, gives you 5 rupees.
Yeah.
There's a level of sociopathy in this game that is higher than literally every other Zelda game.
What are you talking about? I say as I smash the city's pumpkins.
Yeah, this is like their food store, you know? What are they gonna eat? I guess they'll starve. We'll just have to eat Beetle. I know there's not a lot of meat on him, but he's a foreigner, which makes it okay.
Yeah, he doesn't know anybody here. It's fine.
He has no family, no friends. No one will miss him. He's he's just an asshole with terrible customer service. You can't even get into his shop. Good riddance to bad rubbish, that's what I say. About Beetle. Also, wow, they made catching bugs in this game absolutely free.
Yeah, you just kind of like run into it.
I remember them being significantly harder to catch.
Ooh, is that a shield I see? I'm so used to like those Zelda games being letting you scroll through the inventory. Here you have to go one at a time.
Yeah. It is interesting you can just walk up to it. And that continued into Breath of the Wild.
Hey,
it's only 100
only
rupees.
Dang. I was wrong.
Oh, I also found this guy's home during night, and he's like a lot grumpier. It's funny.
Yeah. Hey, customer service, man, you know? Takes a lot out of you.
Ooh, a seed satchel.
The thing is, it takes up an item in your pouch, so...
This does?
It's a bit of a decision. Like, if you really use a lot of slingshot bullets, it's worth getting, but otherwise, better to save that space.
In the, like this pouch?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Can I just say, I love this shield. I kind of like the look of it. This utilitarian square metal shield. Especially when it's upgraded.
I'm gonna talk to the brother real quick and see if, I swear if he's not in the same place.
Well, he's not here now, because this area is a load zone, and it's fake.
Gratitude crystals.
Yeah, you get 2 gratitude crystals for this sequence.
Oh, really? Oh my,
Yeah.
I got 10 total from this?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wasn't that worth it?
How many do I need to revisit that devil?
I think 30. And there's 6 more, I think. Yeah, there has to be 6 more, because you get 25 at night total, so...
Gotcha.
Those are all the gratitude-based quests you can do.
That's enough gratitude for now. Oh my gosh, please just run off.
I certainly do feel the love. Man, I feel fucking grateful. I feel grateful that I got rewards, you know?
True, I wouldn't have done that if I didn't get that, that empty bottle. what a great reward. And gratitude crystals that I'm feeding my demon friend to turn him human. Why am I doing this? I don't know. My motives feel wrong. I want a freefall dive. But then you can probably just land where the final boss is. You know, that's cheating. Elden Volcano. Oh, here we go.
Yeah, this is music right here.
We need to take a vote to see which foreign land we think Beetle is from.
You think he's from Earth?
I don't know. I don't know. We're gonna have to discover all the different lands here and see which one is his home, you know?
I guess, yeah.
I love that Fi in that conversation advises you what to do if you catch fire.
It's apparently a relevant issue.
All right, we got 2 paths. I wonder which one the
On
game
to
wants
your
me to
left.
go. Left?
Look
Oh.
below.
I could feel the side quest unlock with that one. Does this sync when you step on it or something?
I think it does, doesn't it?
Yeah,
I mean, it
does.
must.
If you stand on it long enough, it syncs, I believe.
Yeah, that would
Maybe
make
it's
sense.
not this one. There are some that do it, but I guess that's not this one.
Ladybugs? Hey, get back here. Get back here.
Hey, you get an amber as a little constellation prize.
Nope, didn't work. Alright, let's begin Link's bug catching adventure. Oh gosh.
Okay, you're still holding the bug note.
Oh my god. It actually just lets you do that, huh?
Look, guys, I'm just here to catch bugs, okay? Leave me alone.
Yeah, really. Stay clear of the red guys. That must be Zelda. I think she was probably trapped in time as I was doing side quests though. So I think we're good. We'll catch up to her. Silver and gold. Very nice. Very nice indeed. Gotcha.
Look at all this. Look at all these things you can interact with here.
More bats. It's like they're reusing enemies.
But this time they're on fire. Actually, I guess being on fucking fire is kind of a pretty significant way to change up an enemy's everything, but still.
Oh.
I was never a big fan of the consistent presence of these bats in these games.
Rip.
I think I lost that ruby. Oh no.
I would also say that you just lost that heart.
I can't get back up that way. Oh, I have to wait for it to raise.
Actually,
and
I think
can't
that's
jump
the...
on it when it's high.
No, I was wrong. I don't know why. Oh, I dropped something. Whatever.
All right.
Just cut that out. Just cut that audio out if you hear that. Just cut it out.
All right, now I just have to patiently wait here until the game decides to let me play.
Ah, it's just so. How about that weather? It's a scorcher today here on Elden, huh? Here at Elden Volcano. It's a bit of a scorcher today.
It's a weather reporter.
The magma is really high today.
Today's weather report is magma is as hot as usual.
I found emo guy, whatever these
His name
things
is
are called.
Quartz. They should have named him Corn. With a K.
The band corn.
Yeah, like corn with the backwards K. I mean, he looks nothing like Jonathan Davis. I don't know why I'm saying that, but still. They're not even emo, they're new metal. Let's just pretend my joke made sense and was funny, okay? Do it for me.
Yeah. We'll laugh. We'll put a laugh track on too.
All right, everyone on 3, let's laugh really loud. All right, 1, 2, 3. I'm really glad that neither Shane or I laughed, and it was just you. Because you think I'm not even gonna laugh at my own joke? That would make me pathetic.
I provided you with a single laugh.
You know what? And it was a very hearty laugh. I appreciated it.
You're welcome.
I just care enough about you to laugh at your jokes. What can I say?
You know, that's the sign of a good friend right there. That's a good friend.
No,
Why don't you heal there?
Ron, sit there.
You can heal, you know. You just like sit
you
down
back.
for 5 seconds.
Oh, you're
Oh,
right.
that's
a big
fun.
boy.
Big enemy.
That is such a weird mechanic. Who would ever guess that you heal from sitting?
Do this
No
trivialize
one.
the game? Like, what do we think? What are you thinking? Oh, you know what's fun is that these are a tutorial about how bombs affect these fat guys, these big blobs right here.
Yeah, well, I bet I can
You
just
should use
sword
a
them.
bomb on them. Okay. All right. Sure.
Ooh, so there's 2 ways to kill these guys. Well, there goes my ammunition.
Good thing they grow back instantly.
They grow back fast, thankfully.
Oh, it just blows up the whole thing. What a cool mechanic. Thank you, Nintendo.
There's some cool items in this game. Like all the items are pretty multifaceted.
I got you.
I think it despawned.
Apparently, I need to catch them rather than bump into the wall.
And make them fall over.
Is this reach? Yeah, boy.
Wonder how heavy these bombs are. You ever
I have
think
no
about
way
that?
of- They're probably not that heavy. They seem to be naturally forming, you know? It's probably just a bunch of roots.
Yeah, so they must not be that heavy.
Roots and vines.
Why didn't you go up there, though? Like, why didn't you go to the place that you just opened? What was that?
It was like blue rupee, but it's probably gone now.
No, it's,
Well,
it's
no,
not
because
possible
if it
to
was
get up
behind
there.
a wall, it would have... No, it's not impossible.
You
Just
can-
run at the wall.
Oh, it's too high.
No, it's not too high.
What?
Why did
That's
you
so-
not try that at all, though?
It looked way too high. Look how high that is.
You should have tried it anyways.
That's like the pinnacle of his reach, apparently. I've
now
never
you know.
needed to climb that high before yet.
Now if you see something that high, you know.
Ridiculous.
You know what? That's about as high as the 2 boxes in Skyloft that you gotta climb to get up to the roof.
I don't know about that.
Maybe you're just a baby. You ever consider that?
From a scale of 1 to 10, how baby am I?
You are very baby.
That's a good answer,
Thank you very much.
because it's also accurate.
I do my best around here.
Blackish. Ah! Ah! What is that disgusting thing?
It is weird that these monsters that make monkey noises are bizarre.
What do you
Right?
mean? That's totally normal.
That they make monkey noises? That's weird. You should look around the environment. There's no way that a seed is gonna survive fire.
Oh yeah, I just wanted to try. Oh hey, a bomb.
I guess you may as well try, you know? You never know what you find if you don't try.
Sean, you have to do it far enough away that he's not shooting fire.
I know.
You have to do it far enough
Or if
away.
you get it.
You have to do it far enough away that that he. Oh my god.
What did you do?
I'm trying to get far enough away. This game, it's clunky. It's a 0 out of 10. Nintendo, try again.
No, you can still throw it in there though. Don't hold on to it that long though. That's a bad idea.
I know. It's just, I was angry that he was spitting fire.
You should be angry that he's spitting facts. That's what you should be angry about. Well, I do not remember him spitting fire this far away.
You can curve it, Sean.
Yeah, it's like a bowling ball.
Wait, what do you mean curve it? Oh,
If you
oh, you
yeah.
can curve it.
It's like a bowling ball.
You're holding too long.
Hey, at least it didn't blow up the other bombs.
He spits fire from so far away, it's hard to get the right... Whoops.
Yeah, it is weird, isn't it?
So even from here... Look. Look, we'll get this
It
eventually.
doesn't curve as much as it looks like, so you have to do it correct.
I do not remember him firing from this far away. I genuinely do not.
Dang it.
I'm gonna die trying to get the angle right, Sean.
Can we save just to be sure that you don't just fucking game over?
Yeah. This feels really...
The sheer
depression.
resignation. The pure resignation.
Am I just bad, or does that feel a little finicky?
I don't remember it being that hard, to be perfectly honest. So, like, and I don't mean that, like, visually, I don't remember it being this hard.
Yeah. If you get it close enough to the fire, like if he's spraying fire, if you get it close enough to the little cave, it blows him up.
Really?
That's how I did most of them, because I, like you said, I do feel like it sprays from further away.
There is no way it was this difficult in the Wii version. There's just no way.
How close to the fire did you have to...
It's like right at the entrance.
I feel like I did it.
Maybe it's other ones. Maybe it's actually requires you to do the mechanic for this one where he like freaks out because of the bombs in the room with him.
But it does roll pretty far. You should be able to get it in from here.
Come on! Yes. Thank you.
That should do it.
Yeah.
Oh my god. What an ordeal.
It's so hard to aim that from like... And if you get like even in this area, like right here, he starts spitting fire.
Yeah.
You know what's a stupid name?
What?
You know what's a stupid name?
What is?
The Cavern of Ordeals. From Twilight Princess. Like, an ordeal, like, doesn't sound that serious, you know? It's like, oh, my car's running low on gas, and there's not a gas station for a while. That's quite an ordeal. Man, I gotta lift all these boxes up the stairs. Man, what an ordeal. It's like, meanwhile, the dungeon is like 70 rooms of hard boss fights.
My gosh. Yay.
Nice.
That's right. You think you've got what it takes to outsmart the bomb man? That is a monkey sound effect.
Yeah,
right.
It's like just straight up a monkey.
That is straight up a monkey. It's beautiful.
It's puzzling. It's puzzling.
Yes, give me rubies. I want them.
Catch the dung beetle.
Yeah, you are gonna start needing dung beetles and
What?
bugs and stuff if you want. Oh, you stepped on him.
I caught him.
He died. He died because you stepped on him.
I totally touched him.
I think you do have to make some attempt to swing your sword, as though you're attempting to catch it. Yeah, I'm gonna say these seats kind of trivialize this game.
I would say so, but it's only if you like know the mechanic from looking it up online, probably.
I mean, it does. Here's the thing: if you approach it, it says sit. You know, you just take a seat.
Yeah, but no kid is gonna like sit there for more than a second, and it takes a few for that to start.
You know, you're right. They probably wouldn't.
Am I supposed to blow that up to get the ruby?
That's correct.
You have to throw it into the top.
Yeah, but it's all about positioning. You know, you gotta throw it.
Oh,
there you go.
It popped.
Oh
it out.
wow! Look at that. It just blows up. Cool.
Oh.
And who says this game is devoid of choice?
Same height. I can't grab it. Huh? Yeah. Punk.
I think it's because of the surface.
Yeah, I know.
It's jagged. Now he could grab onto it if he wasn't a pussy, but you know, he doesn't.
This was Breath of the Wild to be able to stand on that surface.
That's unironically true.
I guess this optional area is done that I completely did by accident.
It's not optional though.
Oh, it's not?
Yeah, you do have to. Yeah, you do have to go around.
There
to
is a
progress.
part that is not optional. You just went around in a circle though.
Classic.
That's such a classic Sean move.
Go around in circles.
Such a classic
yeah.
Sean move to screw up.
Jesus.
You heard it here, folks. Oh, you're right. I did go in a circle. Good thing I did. I got that piece of heart. It's all good.
I like the panic roll.
Pretty clever, right?
Just don't go blowing it up, kid. They do telegraph like where the spots you need to use bombs are quite heavily.
Yeah. Which I'm okay
You go back
with.
to the.
Do I need to bomb that?
I would say yes.
Hmm.
I would also say please get off the ledge before my anxiety gives me a panic attack that you're gonna do something stupid.
Oh my god, shut up.
I wanna, can we leave? Can this be over? Can the whole game just be over?
Okay. I can't believe you didn't.
Don't worry.
You know what? I'm just happy that that didn't happen, because every time I watch Link almost die,
Sean, no!
Oh, god dang it.
Roll!
Now try rolling it straight.
Roll!
Oh, that was close.
I thought it did something
Even
because
the
the
camera
camera,
thought you were gonna make it.
Yeah, the camera thought I did something. There we go.
There you go. You did it that time. Nice work.
I kind of like how they just brought Wii bowling into this game. It's interesting.
Yeah, after 7 years, they just said we didn't beat Wii bowling, so we'll just remake Wii bowling as one of the aspects of this game.
Genius, really.
I would call it just a clever reuse of ideas and
It's
assets. I think.
nostalgia at its finest. Nintendo be sucking up to the older generation.
Oh, there's a goddess cube down there.
This part is strange because it.
Oh, hey, I never noticed that because the free look in this game would not allow me to notice it. Look at that.
True. I find this next area strange, and why they put it in here like this it will always be a mystery.
I don't hate it per se, but it is weird. I mean, I guess they just felt the need to like put more content in the area.
Yeah, I don't know.
Skydiving with motion controls is seriously like hardly usable. Hate it. Actually, I don't know if I missed anything because it just kind of teleported me.
Yo, shoutouts to this ore! See if you can get that goddess cube right there. See if you can do that. No, no, like when you jump off, like if you're able to dive towards it. You are literally not on the same plane as the goddess cube.
Yeah, I know. I'm messing around.
Okay, thank God. I don't even know when you're joking anymore or when you're just trying to kill me.
Right? No, go! Gosh, I hate.
You did manage to land on the blob.
I hate the skydiving. I can't redo that, can I?
You can later if you backtrack.
Yeah, you have to go back up and around to do it again.
Well, I don't know how much more of this I can stand, so let's call it a day.
Yeah, we'll call that.
See everyone on the next nightmare of my life called Skyward Sword.
Certainly nothing will break. No, Link, calm down. Oh, but I want to fight.
A little aggressive today, aren't we, Sean?
Yeah, don't fight the audience. They didn't do anything wrong.
All right, after that epic fail of flying.
Which one?
Let's Oh, another diggy hole. Oh, let me guess. This is... Yeah, too high? Yeah, what about the other time
It did not look this high. It did not look that high last time.
Yeah, I don't believe you.
Why don't you check the footage? Check the footage. In fact, you know what? Edit in the previous footage so that you give yourself more work for talking smack to me. It's what you get.
Okay, fine.
Knackle.
Yeah, I like this guy's name. I'm a big fan of all the names of the species in this game.
Oh, he wants us to chase these clowns out. I wonder then if we chase the clowns out, if they give us a reward.
Wow, I wonder what the reward's gonna be.
Do you think it's possibly a one-size-fits-all traversal item like everything else in this game?
Whoa! Whoa, backflip. Whoa!
Whoa, Sean, you got him.
Fatal blow!
We can all agree the races in this game, or not, I don't know, the species in this game are like the worst, right? Like all of them.
I think you're gonna have to
like
add a little more detail to that.
The stupid fucking plant bird people with the fucking dump truck ass and these little mole guys. Some of the later ones we're gonna see, like, they all suck, right? Like, we're all in agreement. They're all bad and they shouldn't return.
So, Myles, how long do you think until Sean notices why enemies keep showing up?
Look, man.
It's not happening.
I have a bloodlust, okay?
Okay. We'll go with that reason.
This is an effective tutorial sequence.
Oh, I remember there was like one horn guy earlier in a different level. One horn guy that we tried to kill as fast as possible because we don't like horn people up in here.
Tell that to Nintendo. Tell them to shrink the asses on their women these days.
Yeah, have you seen Breath of the Wild? Like, whoa.
Breath of the Wild,
Watch out.
ARMS, Splatoon to an extent with Agent 8.
Splatoon. No.
Agent 8's got some fucking cake, dude. Like, all the other Inklings, like, they look like kids, but Agent 8 got some fucking cake on her.
I was gonna say, aren't Inklings children? What the fuck?
Yeah.
The rest of them look like children. They decided the Octolings, specifically that one Octoling, needed to be sexy. Put her in leather.
Okay, Breath of the Wild, though, like, let's be honest, everyone's favorite memory was the memory where Zelda was crawling around in the field and it just straight up showed her ass for, like, solid 20 seconds.
Yeah. There's an incredible video of someone showing that, and they just start spamming the snapshot feature on the Switch.
Ooh, which one should we choose?
I say rupees, since actually you need a lot of them in this game.
Heck yeah.
You know what's weird though? Like, okay, look, I don't mean to get too obnoxious with the world building in this game, but
Both
like
dialogue options just did the same thing. It's funny.
yeah, of course they did. But like, why do the surface dwellers know about and use the same currency as the sky people? Like, that's weird, right?
Well, assuming the sky people came from the ground, I mean, I guess.
Which they did. That was the only thing I was thinking is, I guess just rupees have just been here forever. Like, because there was a good amount of time in which the sky people were surface dwellers, but I guess that just means that for the last, I don't know, 2,000 years, everyone's just been using the same currency, the same universal currency.
I mean, when you can cut plants and they spawn, probably a pretty good currency.
It's a good point, yeah. I mean, maybe rupees are not... Rupees might very well just be like a natural currency, right? Like, you can just find a rupee out in the world.
Yeah, it's like, hey, we don't have to spend any resources. We just let this grass grow a little bit, and then when we cut it, rupees
Money
will
just
spawn.
creates itself, which
Exactly.
destroys the economy constantly.
And pots too. You just like make a pot, set it out so the pot fairy or the rupee
Pot
fairy,
fairy.
not the pot fairy.
Yo, shout out to the pot fairy.
The rupee fairy like comes to fill it up.
Sean.
Nintendo did not approve of the name Pot Fairy for obvious reasons.
I need to set this ablaze. Oh, hey.
Okay, I had no idea that was there.
I didn't know that was there either.
Normally that would cause concussions, but instead it gave him life. But I could also
Which is
just
funny
sit
because
down
there's a
here
seat
and-
right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is kind of a weird element of this game, like, that you see a campfire, and because there's just no tool that allows you to manipulate or move or generate fire, you just kind of solidly accept that you just can't do anything in this situation. Like, that's... I don't know. I don't want to, like, imply anything about, like, game design as inherent or something, but, like, it is interesting how there is a solution that a player might think is necessary and then only realize, well, it's not even something I should try because there just exists no tool that allows me to do this. Like,
Right.
we don't usually think of ourselves as being really, like, significantly bound by like, available actions. But we kind of are.
Ooh, one of the holes leads to the chest. Yeah, and since, like, nothing lets me light that campfire, I thought, like, the only basic action Link has that has been able to interact with things is not the A button. It's rolling into it.
Yeah, that's one of the things about it. And you know what I will say? I feel like rolling into things in other Zelda games is not usually that useful. Like, I think maybe in Wind Waker, they have you do it a couple times. I know they have you do it with the Great Deku Tree. Can anyone think of examples from Twilight Princess?
Ooh. I want to say, like, Skyward Sword so far, I've had to roll more than any other game besides, like, ignoring traversal purposes, obviously.
Well, I think what's interesting is that they now kind of understand that the roll is a superfluous aspect of the game, because previously rolling was just a very standardized way to increase your speed. Like, if you were impatient, you could just spam the roll button and move quickly. But in this game's case, that's just not, it's just a non-issue. So they have to make the roll reasonable somehow, and since the game is so based around swordplay and shields, you can't make it like an iframe dodge. So you just have it be something that can interact with the environment.
Right, that makes sense. Yes, I can.
But yeah, I hate these guys. I have no love for these weirdos.
Would you pronounce his name Tito or Tito?
I would pronounce his name fucking garbage.
Oh my gosh.
I hate these things. I hate all the races in Skyward Sword. I'm a racist. You heard it here.
This is the Legend of Zelda racist. Jesus.
I don't mean to imply that some races are better than others, but clearly the Gorons are significantly better than these guys.
Ooh, this one doesn't have fire coming from it.
That's how you know. You know it's useful.
Interesting, they still put hearts around in case you don't know about the sitting on the stool garbage.
Man, you really hate the sitting on the stool aspect of this game, don't you?
It's just abusable, and I would never have figured that out probably if it weren't for you telling me, because I'm not gonna sit on the stool for more than a few seconds.
Yeah, I do think the abusability is more significant than the learnability factor of it. I think being able to just sit on a stool and restore all your HP is just not okay.
See, this is the area where, like, last time when you initially faced one of these guys, like, you had to roll it into the cave, but this one you can just kind of roll it off to the side and it still kills them.
Well, except for that time.
Yeah, like when I tried to blow it up on the, yeah, like that would not have worked on the first time we did this.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was weirdly strict.
Especially since you had to stand so far away from it. Do I have to kill all of these buggers?
No.
No, I don't really think so. Oh, you know what I just realized? I know why the stools are around in this game. Now that's exploration.
What? Was the wall cracked?
Not even gonna get the treasure chest, okay.
I'm in shock that was there.
I didn't know that was there either.
Great reward though. Damn. Okay.
Nice.
Sure.
That's insane. I wonder if there was a crack there. I need to
There
look
might have
back and
been.
see.
I've not noticed it before.
That's hilarious.
Good job.
Invisible wall. No, it apparently it needs a bomb. I mean I know like cracks in walls and stuff is not an uncommon thing, right? In
No,
Zelda
not at all.
games.
That's very common. It's even in like games that like Breath of the Wild, which is like a complete reinvention, still kept those. You know, and it's always been really funny to me how people kind of complain about the cracks in the walls as like too obvious. And I can empathize to an extent, but like, you know, the complaint would be the literal exact opposite. If there was no indicator of the bombable walls. It makes sense for Zelda 1, a game where everything only has 4 walls and you only have to bomb on the exact center of every, like, relevant wall in-game, except for in the overworld. But, it's, like, even if it's not that elegant, like, this is just a better solution, like, having something. I like that, Ocarina of Time opted for, rather than cracks, just discolorations. I think that was still way too telegraphed, but like at least a little more organic.
Right. I mean, because in Zelda 1, how you have to bomb a wall that looks like any other wall, I really dislike that.
It's not as bad when you realize that it's something you can do at all, but the first time is just a nightmare.
I mean, because it's like, at that point, what do you have to do? Bomb every single wall you come across?
I think the map can usually supplement that a little bit. You can just look at the map and say, okay, well, you know, there is a room directly next to me, and there's no entrances. There's no obvious entrances, so... Yeah, unfortunately, you gotta be a little slower when you try to grab bugs.
Oh. I have to, like, sneak up on it?
Yeah.
I
There's
didn't
some
have to
stealth
sneak
in
up
this
on the
game.
grasshoppers, so...
Some stealth elements in this game.
Gotcha. the grasshoppers just let me catch them, so
It might be because they're stupid.
actually know. Yeah, grasshoppers are probably just dumb. Ladybugs, though, they got a big brain. Big, huge, honking brain. That's where I came from.
Are you sexualizing the ladybugs?
No! What's wrong with smart bugs? This is like Fi interrupting you constantly.
Like, all these guys suck, right? Like, all their hair sucks. Their stupid noses suck. Like, their arms are just stupid. Like, do you agree? Do you agree with me that this is just a bad race?
I don't think they're that bad, but you really hate them.
To be fair, I don't think this race has like gone on to be in other Zelda titles. So they must not be that popular, you know?
Yeah, there's only been one other opportunity for them, and Nintendo made the right decision and left them the fuck out.
With Breath of the Wild?
Yeah. They might appear in Breath of the Wild, too. We don't know. And when I see them, I will attempt to murder them on sight.
This is the shortcut, right? Yeah, baby. This is the shortcut.
Like, there must be someone out there who's mad that I'm saying that, you know? Like, someone likes these guys. But, like...
You know, probably Waluigi fans.
Oh, God, Waluigi fans. Waluigi's the worst. I hate Waluigi.
Or Lanky Kong.
Lanky Kong is at least mechanically relevant in the game that he's in. I'll give him that.
Is that Sheik? Oh, no. No, that's not Sheik. That's, Sorry, I recognized her and then drew the wrong name. I don't remember what the crap her name is.
Should we tell him? What do you think?
She's in other games.
We'll figure it out eventually.
In Hyrule Warriors. I remember her in Hyrule Warriors.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, he's on the right track.
I know who she is, I just don't know her name. She's from the same tribe, right? Something like that.
Yeah.
He's trying.
She's the last alive of the tribe.
She's actually not the last alive of the tribe.
Aww.
Not in this case.
I'm gonna blow
anyways.
up this wood. Didn't work.
Wood that is impervious
Yeah, this
to
is a little weird.
explosions.
You know
What
what?
the heck
You know,
is
this is not completely not smart, but it is a little bit weird.
Oh, it's a watchtower that's fallen.
It shows you these things can be toppled. But, like, they should have just made you topple one yourself. I don't know. It's weird.
Yeah, and they put bombs at the feet of it, yeah. That is an interesting display of, like, hey, you notice this without actually doing it?
Yeah, like, on the one hand, I appreciate that it's subtle about it, but on the other hand, it doesn't matter because you'll have to do it anyways, and there's gonna have to be a tutorialized segment about it. Like, if that was a completely optional thing you could do as a strategy, I think this would be brilliant. But you are gonna have to do
Yeah.
it for traversal.
That makes sense, yeah. This is gonna blow up. Yep, okay. Looks like, that's a later thing. Hey, bats. Yeah, one swift motion. Like my mama used to say, be swift.
Is that what she used to say, Sean?
That's a boulder! He didn't try to throw it at me, what the heck?
Just thinking about it.
He's very polite. That's a polite.
Oh my gosh.
That's a polite bokoblin. It's interesting. Like, I feel like the bokoblins have not dropped anything for you, like as far as their little their spoils go in Wind Waker terms. So you usually get the skull emblems from them.
I think I've gotten a couple of the skull emblems in the Faron Woods, but they don't seem very common.
I mean, you can check.
I guess I can check,
Well,
yeah.
what's interesting is that there's no way to get them other than a random drop. Like, but there are some of these enemies where you actually can steal their treasures from them.
Aha, got 3 of them.
Yeah, that's not bad. I mean, you should have enough, honestly, for some upgrades, which I definitely recommend you get some of these upgrades.
Jelly blob.
Once you're
There's upgrades?
Yeah, there's an upgrade shop.
Ooh.
I guess that wasn't obvious. I was gonna say, like, how did you not see it? And then I was like, well, wait a sec.
We kind of skipped that.
Like, it's not obvious. You have to kind of, like, find out about it, you know? Alright, swing it a little harder than that.
Oh. See, that's... When I caught the grasshopper things, all I had to do was kind of, like, touch it. With the,
yeah, that is kind of weird how there's more rigidity to some of these bugs than others.
Come on! If I run in... Nah, it's gone. If I run into the wall, it'll just fly away and I can't catch it.
Yeah, it'll just fly. You can't knock it over. If it has wings, you can't knock it over. Which is, I mean, I guess a clever thing, because, like, that's how it would be with bugs in real life.
This is the beginning. We looped back around.
I will say, I do like the level design in this game. It's just a little trivialized, unfortunately, by the ability to just, like, warp between areas.
Can you warp between areas in the same...
Not
you can
in,
only
like,
go back
a
to the
Lord
sky.
Vessel-y kind of way. There's not, like, fast travel, but, like, when you land in an area, you get to select which, waypoint you wanna spawn at, and like that unfortunately is a little like it trivializes a lot of the really good level design of these areas, because you don't have to actually engage with it.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's how it wanted me to do it, right?
Yeah, that was correct.
Okay. Or you... Dang it. Or use the stupid beetle.
Yeah, I don't know why you would ever want to use the beetle.
Oh my gosh, this man is a blocking genius.
Well, now he's gone.
That was like the instantaneous blocking put on extreme.
Yeah, it is interesting. Like, I know a lot of people find this combat very frustrating. I think it is just because the AI is so fast.
Yeah, there you can... No!
No, those are not the items.
That's not the right item!
Oh my
Alright,
god, I
you
actually got it.
You got one.
It looks like if they're crawling on the ground, I just need to touch them with the net. But if they're on the wall,
yeah. So if they're just
I
on the
need to-
ground, you can get them pretty easily. It looks like the other. Oh no, there he is.
Oh,
Just
so I
don't
actually
step
have
on
to
him.
swing it. Dang it, gosh, move the. Oh,
Rip.
I got the boulder.
I think you killed him.
It
No, he flew away.
Oh, okay.
I'll get used to that eventually.
Like how that Bocoblin's blowing the horn, but no more Bokoblins are coming.
Maybe he doesn't realize it yet.
Oh, is that what that sound is? I assumed that was like part of the music, honestly.
This would be a very annoying part of the music.
Oh, it was the guy on top. It's interesting. You wouldn't have noticed he was up there with the anything but free look.
Yeah.
He used the Z targeting that's in the original game. You wouldn't have
It's
noticed
a little
that.
it's a little weird. I mean I assume that they knew you would see him when the camera panned over to his
Right.
corpse after you've collapsed his tower there, but also, are you just gonna ignore that rock wall like entirely for no reason?
I was thinking that too.
That's surprising. I figured you totally saw it. That's why I didn't like draw attention to it.
Nah, look, man. Talking and playing is sometimes hard. Oh, what the crap is this?
This is weird. This whole thing's weird here.
That surprised face.
But yeah, that's probably why the horn wasn't drawing more bokoblins, was because you wouldn't have been able to see where the horn was coming from.
Also, because all of them were dead.
Well, don't they keep on coming until the horn guy is dead?
Actually, no. That was a special event.
Oh. Okay, that's weird. I would assumed that we'd be consistent.
Think of all the Mogwais or whatever these guys, that Mamogras that we've seen today. He's probably like bottom 3.
Bottom 3 what?
Momogras, I hate him. Of all these
Really?
fucking clowns, I hate this one the most, probably.
Look at this guy. This guy's awesome.
What is there to like about him?
He's white?
Jesus.
Oh, okay. All right. You can just stop right there.
I don't know. He has more of a mole look than the other.
That is true.
Like,
He
lanky
doesn't
ones.
look like a freak show. He does look more like a mole.
He kind of looks like a EGAD.
Yeah, he does. He does. All right. Yeah, okay. I've come around. He's in the bottom 5.
30 rubies.
I think
Is this
what
worth
bugs
it?
me about this guy, and I don't know why, but I think what bugs me about him is that like there is a level of like the surface is sort of billed as like this primitive, unexplored land untouched by humans. So I kind of don't like the amount of like civilization and commerce there is down here. I don't know. Maybe that's petty of me.
Is this just pure random, or am I supposed to be
No,
getting
this is
hints from
Minesweeper.
I honestly forgot this one existed.
Oh, red is next to a bomb.
Yeah, the higher value, the more likely you are to blow up.
Okay. Only a few bad spots, so it's possible that like a green ruby has a bomb next to it,
No, it's unlikely. It's highly unlikely, in fact.
but it's possible.
Probably not.
Then he's lying to me. Expert, let's go.
Oh,
I mean,
no.
yeah, it is just Minesweeper.
70. Screw it.
Oh no.
I'm gonna make so much money back.
You actually can obtain silver rupees in this sequence, so...
All right.
He's gonna pick a bomb right away.
I hate my life. Are you freaking kidding me?
Oh, tragic. Utterly tragic.
Oh gosh, this guy. I should have saved before doing this.
You really should just try one more time.
Is there a save point in this room?
There is not a save point in this room. This room is
All right.
unusually big for,
Oh,
like,
no.
this area.
Intermediate. I know Myles told me to. And clearly rupees are not important in this game.
Totally.
They actually are very important, because they are for the
Yeah.
upgrade shop.
Oop. Alright, blue, what does that mean? It means there's not one nearby. Or
Well, it
there's a
means that there's
medium
not
chance.
one right next to it.
Does that include diagonals?
I don't know. Let's try a diagonal and see what happens.
Oh, that seems even more dangerous. Let's go down. Okay, blue.
Okay.
Blue. Okay. That means this should not be a bomb. Yeah, okay. It's when I get to red that it... I hate everything. How am I supposed to get 50? Yeah, there's a blue next to a bomb. It is random.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Okay. That's unfortunate.
This is pure luck. There's no Minesweeper elements at all to this.
So you do understand now why he's, like, bottom 3, right? Why he's one of the worst?
I hate him now. Dang it, I wish I saved before doing that. He totally scammed me.
The best part, too, is you actually do lose health on this.
Oh my gosh, you're right. It's fine, I can just sit down and get all of it back. Yeah, it is totally probability based. It's not like deterministic like Minesweeper is. Yeah, I don't like that. Anything else I can steal from this room? Yes. Give me some rubies to make up for my loss. I swear. Ah! I was gonna say, I swear if there's a bomb in here and then something came out. Oh my god.
Oh, this frickin' guy. I hate this one. His stupid hair.
Wait, am I gonna have to pay you? What? Let me guess. I pay him 20. He tells me about the probability thing that I've already been told.
Just try it. I've never seen what happens here, and this is a commentary.
You're right.
You're
right.
obliged
Let's experiment.
to the audience.
Oh my gosh. Oh, so the other guy lied to me.
So this is very specific.
Green is no bad holes. Blue will have 1 or 2. Red will have 3 or 4. Silver has 5 or 6. Okay, so diagonals do count. It didn't mention black or silver rubies. What about those?
No, it did mention silver rupees. Black rupees are called rupors, and they actually deduct your total.
Really?
That's, by the way, a hilarious thing to think about, that you can have a -$. Like, imagine if, like, you went to get change and someone was like, oh shit, I accidentally handed you a $.
Oh, those are the black ones or the gold ones?
The black ones. Gold ones are worth
Black
300
ones.
rupees.
Dang it. Given that this Minesweeper game costs so many rubies to even attempt, not knowing that information feels very cheap, very dirty.
I think that's kind of the whole point.
I genuinely think they were trying to be a little antagonistic with this,
Yeah.
which I find very odd for the rest of the game.
Beginner. No. Intermediate. This is a commentary. Alright.
Bomb on the first try?
Blue.
Ooh.
So that means 1 or 2 is adjacent to this, and that includes diagonals.
Yeah.
So I have a
Nearby
good
means,
chance.
yeah, adjacent or possibly next to it.
Ooh, 1, 2.
So here's the thing. Since...
Ooh.
Okay, that means the one in the middle has to be a bad rupee.
Not necessarily.
But probability-wise, that is most likely, since it's surrounded by 3 blue rupees.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh,
You got a
Gosh.
rupor. Oh, it takes away 10? Jesus Christ.
oh my gosh.
It's funny that they don't tell you the value of rupors as far as bombs go.
This is so stupid.
You know what? I
this.
just realized bad spot. They specifically say bad spot because that could mean a rupor as well as a bomb.
Oh, I would prefer a Rupor to a bomb, theoretically.
So does a Rupor mean none of them are bad near it?
That rupor, I think, would be the bad spot.
Yeah, 1 or 2 is near a bomb, so there could be a second bad one, like here. No, haha. Just kidding. Okay. 2
Okay.
blues over here. There's probably a bomb over here somewhere. That means... Let's try up here. Yeah. Okay, this is probably a bomb here.
Yeah, that would probably be a bomb.
Oh, come on!
That
I've gotten -20. So this is one of the bad ones. This one could still be a bomb, though.
I wouldn't dig that spot up.
Oh, yes, a red one.
Alright, that means that up, down, and left are bad ideas.
Oh, red is 3 or 4, right?
Yeah. I wouldn't even risk it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that means 3 or 4 of these 5 are bad ones. That's not good odds.
Yeah, I wouldn't try it.
Okay, this blue one is probably talking about one of these 2 up here. So let's try this one. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
good. Very good.
These are probably good. Ooh.
Alright, that means you can probably dig pretty safely around here.
Oh, yeah, green means 0. Green means 0. Yes. Ooh, that means... Oh, wait, wasn't this...
That
one of these was a
No, the one
Rupor.
above it was a rupor.
Okay. So that means this could be a bomb, but it's unlikely.
It is unlikely.
Okay. This is also unlikely. Oh, these...
Alright, so with that
Okay,
in
these are
mind,
pro-
the
these are probably
area,
all
the
bombs.
3 around it are probably bombs.
Yeah. Was this a Rupor? I don't remember.
That was the Rupor, yes.
Yes. Okay. So 3 or 4. So one of these could not be a bomb, but most of them are. So I don't know.
Okay, all right, good. That means probably the one directly above it is also a bomb.
This one's probably safe then.
Possibly. Yeah, okay, good.
Okay. This is... Oh yeah, all these were blue. These diagonal ones were blue.
Yeah, the one in the middle was not blue. So that means that the one in the middle and that one right there have a chance. Yeah, those are bad spots. Okay.
What's the chance this
Don't
is a
do it.
bomb?
Wait, no, do it. That was the bad spot.
There
Yeah,
could
okay.
be 1 or 2 though, but
Well, you
yeah, I
broke
guess
even
that would be
again.
super unlikely. Yeah. I think I only paid 50 for this intermediate one.
No, I mean, you lost 10, but then you just got another 5 back, so you're back to the amount you had before you got the Rupor.
You're right. So this was red.
Yes.
I think this was red. This was red. So really, there's just no winning at this point. It's just luck
You
to
might as
draw.
well just try, yeah.
Both of these were blue, and
Yes.
these were green. So that means these are definitely bad, or at least, actually, there's no guarantee. Blue is 1 or 2 bad ones, so it could be a good one.
Well, that one in the middle was red.
Aha!
Okay.
Yeah, this one was red. Yeah.
Okay, well, if that's the case, then the one directly above it has a good chance of being bad, as do the ones directly below and to the left of it.
Oh.
Oh, a shame. All right. I was wrong.
That's why I got some
Actually,
of
I
my money
wasn't
back.
entirely wrong, but
I got 47 profit there. That somewhat makes up for... I'm totally done with
do
this.
expert.
Okay. I mean, there's still a lot of luck involved, but knowing the exact numbers definitely makes that more engaging.
You also got, you only lost 30 rupees in total there, so that's not bad.
Probably more than that, because I did the expert one was like 70, intermediate is 50, easy is 30, and then I did another intermediate, so I spent like 200, and then 20 for the hint that made that an actual engaging thing. So 220, and I got a almost 50 profit, so I overall lost 150 ish. So, you know, it's... Now I just need a stool. Hey, hearts! Oh,
Now I need to find
a
some
little
place to rest
oasis.
my legs.
Yo, we found some water.
How refreshing. Too bad it doesn't refill your hearts.
Remember to hydrate.
Oh, I know other desert places in Zelda games. They have you put water in your little thingamajig. I'm totally gonna do that. Yeah.
Wow.
Hold on.
Normal water, but it might come
Double
in handy.
water. I would not have done that if I haven't played Zelda games in the past. Actually, I don't know. If I would have remembered I had those, might as well. Because that little puddle does stand out quite a bit. There hasn't been something like that.
Well,
before.
come to think of it, the only Zelda game that ever really asked you to bottle water was, I think, Wind Waker, right? Because you could pour it on plants. No, well, because then you would also bottle water for the bean sprouts in Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask, so never mind.
Yeah, well, I vividly remember in Wind Waker when you had to, like, grow bombs with, like, the spring water when you're climbing the mountain to the Red Dragon.
Yeah. Yeah,
Oh,
I think that
now
might be
they
the only,
throw.
or at least the first time. No, it's required in Majora's Mask because you need to grow a bean sprout to get to the top of Deku Palace. So, But it's optional in Ocarina of Time, since all the bean sprouts are. You know, that guy was kind of dumb for instantly blocking when you were at a disadvantage.
Wait, I kind of want that heart.
See, the other thing is, if you hold the sprint button, the moment that you hit the sand, you'll actually run against it as opposed to sliding.
The moment I hit the sand?
Yeah. So, like, jump off and hold A. And then start moving forward.
Oh. Once you start sliding, though, I assume you're stuck.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh. I like how they roll before dying on inclines. Oh, skull!
Yeah, they were very Yeah, as you can see, you can just sprint out as opposed to sliding, which is faster.
I like them rolling down the hill after killing them, but it is kind of annoying. I have to go down there to grab the loot.
Oh yeah, you lose a lot of convenience for comedy in this case.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, that's a good succinct way of saying it. Gosh dang it!
Letting go too early, Sean.
It's fine. You were gonna say something.
I was gonna go back to the bottle thing. I think there wasn't any water needed in Twilight Princess, but I know you could kill slimes and bottle the slime.
Yes, and they gave you potions, basically.
Yeah, they're basically potions. Yeah.
Wow, look how fast I run.
Doesn't it just
One
feel
heart.
good to run really fast in a video game?
It kind of does.
This is a controversial opinion that I hold. But one of the reasons that I did not really enjoy the first Xenoblade Chronicles and I preferred my time with Xenoblade Chronicles X was because in one game you ran really, 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 really fucking fast, and in the other game it was Xenoblade Chronicles.
I have not played it, so I couldn't comment.
Xenoblade Chronicles is generally, like, really beloved. I think it actually might be in the, I think it's in the Metacritic Top 100 for games. Like, it genuinely is that well reviewed. And it's generally well revered, too. But I was kind of bored by it because you move really slow, among other things. But I also haven't finished it, so I'm not gonna, like, make any significant judgments about the game.
Looks like the beetle doesn't distract them for long enough.
I like how they're absolutely terrified of the beetle.
I mean, wouldn't you be scared of a mechanical beetle flying at you? Like, that feels kind of intimidating. It's like if you saw a normal bee flying at you, right? Like, that's scary. You see a robot bee flying at you. That's horrifying.
Yeah. You're right, though.
All right, so of these two, which one is the greater offense to your eyeballs?
Whatever is
The
on
one on the right, I don't know.
whatever is on the top of the guy on the left. Like his hair is. It looks like he, like when in the
Doofenshmirtz.
yeah, like in the cartoons when they get hit on the head and like the lump forms, and it like pushes their hair. It looks like that happened to him, and it's just a permanent thing on his head.
Yeah, no, he's got the Doofenshmirtz hair. You're right. One of them's got like a man bun, the other's got like a just straight up yee ass haircut.
It's like a paintbrush. The guy on the right.
I suppose the clever thing is that all of them are named after minerals.
Oh, you're right. Oh, that's clever.
That's their name, Magmas.
Well, to them, both people would be oddly garbed, so that... This question is moot.
Like most of the questions in this game.
Yeah, see, yeah. They wanted Zelda as the answer. It doesn't matter.
probability of your answer being correct is 10%, rounded up.
Rounded up. Yeah, that there are a lot of moments where Fee's excessive probability number crunching is actually just very funny. It's just unfortunate that they kind of forgot that that doesn't make her very charismatic at all.
Yeah.
What I will say, and this feels almost like a postmodern complaint, if that makes any sense. But like, I think one of my problems with Fi is that she just feels very much like the kind of character you would only make in a long-running franchise, you know? Because the longer a franchise goes on and the more characters of a similar cloth you have, the more, like, interesting you have to make them. So when you have Navi, Navi is sort of... She's sort of default. She's generic, friendly, she's useful, she's a welcoming presence, she's got a very sweet voice. And so, like, of course, in Majora's Mask, a game of opposites, you have Tattle, who's the opposite. She's very abrasive, and rude, but also a lot more, also has like a lot more of a definitive personality. And so it's like, okay, that's cool. You don't have one in Wind Waker, but probably because it's the same director as Majora's Mask, they just kind of make Midna very similar to Tattle, where she's bratty and disobedient and haughty. But she's also like a complete short stack, a very fuckable short stack, right? So like with Fi, that's like a character like that, you go, well, what's something different? What's something we haven't done that makes her too similar to all the other kind of guide characters? And like,
let's make her boring and annoying.
Yeah,
at the
like
same
when
time.
they're like, well, we haven't, you know, like, well, Tattle and Tattle and Midna were very personable and bratty, and Navi was very friendly. So we can't just like have that personality be flipped. Like, why don't we make it so that she's like really robotic and cold-hearted and calculating? And it's like, cool, I hear that. You haven't done that before, but there's a reason you haven't done it before.
It doesn't work.
It's a very late stage kind of character to make, you know? Yo, speedrunning.
Heck yeah.
Moving in the
I'm
cutscene,
speedrun
baby.
master. I just shaved 0.25 seconds off of that.
Well, at this rate, you might have an incredible time of 70 hours.
If I generate enough wind, I'll be able to spin this.
Not gonna lie, Sean, I don't think a net produces much wind.
Yeah, but light does. Oh, okay.
I would actually say light produces no wind. It never has.
If you throw it hard enough, yeah.
That's true. I mean, yeah, we've never weaponized light. Well, actually, we have. It's called the laser.
I'm gonna guess that's for a grappling hook, but I'm gonna bug it instead.
Wait, no, that's not. Light amplification of stimulated emission of radiation. I guess a laser is light, right? Or is it
Yeah,
heat?
it's for the grappling.
I believe laser is light.
Yeah, because the L stands for light. Light amplification of stimulated emission. Light amplification of stimulated emissions of radiation, I think, is what laser stands for.
What's up with these random bombs?
See that?
Oh.
Yeah.
They use weird places to telegraph it. That's not gonna do anything. What
Well,
if
it's because
I
you held it too
roll
long.
it?
I think it would have made it otherwise.
Oh, that's probably where a key is. I could find out by dowsing it, but I'm going there anyway. I gotta get that treasure.
So this is an interesting segment. I mean, it's essentially a harder version of like the Kikwi hunt, right? Like a non-linear kind of sequence in a very safe sandbox. Part of an area that you haven't quite fully explored. They're having you explore new areas, but it's all very self-contained to... like you're not going all the way around the mountain, so it's technically still a lot of... It's small, but it's also new, which makes that the perfect kind of balance with difficulty. And again, semi-non-linear. But it's also a lot more gimmicky. It relies a lot more on using the bombs and dealing with the sand than the Kikwi hunt, which is very kind of a neutral scenario in which there's really not a lot of mechanics to it other than using the sword, really, like chopping things down and fighting enemies.
This area actually contains one of my favorite rooms just because of what Fi says about it. Coming up soon.
Yeah, I do like this segment. I think that this is a well thought out little moment. But at the same time, I also think a lot of people, this kind of represents one of the things that people find very frustrating about this game, which is that, of course, you get to the dungeon, but you can't just walk in, even though you've already gone through this very long area, right? Like, it's got to be a whole ordeal.
I mean, but that's part of, like, the puzzle, both the puzzle and adventure aspects, right?
Right, but I think that people like for these things to be disguised a little more. I think once they get to the door of the dungeon, they don't want to have to be inconvenienced, even if you literally put this segment earlier in the game, but it's about, or earlier in this area, but it's about, I don't know, opening a gate or something. Like, I generally think people kind of prefer to not seem like they're being inconvenienced.
If I set my sword on fire, then I can light this.
Is it possible to set a sword on fire?
Where are the torches? I want the torches.
If you played Ghost of Tsushima, yeah, there's a fire sword in there.
I still need to play that.
You could heat the sword up, make it like hit harder, cut through more.
Don't put the sword away. Kill them.
Yeah, all the enemies in this are really stingy. Like, normally you would have seen at least one Batwing.
One what?
You can get Batwings as drops from those guys.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, the skulls are stingy, too. Like, even though I've killed like 100 of those goblins.
You have to drop down. There is no sidestepping.
Yeah, I was wondering if it would, like, transition me to, against the wall or something.
Nope.
I want to say that's a mechanic that only appears in Wind Waker.
That's a good point, yeah. Ooh,
which I guess makes
vines.
sense, because it's kind of a redundant mechanic to ledge hanging. I think the only real advantage you can get is that you can put an obstacle on a sideable wall in a way that you sort of can't with ledge hanging.
Yeah, the stamina bulbs are actually useful now. Oh, whoop, there we go. Yep. Yes, yes. Woohoo!
John, there's a butterfly.
That is interesting, though. Like, oh yeah, it's frozen in time.
He scared it away immediately.
Oh, it's coming back. And it's gone.
Come on, come on.
And it's coming back. Bruh.
I can't move. I can't move at all. I have to be completely still.
You've also got to be a little more gentle with the net, I think.
There you go.
Oh, they're blessed.
Nice and shiny. Now we get to go turn it into a potion.
Yeah, you just cook it alive. This is good omen.
That's true. I caught it. I haven't killed it.
Nice.
Yes, this is the room that's has my favorite Fi speech right here. It's upcoming room.
Looks rather empty. I'm looking at the walls too. If there's anything to.
Now talk to Fi. Well, roll first.
Oh,
to put it out.
I need to roll. Yeah.
Didn't they teach you anything in grade school?
Wait, 95% chance. You're saying there's a 5% chance.
Yeah, it is weird that she's saying there's a 5% chance that you won't catch on fire. Like, no, there's fucking not.
The walls are literally like made of lava, and then she's just like, you know, you could just run through. There's no other options.
How do you feel about that? I almost feel like it's a game's obligation to make it so you can complete it without taking damage, like a lot of the time.
Right, like what happens if you manage to get here with like half a heart and you're trying to be super careful to complete it? And like sometimes that's a satisfying challenge to do too, but then if there's inevitable damage, what do? You're just kind of forced to go back to the save point.
Yeah, do it better this time. Yeah, it is interesting. I generally feel like most games kind of shouldn't deal damage to you if there's not like a particularly like engaging narrative or thematic reason. Like the torture sequences in Metal Gear Solid are always there are always special circumstances where it's not like the player is being is being damaged by enemies or anything like that. Like it's always sort of put in a context where taking damage is both inevitable and accepted. Whereas, like, this situation where it's just a general environmental hazard that can't be avoided, like, that definitely feels a little, it feels a little off, especially because it's not a particularly, it's just not a particularly, like, interesting scenario. It's not like, in like Super Metroid, running through Norfair without Variasuit, or like, I mean, everyone hates it, but Other M also does that.
Right, just bonus challenges where you know what you're getting yourself into.
Well, Other M does it on purpose, and people hate the narrative justification of why you're running through without the Variasuit, but I think the idea for the sequence is very interesting. It's just quite. That it's couched in
straight. You don't have to do the
bizarreness.
Oh, I don't? I assumed the game would want me to like
or that. Like I think that works too. Oh wow, you actually got it on that one.
Okay.
Just barely close enough.
Because I assumed the game wanted me.
Hey,
I assumed the game wanted me to curve it to like, you know, take advantage of the curve going on here.
It looks like that, but you can literally just roll it forward and it'll go.
It's also interesting that you definitely have to like run on this sand. You can't slide. So this is the second time I think the game is kind of like, I guess this time it's forcing you to run. Before I'll put the part I'm talking about on screen right now, where you're highly encouraged to run on the sand to avoid wasting time. Getting the one of the key pieces after blowing open the boulder. That's another
shortcut, Sean. And ladybugs.
Did I get both?
You did.
Oh, baby. I almost hit the bomb.
It's just efficiency right there, Sean.
You know, I must say, you are playing significantly better than last time, where I wished for death.
Thanks, baby.
See, now this is what's weird. There's a shortcut here, right? But then directly next to it is another shortcut.
Are you talking about the wind tunnel?
Yeah. Like, that's strange, isn't it?
I don't know what the point of this shortcut is. Except to the save, just to get to a save
it's probably,
point.
Yeah, it's probably to get back to the save point.
That's probably the only reason, yeah. And if they mapped it out where this was together, might as well slap a shortcut in, because it's next to each other anyway, you know? And we have to give credit to the level designers for mapping it out that way, where like different areas connect to each other. Dark Souls did a similar thing too. I don't know if you've heard of Dark Souls.
I have no idea what that is.
Kind of sounds like
Sean.
it sucks, to be honest.
Ooh, what's in there?
Yeah, what is in there? Do you remember?
I have no idea. It doesn't look like you can get to it right now, so I'm assuming it's...
I swear you can, like, you come out that side during something. You know what? It might only be in one of the very late stage parts of the game, if I'm thinking correctly.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, because there's definitely no way of getting over there. I am finding, though, that, like... Well, I guess not very many hearts and breakable things make sense. But even rubies seem to be a little scarce in objects. Is that...
Scarce.
Scarce.
Scarce?
Scarce. Gosh dang it.
What are you,
Don't
British?
point out my faults. Oh, hey, this is the other part of the map. How cool is that?
Yeah, like as I said, like the level design in this game is good. You just never engage with it.
What is that supposed to mean? You don't
Well,
like the level design?
I mean, like, yeah, you go through the area, but you get all these shortcuts, and then they're immediately trivialized by the fact that you will never run through this area the same way more than once.
Right, you don't really need most of the shortcuts. I wonder how many are useful, like, if you come back later to complete things. I wonder how many of them are useful then.
Well, not really, because you can just warp to anything relevant.
Oh. Okay, yeah, you're right. Ah! I forgot! Is there...
As long as you get the first frame of that roll out, it counts as a stop, drop, and roll.
John, no.
Oh, he's going for it. He's going for it.
She just stops you.
I think I'm dead.
Just calmly walks
No,
away
you can
from the
make
door.
it. You can make it.
No!
Oh.
Oh, I had a
Oh, nice. All right, don't screw it up.
I was wondering if there's any... Well, now I know that area I need to come back to once I have a heat suit. Either that or they just did that to force you to use dowsing. Which I've already done, so it's fine. It's all good. Sand. Sand is the anti-fire mechanism we need in video games. Oh, that's right. This thing, I didn't actually, like, find anything in here.
Yep. This is a very fun... Oh, hey, what a perfect timing.
Wait, I have bottled water. I can use that to get through the magma area.
Just pour it on top of yourself.
I don't think the game would let me, but
No, I can't imagine it would. But yeah, since you can
I wanna get over
run
there now.
on
You're
sand
right.
by holding sprint, you should be able to get through this area.
Come on. Come back. Come back.
Yeah!
I will tell you up front, these butterfly are some of the lowest in priority for ones that you have to catch, because you see a lot of them. Also, don't forget that goddess cube.
Can't forget that. Oh, I got some nice money. Yeah. Oh! I did not move there. It kind of booted me off of the cube.
Doesn't want you to stand on it.
I suppose before doing the dungeon, there's a lot of stuff you haven't done in the sky that you should check out. Especially like stuff at the bazaar, a couple islands that are interesting.
I mean, none of that stuff goes away before or after the dungeon's complete, right?
No, but also we won't have time to get through the dungeon.
What do you mean?
We're an hour into recording.
Oh. That's fine. We can complete the dungeon later.
I mean, besides, like, you should, stock up. It's a good idea. Explore the sky. Sky's fun.
I feel like you want to show me some of the optional content.
I do. In fact, I think everyone would like to see the optional content. Also, I don't know if I can suffer watching you do another dungeon today.
Hey, I've been doing great.
You've been doing great in the overworld, which I'll give you props for, certainly. Oof.
Rip.
That was too high of a fall to... Oh, dang. How did I not see this? Oh.
See if he gets this little puzzle.
I don't want to run and then it turns off.
Wouldn't these things be really hot? Like in real life?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. Link is impervious, though. Link is the chosen hero.
No shot, you missed it!
Oh.
I assumed it would turn on one after another. I didn't even look.
No, they appear at the same time. At some point.
They're like heavily
But, like, it's funny
staggered.
how Nintendo games make things seem like really fun, explorable, and feasible, like caves. You know, it's like, oh, caves, going through a cave, there's treasure at the end of it. It's like, no, caving is a horrifying nightmare.
Oh, God.
Oh, I bet there's
That's
something
true.
fancy on the other side of that waterfall. No, you'll drown.
Guess who's the sheriff now, punk?
Platform on the steam vents.
The cave exploration stuff in real life is absolutely terrifying. The stuff where they like squeeze into those tightest spaces possible.
Is there a difference between these two caves?
No, they lead you to the same place.
I haven't been on that one, though. I want those rubies.
Try it out. If you can get to the other side, like, that'd be awesome, honestly. I've never tried going back in reverse.
Neither have I.
For the commentary. Oh.
Boo!
Oh, boo.
Boo!
Thanks,
this
game.
Uh,
I can't, like, hold the run button and move the camera at the same time. It's a limitation.
Yeah, it is nice.
No, I'm saying I can't do that.
You can. Oh, you cannot. Okay, my bad.
Hey, I'm gonna use this shortcut for the save system. Woo.
Yeah, feel free to go back to the sky. Honestly, that key will stay in your inventory when you return.
I'm curious here. I want to look at the map because that sends me. Are there different levels?
The yellow is sand. The brown is just like dirt or like safe land, and then the red is lava.
Right. I'm just trying to. Wait, I came from. Where's the... Yeah, so this is the shortcut. Where's... Oh, it's just kind of like... Here. The shortcut that sends you up.
Yeah, it doesn't exactly look realistic to the geography.
Yeah, it's hard for me to... Since there's multiple levels, it seems, it's hard for me to map where is what here. Yeah.
Well, they also don't exactly coil upwards like a mountain, it seems. Like, the game seems to imply that this mountain is sloped. It's vertically sloped. So no matter what, you'll always be moving into the same direction.
That's true. I expect more coiling in my mountains.
I expect better from Nintendo, frankly. Try harder next time. Maybe try making a real map, assholes.
That's why they're making Breath of the Wild 2. They saw Skyward Sword
Are you
and they're
implying
like,
Breath of the Wild 1 isn't a real map?
No, they tried but failed.
Damn.
Oh my gosh, go.
Also, I don't hate this map either. This map's fine.
I'm going to turn on button controls for the flying. That's so much better. Thank you. I don't mind motion controls for Link Thanes, but flying Thanes is an absolute nightmare. Okay. I have more, like, treasure chests to grab.
Sean, I have a question that doesn't pertain to anything that we're doing right now. Did you make that hand raiser bot? And then we just ended up not using it?
Yeah. I made it, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but without Josh here, because it seems like with the three of us, we're able to not talk over each other.
Yeah.
But with 4 people, I think it's tougher.
Yeah.
So we would probably use that bot in case somebody had something to say. But it's not necessary anymore because now it's
Also,
just the
none of
3
us ever have anything interesting to say.
300.
Oh shit.
I think you actually might max out here. Nope, never mind.
Oh yeah, because I got the bigger medium wallet plus 300. So that's I probably have an 800 cap if I had to guess.
Probably.
Yeah, most likely.
I think you'll actually like this minigame.
I need a bigger wallet then. I need bigger wallets. Oh, it's him again? Work the kinks out of my sword arm. Yeah, they called you Mr. Skyloft, I remember. That's what he says in his house at night.
He's just so cool. This is actually I think one of the coolest characters in the franchise. Because he has the stubbiest katana I've ever seen, and that's cool.
That's why you like him. It's not because he has character or like...
What else is there to care about in a character? Like what? You want an arc? You want a fucking arc?
Come on, man. We all know it's just he has a really attractive face. Like that beauty mark. God, that really makes it right there.
That beauty mark actually might have a story. We don't know. There might be an entire origin story. It's like Solo, where they have to explain how he got the beauty mark.
On Nintendo, where's the solo game for Peter?
Peter. You're chopping too slow. You're chopping way too slow. You gotta chop faster than that. You gotta chop more. There you go.
Oh, I didn't realize it was counting times. I thought it was just keep the streak going for as long as possible.
No, you gotta count.
Whoops.
Hey! 1 away from 800.
Ooh, a longer blade?
Wow. I wonder where you're gonna get that.
You're one to fucking talk about long blades. Your katana is the smallest thing I've ever seen. Imagine being lectured about how your blade's too small from this guy.
No.
Oh. I've never seen anyone do that before.
How did that happen? Holy crap. Once I realized it was about number of cuts, that did worse.
You just pancaked really hard there.
I found the button controls a lot easier to do this.
I actually can believe that. That makes a lot of sense to me.
Button controls is cheese in it.
It really is.
It kind of is.
I think,
No!
Oh, that's unfortunate.
See, when it wasn't number of cuts and I thought it was just keep going as long as you could.
We might have just ruined this for you by explaining
Yeah.
what you have to do now.
No, because like you also have to make sure. Shane is completely right. Button would be better because it's really hard to switch or to swing on the same side twice fast, and you need to do
just
that
swing back and forth.
Yeah, you need to swing back and forth because if you swing from one side only, it pushes the bamboo away from you.
Right, I'm saying like it gets too far to the left like that, and you need to swing left multiple times, but it's hard to do that.
Yeah.
Because you have to slowly move the Joy-Con to the left side after it's on the right side, so you don't swing on the right by accident.
True.
So button controls.
Wow, this
Definitely
man's really
be-
about to cheat. He's really about to cheat.
This man's about to cheat. Look, they put a cheat code directly into the game.
The problem though is now you can't move it fast enough.
I did worse.
Yeah, because you can't move. You can't move. This is a game about schmoovin'. All right, you got to schmoove in this one.
Oh gosh. I just gotta press it as fast as possible, I guess.
There you
Wow,
go.
this game's actually fucking free with buttons.
No!
It really is.
That was a cool finish.
That was so much better.
That's stylish finish with the spin attack. Damn.
Yeah, because if you do, I think it's left, right, left really fast, it does that 360 move, so I could totally see that messing you up when doing this.
Yeah, you like have to do it fast, but not so fast that it causes you to spin it a bunch of times.
Oh.
Yeah, so for getting really high scores, you actually get obscenely rare treasures. See if you can get 35 before you head out of here.
Oh, is that a secret number?
If I recall, yeah. It might just be 30, though. I honestly don't know.
No! 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 It's not enough! It's not enough!
Oh.
Oof.
Oh,
Wow.
29.
I messed up too much. I messed up.
Oh, you gave me another one.
Okay, yeah, so it's probably anything above 25 gives you a rare treasure. I mean, honestly, goddess plumes are great to have, so.
That's the secret. No. The secret is do one direction so you never 360.
Bluebird feather,
Oh.
also a really good prize.
Oh yeah, he had enough, give me legendary.
It is fucking weird that he just has all these really, really nice, like, surface prizes. Maybe he's going down to the surface, you know? Maybe he's going down there, checking things out. We should get a game starring him, really. He's clearly got an
I
adventure
cut
going on.
no!
Oh!
I cut diagonal by accident, and then I sent it too far to the left. Come on, this is easy. Now that I know how to do it, it's easy.
Now that you know how to do it, you mean now that you've cheated.
Hey, but it's also just like swinging in the same direction. Oh, why did you do that?
Sean!
I don't actually think you know how to do this. I think you know how to do it.
Oh my gosh. How has he grown this bamboo so fast?
Maybe it's magic sky bamboo.
Just picks it and sticks another one in there.
Yeah, oh, that's true. Maybe he just, like, cuts it out, sticks another one of those in there.
There you go.
Hey,
Yes,
oh, 40
41 there.
Nice.
That is how to do it. Yeah, okay.
Okay, so you don't get anything interesting after, like, 30.
Yeah, they didn't account for the button controls. In the new
No,
version.
they didn't account for horrible cheating.
Oh boy. What a nice, beautiful day out.
Yeah. Are there any other goddess cubes you need to pick up? Yeah, oh, there's quite a few. Jesus.
Oh boy, we'll be flying for a while. I don't know if you can pick that one up.
You might want to switch back to button, I guess.
Oh yeah, you're right. It only takes a second and it makes life much better. Much more tolerable.
But it also makes the commentary less funny.
Fine.
Oh no.
Oh, no. Oh, he's actually doing it. Oh, no. Oh, no. I regret what I said. The problem is that I say it's funny, but then I'm in pain watching it. Which might be why it's funny. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see.
No! No!
Oh, shit. Oh, drop. Oh, you can still make it.
Nope.
Call it again. Call it again. There you go.
Now I don't want to open... If I open a chest and it's rubies, will it force me
go
to
back
pick
to
it up?
Skyloft for a bit. You can definitely get some
Yes.
upgrades.
It's not like Breath of the Wild where it says you can put it back. You have to pick it up. And you just don't get any of it.
Yeah, and there's a couple interesting things to do in Skyloft at this point. I mean, there's more gratitude crystals you can get. There's some fun stuff with Beetle you can do. I mean, there's a lot of stuff you can buy from Beetle, in fact. In fact, if you want to blow all of your money, you could get that extra heart container that he sells.
I want a wallet upgrade at this point.
That's a gratitude crystal thing.
I'm gonna kill you.
Or it's gonna kill you.
Yes.
Nice. It is fun to send them flying.
My hypothesis is the most efficient or fastest movement is skydiving for speed and then birding to get momentum back up before skydiving again. But
Burden.
Oh, you know what? We can check out that weird patch of digging by the lake that none of us
right,
know.
I can dig.
Yeah, that none of us know what's in it. So that's exciting.
Oh, and Faron Woods has a lot of decent amount of spots
But you'll be going
too.
back to Faron Woods. Spoilers. So
It's the one ruby duck.
yeah, that is certainly a duck if I've ever seen one. Actually, you know, I make fun of you, but you're right. It looks more like a duck than any other bird I can think of.
Maybe pelican.
Yeah, pelican, albatross.
Eagle, pelican, owl mix. All three.
I don't see eagle from that.
It's a mix. That's how you can't see,
I
you know.
I see.
Cat on, you can't catch the cat with the net.
I want to add it to my collection.
Yeah, can you make the cat into a potion? It's that one right there on that little ledge.
You're right, because that's the only thing that's over here.
Yeah. So I guess we'll solve this mystery.
It's just rubies.
And I can't pick them up
Nope.
either. Ah.
Oh man, there's a lot of good rupees in there too. Okay, well at least you know that'll respawn always.
Oh, that respawns?
I mean, they all respawn. Yeah, when you leave an area, everything respawns.
Ooh. That means I can get double the keys in the desert dungeon.
Yeah, that's true. Even though it was respawn.
Oh yeah, he wouldn't have another wallet upgraded, I'm guessing. Yeah,
I
because
think
I'm guessing
he
I have to complete a
does.
dungeon for him to restock things.
Probably. I'm not sure, actually.
Beetle has the worst business model I've ever seen.
Yeah. Well, literally, why not just have a... I mean, like... I guess he could travel to other islands. I'm guessing we see him go to other
Who
islands
else
later in the
lives
game.
there? Like, think about his clientele here. Who else would he sell to?
That's
You
a
know what?
good
Maybe he
point.
flies around to find extravagant things.
Oh, is this another... another extra... Ooh! Yes, baby! Yes! If I walk out and then back in, does he have another one?
He might. I think he has 3 in total that he can sell.
Oh, yes! There's no limit to the money I can hold. It's up to 1,400. Let's go.
Thank you.
Then you can also afford that pouch.
Is that pouch useful?
Yeah, I mean, it's all pouches are useful.
The heck is this bug metal? You'll be able to see on your map. Nah.
I have literally never purchased that.
Jesus, 1,000 rupees.
Yeah, bug hunting doesn't seem that fun. It's like just run across some bugs and catch them kind of deal.
You'll just see the bugs on your adventure anyways.
Right, yeah. It sounds more fun to catch them as you come across them rather than searching specifically for them.
Is there really any crazy good potion you can make out of it? I don't think I ever took advantage of that system, to be honest. Where you can...
This is probably too much for me now.
I think it's 800,
800,
yeah.
Yeah.
I think you can use bugs to upgrade potions,
Yes, you can.
but I don't like spending stuff for consumables like that.
Yeah.
It is better for the upgrades, which are mostly permanent. The shield upgrades obviously can be lost if your shield breaks, but the upgrades make it so your shield's not going to break anyways.
Ooh. Normal. Better.
Oh, that's unfortunate. You have to get those from bats.
Well, I've killed so many bats. What the
Yeah,
heck?
I know. That's what sucks. That really sucks. Try the wooden
More
shield.
RNG in this game, huh?
You know what? You can go to the waterfall cave.
Where's the other? Isn't there like? Oh, can I not upgrade my sword?
No, the whole game is a quest to upgrade your sword.
Yeah, I guess the master sword.
Why would you think you could upgrade your sword at a shop? Why would you think it'd be that easy?
Hey, you have the master sword in stock.
Yeah, can I, has anyone got any master swords? I think a lot about this. Like, again, if you, like, so the master sword is sealed in the pedestal, right? The pedestal of time. And that makes sense to me. You know, that makes enough sense. But, like, oh, nice, there you go. But, like, if you just, like, left the master sword on the ground, could anyone pick it up? You know, anyone could use it. Like, I get it has to be pulled out by Link, but can people who aren't Link hold the master sword? It's not like the fucking, like, Keyblade or whatever, where it just magically returns to them.
It has to choose you, doesn't it? So, like, technically, I guess...
Sure, but, like, if you leave it on the ground and someone else picks it up, like, what happens? Does it, like, fly out of their hand? Does it become too heavy to use? Like, what happens?
That's a good point.
I have no idea. That makes me think of there is a video where someone led in Breath of the Wild. They led one of the Iga clan guys to the Master Sword area, and if you like make him unaware of your presence again, and then just leave him there, he'll pick up the Master Sword.
Wait, really?
Yeah,
That's
like,
amazing.
Like how
well,
if you...
it seems the Master Sword is coded as though it's any other item because when you reload into the area after staying by a campfire, it becomes just a pickup for like just a second. Which means you can actually pick it up immediately without having to do the whole cutscene bit where you lose your health.
Yeah.
Like, it is entirely possible to get the Master Sword on a 3-heart run through a glitch.
But yeah, someone did that little funny glitch with the Yiga clan guy, and the Master Sword is just gone after that.
Oh, and now you can get the shield.
Heck yeah.
That wasn't so bad. Also, there's 20 rupees in that chest on the cliff.
I still don't know how to get up there.
You just jump from there.
Well, how do I get up
You have to
there?
go all the way back.
The entrance area.
Yeah.
Oh.
There it is.
Oh. How did I not see this?
Because you're dumb. 'Cause you're bad at video games.
Damn, got him.
Oh. Apparently I'm bad.
Got him.
He's so bad he had to turn on the button controls to do the bamboo game.
There is one upgrade for the potions that I think would be really good.
Oh, are you talking about the air?
No, the Guardian potion.
Oh, yeah. Oh, those are good. The Guardian potions are very cheap, but definitely good for upgrades.
Yeah. The Guardian potion originally cuts damage in half for 3 minutes, but if you upgrade it, you don't take any damage for three minutes. So
there's also an air potion that makes your air decrease less, and there's one area where you absolutely want the upgraded version of that potion.
yeah.
Spoiler!
You'll forget about everything we've said by the time you get there because it's really far into the game.
That's fine. I'm unlikely to buy upgraded potions anyway, so we'll just
I'm actually gonna make you buy it. I'm like genuinely gonna make you buy it and you're gonna thank me for it.
Oh, like, is it one of those cases where if you run out of air, you have to restart that section or something?
Yeah, you'll just fucking die.
Oh.
I didn't even know there was a wallet that gives you 9,000 rupee capacity.
Let's do it.
Okay.
It is interesting. He can't just like sew a bigger wallet, you know. Maybe the wallet has to. It's about how much a wallet can hold versus like the weight that it can hold versus the quantity. Maybe that's why you need a reinforced wallet.
Scatter shot.
Ooh.
Now I love this item, but you're not going to be able to get it for a long time.
Dusk relic.
It is really funny. The big bug net has some of the most strict upgrade requirements. Evil crystals are really hard to come by.
And also, apparently this is something, but she tells you can't open it yet. Oh, is that one of the goddess chests? Yeah, it is. We gotta find the goddess chest that opens this one. I bet it's the master sword. Hey, loser.
So mean, Sean.
What can I say? I'm a natural bully. Ooh, there's gonna be a bathroom quest.
Yes, there is.
Wait, go and look at that cat tree. That was a very eccentric cat tree. Jesus. It's quite large.
I mean, what else are you gonna do in these olden ages that don't have interwebs?
All you can do is just experiment. Just go in every room and, see whose closets you can open. I appreciate how obviously feminine this room is.
Oh, I've opened closets in houses at night, and it always tells me to not look through them. Yeah, there we go.
Unless there's money in there, in which case you will actually be allowed to look in it.
What do those cupboards actually have stuff in them sometimes?
Some of them do, yeah. So you might as well just look in them, even though it might tell you not to, because every now and then you'll just get money, and it'll be like, all right, that's yours. It's your money now.
I just imagine, since it's, you can open it. Yeah. You can open it. It might have something in it. Hey, Groose. Hey, buddy. Hey, Groose, buddy.
Aw, he's still sad. He's still sad because Zelda left him.
He's standing in front of his mirror. My goodness.
You kind of feel bad for him in this moment when you see this.
Look at the punching bag.
Oh, it's my room. I bet there's something in my... This is the boring part of the game. What do you want, punk? Yeah.
Meanwhile, fucking Stritch, the skinny one, just buggered off wherever he went.
He went to the Lumpy Pumpkin.
Oh yeah, he is at the Lumpy Pumpkin. Which, by the way, is maybe one of the most unappealing restaurant names I've ever heard. It's
You're right, though.
Like, there are certain adjectives that are just not delicious. Lumpy is definitely one of them.
There is absolutely nothing in this place.
True.
I assumed there'd be, like, someone who wanted to talk to me somewhere.
You haven't really made any progress.
I have not, no.
So
I'm gonna cut all this out. Wait. Find a bed and sleep. A quick nap can restore your hearts. Okay, so he says sleep and restores hearts. Still no hint at,
Well, will you let this go?
I will never... how is this... How does that count?
You can
as
roll
locking?
into that guy and he'll fall, I think.
Oh, that's right. This is the Rolly one. Yeah, okay. Now I'm getting confused between Rolly and Catchy. I guess if it looks like a beetle, I should roll for it. Oh, there's this thing. Ooh. I can open more chests now that I have a bigger wallet. Oh, I can't get to it yet.
I must say, I do like this like little fenced off area. I think this is a very rewarding thing to come back to later.
And the fact that you unlock that goddess chest already, so that
you unlock it
stumble upon
really
it.
early. It just sits there, enticing you, keeping you waiting.
I can't look at the general map without flying off of it.
I'm glad he's finally learning how to not like just die instantly off these things.
Progress.
Both on the opposite sides of the map.
Yeah.
Let's fly way above these buggers so they can't hit me. I may or may not like the horse travel in Twilight Princess more than this bird travel.
I don't feel like that's controversial per se.
Oh, hey.
Ooh, think you can do that?
Oh, what? Oh, what?
Ah, so close.
He's a lot bigger than I thought he was.
Yeah, that's the worst part about this segment is like there's just no good depth perception.
Yeah.
Yeah, well the thing is everything is way bigger in the sky than it looks like it like that bird looks tiny, right? That rupee should be tinier than it is, but like nope, it's actually huge.
Yeah. What do you have? Oh, why would you even bother coding that into the game?
That was the most like angry possible way you could have worded that. Ooh, can you get this? I think you can.
I don't think he can because I don't think.
Yeah,
he has the
I think it's back
bomb
here.
pouch. Is it?
Let's see where this leads me. Woohoo!
Ah, well, fuck me. I've been wrong on all of them so far.
Treasure medal.
Treasure medal. Oh yeah, that's a good thing. You want to carry that around.
Oh, is treasure the monster drops?
Yeah.
Does that include rupees?
Yes.
Oh, is there something over there? There's more,
Yeah,
there's more
sadly, I don't think
vines.
you're able to reach that.
Well, if I fall, my bird will save me.
Actually, it will not unless you're diving, because this game hates us.
You right.
Oh yeah, you totally can.
Oh, it's right here.
That's easy.
Oh, is this just a fake one? It's misleading. Tricking me. Well, as I'm traveling way over here, we can talk about, was that worth them dropping that vine asset?
No, it wasn't worth your time.
It got you.
That's true. You know what? It did convince you to try and go after it.
It's true.
So I guess it depends on the developer's intention. If it was a prank, then it's a great prank.
That's true. That's true. They intended it as a prank. Yes. But if they intended it as like a puzzle of choose one of two paths, then it's not that engaging. But if it's a prank, I will take the prank and I will slap myself silly, honk my clown nose.
Not enough games just fucking prank you instantly.
We need more pranks in video games.
I wish more game design would deliberately mess with you so that you feel like an asshole when you fall for it. So we can all agree the sky is kind of bad, right? Like, it kind of sucks.
It is pretty boring.
Yeah. Because there's not even like any scenery like there would be in Twilight Princess. And there's no
Yeah.
clearly divided areas other than like this
Sean.
area basically looks like a map and how it's divided.
Sean, please go to the left and hit that rock warp gate thing.
What, this?
Yeah, so
Oh,
it's slightly
yeah.
faster.
And this is like basically a really boring hub world.
It's not basically a really boring hub world, it just is one.
Yeah, you're right. And the game tells you that you gain speed when you go like down.
Doesn't feel like
And
it.
I've tried to take advantage of that, but it ends like right when you lift back up, so you can't really gain any momentum
Yeah.
to take advantage of. That's not activated yet. Go.
No.
Go. I know.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
I was trying to cheese it by flying into that crack. Is that not allowed?
It is
I don't
actually
think it's
not allowed.
It's only possible if I try it with button controls.
Oh my god.
Look, man.
Yeah, that's the other thing. If you screw up, you have to make like this giant turn.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, fuck's sake.
It's just a bunch of hitboxes. Can't.
It's all hitboxes. Hitboxes all the way down.
Oh, whoops! I'm button controls. Actually, there's no reason for me to switch.
Wow.
Let's go. Oh, really? Really?
At least it got sent to the item check. It didn't just get thrown in the garbage instantly.
Yeah.
That's true. I wish it would give me a choice to like send something to the item check.
Yeah, that would have been nice.
Treasure medal. I probably would have sent like my wooden shield back or something.
Yeah, because there's nothing you can use it for right now.
Is there a save point at this? It seems like there'd be a save point at this clown fiesta over here.
There is not a single save point in the sky other than by the lumpy pumpkin.
Really?
Yes.
I bet there's one in here.
Oh, yes, there is, actually. My bad.
Ooh, he's a nice clown person. Yum.
What?
Oh, that's right. I'm on button controls. I'm cheating. I'm cheating.
Doesn't it just feel nicer this way? That you don't have to suffer? Yo, look at this guy. We got a whole nother guy out here. What a lively area. So believable.
It's interesting though that we mostly see like people we see in Skyloft we end up seeing elsewhere, which is interesting, but we never see them actively flying. We just see like random NPCs we don't care about.
Yeah, well, to be fair, can you imagine that big fucking fat guy flying around?
But yeah, I mean, but regardless, it's interesting that they try to
Yeah, it is cool to see them leave their home, you know?
that they try to make it seem like the sky has other people in it, that other people use it. I need to bomb this. That's what this looks like.
You know, it's weird that you'd think that, because I've literally never noticed that, because there's no reason to, because it's useless.
I bet that comes into play later and you're just joshing me.
No, I actually am
literally-
dead serious.
It's literally above someone's house. It's not a point of interest.
Do, 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 do. Do, do, do. Ooh. Ooh, look at this UI.
Now
Ooh,
this is innovative. I actually
woo.
do like this. I like the way that this is laid out.
What it changed pages without me wanting it to. What the heck? I don't know how it got to the second page. It's weird. Oh yeah, he has the other seed pouch.
Yeah. But unfortunately they're not cumulative, so you have to I want to say you can upgrade the seed pouches. Right? I think you can.
I don't remember.
That's fair.
Can I not have them in multiple slots and have them stacked?
Yeah, otherwise you have to have them in multiple slots.
Okay, that works, yeah. I mean, but that takes up valuable space.
Yeah, exactly. So you might as well just upgrade it.
So were there any good side quests around to do, or?
Yeah, I can think of a couple. Actually, no, I can't. Now that I think about it, it's you can do pretty much all the interesting side quests. You've probably already done all the interesting side quests already, so get a move on.
Okay.
Yeah, you have to. I think you.
I
Have
just
to
remember
complete
that we haven't actually finished the dungeon, so.
Yeah, you have to actually complete the dungeon for things to progress.
Can I just say I love all the shield designs in this game. Big fan.
Yeah, have there been shields like this one in other Zelda games?
No, never square ones.
No.
Have there been shields that are like Well, there's been the wooden shield that can burn. That's been in other Zelda games. But what about
yes.
like electricity? Like,
No, metal shields have just traditionally been accepted as a good thing to have at all times.
gotcha. So this is the first time it's been a thing. Also in Breath of the Wild, right?
Yeah.
Yes, Breath of the Wild has metal weapons that can act as lightning rods, which is the most amusing thing I've ever seen.
I mean, the Skyward Sword and Breath of the Wild aren't they the only ones that implement like other versions of shields? Like,
Well, no, I mean,
most Zelda games have just a wooden shield and a metal shield, right?
well, yeah. If we're going by that metric, yeah, these are the only two games to implement shields with any kind of properties to them. I suppose you could argue, and again, you could just argue this. I don't know how true this is. That you could also consider the Hylian shield a different class of shield from the mirror shield in Ocarina of Time, because it can be stolen.
Oh, right. I forgot about the mirror shield.
But that's a big. I guess we could also consider a property of like a shield that can or cannot be stolen, which has also appeared in Link to the Past.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I'm reaching. I'm stretching here.
Ooh. Is that the temple entrance I see?
Does say that, Sean.
Well, we talked about this last time, right? How like despite how good the level design is in this game, this like completely trivializes like all these interesting shortcuts and folded map design elements.
Yeah, because the shortcuts, I mean, it always feels good to unlock shortcuts, but they don't seem particularly useful in this game.
That's because they're not.
True.
The segregating the game between sky and land definitely has a very negative effect on what could otherwise be some really clever 3D map design. Because, like, admittedly, this is one of the more densely designed maps. Everything it really does make great use of 3D space in a way that every other Zelda game really didn't before. A lot of these games were very horizontally aligned, with the N64 Zeldas being only really vertical in dungeons, and that kind of continued on as a trend through Wind Waker and Twilight Princess. That said, we don't have these cool dungeon entrance animations either in previous games.
Yeah, that really stands out to me as like, which games? Is this the only game where that's a thing?
Yes, mostly.
Except, I guess, Breath of the Wild, the shrine elevator crap.
I think there's obviously cutscenes in Breath of the Wild too for entering the dungeons, but usually that they have some like element of another character being there to interact with you as you enter it, with the basically side quests to get into the dungeons. So I don't know. There's definitely an attempt here at making this a lot more of like a cinematic kind of epic adventure experience. So there's a lot more of these little aesthetic flourishes that don't exactly go unnoticeable. And that's not a bad thing, I would say.
Yeah, they definitely want to like emphasize that transition, I guess you could say.
How'd that work out for them?
Oh boy.
It's because it's the only Zelda game that does that, because everyone hated this one.
Oh
It's the joke.
Myles' favorite people.
Oh, I get it.
I believe me, I'm ignoring them. I mean, they're not even on my screen right now. I don't even see them right now. I'm ignoring them. His stupid fucking samurai top knot. I just want to throttle his neck.
What was the point of this guy being here?
He's telling you that his friend is missing, which is gonna kind of come back as a somewhat relevant element of the dungeon.
Gotcha. Hey, that's cheating. I bet I can climb up here. Oh. It's like magic.
Is this like, would those vents be extremely hot in real life?
Yes.
I think you asked the same question last time.
I probably did. It's been what, 2 weeks, 3 weeks since the last time we did this?
I think 2.
Yeah. A lot happens in 2 weeks.
These platforms are moving up and down.
Good classic video game stuff. I've never been a fan
Yeah,
of
making you wait around.
I've never been a big fan of like game comedy that essentially boils down to just being like, hey, isn't this video game trope odd and or unrealistic? But like, it is funny how there are certain things in games that you just kind of like, you're just like, yeah, oh, lava geysers are my friend. They help me get places.
Fucking compressed geysers of air are also how I conveniently travel. Fucking looked it up. The temperature around a volcano is like can reach 1,000 degrees Celsius. Like,
Yeah, convection's a huge problem in general.
I would totally swim in lava.
It would be kind of interesting to have like a lava-proof suit you could swim through. Like fucking Oasis from Part 5, and just swim through anything.
Arm guard.
Yeah, these are one of the more interesting enemies right here. So this is kind of a cute little Zelda thing in general, is that Lizalfos are always introduced in like fire areas. I appreciate that they have like basically stuck with this interpretation of them as like lava dwelling or like fire dwelling. That's something that I feel like, you know, for as Nintendo-y and gamey as these things are, there has been a very consistent world building element to all of these games. Like pretty much throughout various incarnations, things always appear in roughly the same places each time.
I don't think you can kill him with that. You can Skyward strike him.
For some reason, thought you could, but you cannot.
I think you can Skyward strike him, but I think you need the ball.
Yes, well, we'll get to the ball in a second.
I'll beetle it.
Oh no.
Okay, that works. That works.
Easy.
Yeah, I mean, the slingshot, I would have used a slingshot, but like, hey man, go off, King, you know what I'm saying?
Hey, that wastes ammo though. I have 22 seeds.
Oh my god, the humanity.
The humanity is
How
losing
will,
one.
How will we ever survive?
Woo. That is so silly.
Yeah, this is a fun, like, element of this dungeon that is kind of like, I mean, it's a little hard to articulate, but like, essentially, these games have been very driven by bounds and boundaries where you can and can't go being pretty blatant. And I mean, even in Breath of the Wild, this continues in the dungeons. Like, there are just surfaces you can't climb that they'll just say, like, no, you have to play in this field. So, like, the ball kind of opens up the ability to pretty much go anywhere in this dungeon without having to worry about these kinds of, like, set paths. That said, I don't like the ball. I think it sucks, but like it is interesting. You have to acknowledge that it's interesting.
I mean, it's basically a boat.
More or less, yeah. It's a boat with
friendly to lava.
Boat with power steering. made from the finest Flintstone technology.
I was gonna try to sneak that bomb on before I dug this up for time efficiency, but great, a wasted heart. I'm full. All I need to do is just sit on a bench too. I don't need no hearts.
Really stuck on that bench.
I am super stuck on the bench.
Ooh.
Oh my god, I can't believe you made that.
We love to see it. Clutch moments.
Ooh, rare golden skull.
Wow.
Can I roll? Oh, you can actually fall off.
Yes, you can. It's pretty generous about that, but you can just faceplant right into the lava. Man, they're just loading you up on treasures here.
Apparently.
Hey, you know, they're trying to make sure you're upgraded. Trying to make sure you're nice and upgraded.
You know, this digging, I could see it getting old pretty fast.
Oh, you can?
It's not old yet.
You know what I will say is that you don't do a lot of that outside of the Elden region, so that's pretty good.
Ooh, it's glowing.
Oh yeah, it does glow, as if it's not obvious enough.
Yeah.
What a blatantly obvious environmental interactable it is. There is a cool skip you can do here, though, if you're clever enough with it, but it doesn't matter now.
If you were to run the boulder into the right one instead, would it lift up this first one still? Or would it
No.
lift up the...
It would lift up the back one, and then you can jump off of the ball during the cutscene into the back one, and it'll just let you skip doing the first one.
That's amazing.
Speedrun strats.
Do I just lose the boulder now?
No, you can go through. I believe that one should have an opening in it. Oh, it doesn't. Well, you just have to go around then.
Cool. I got the impression it might have just been like it had to stay there, but then I realized, how am I gonna travel? Hey, die. Oh,
Jesus H. Christ.
I was really hoping that would work.
I mean, it does, but at what cost? It's kind of brutal. It's kind of fucking brutal for these games.
What did you drop, lead?
I'm so glad that Link's face is just blocking the screen right now, so I don't have to look at his... Oh, there he is.
Yeah, what if I keep your bomb bag, huh, punk? Oh, I'm gonna have to get the bomb through there somehow. Stop it!
This is something that I don't know if anyone else has noticed, but like, is this the most sociopathic Zelda game?
Compared to the other ones, they're about the same, aren't they?
Well, there's a certain level of like, okay, yeah, everyone memes on like, oh, go into the guy's house and smash the pots, right? But like, there's a lot of side quests in this game that just like, the solution to them is like, oh, pick the cruelest possible option or the one that's the funniest. Or like there are just instances where the solution to something is to just like screw someone else over.
Ooh. Oh, it won't let me get off there. I was gonna try to run up that column.
Yeah, I don't exactly think the physics of that make a lot of sense.
Hey, it's video game physics. It's supposed to work
It
automagically.
just works.
Well, Shane, let's strap ourselves in. He's lost.
Will he ever figure it out?
I don't think there's anything I can burn here except myself, apparently.
I'm just gonna give you a hint up front that you will never have to use those frogs as some kind of proxy.
Well, that
this game
just makes
doesn't-
this game lame.
This game doesn't really utilize elements in that way, like, because there's no way to generate elements or carry them in any way. You really don't use them that much. Which is an unusual, like... I think it definitely highlights something interesting about Zelda, which is the idea that, like, we think of elements like that as sort of systemic implementations that, like, are just signs of how malleable these games are. Like, oh, Ocarina of Time introduced the ability to carry fire with sticks and arrows, so it's just something that, like, every game should have moving forward systemically. So when you have a game that's as much of a reconstruction as this one, and it doesn't feature that kind of element
he
of...
might figure it out.
Oh my gosh, are you freaking kidding me?
Oh, thank God.
That was giving me an ulcer.
I forgot that was a thing in this game.
What, crawling?
Forget crawling?
I don't know, I kind of expected the game to, like, need me to figure out how to get in there. So I didn't really think about the crawling for some reason.
That's fair. I mean, it is telegraphed as a pretty, like, as something that's a traversal challenge. But yeah, I mean, it is interesting that, like, in a reconstructed kind of game like this, you really don't have that, like, something that's been a staple of the 3D games forever, which is, like, moving around, you know, fire or melting ice, things like that. I don't really expect that of you because there's just no items that interact with those elements, so you never have to burn anything in this game.
That's a good point, yeah. Yeah, because since I could just, like, crawl through there and then throw the bomb, because throwing the bomb through the hole was obvious, so I was thinking there has to be some kind of puzzle or challenge or something, right?
No, there is this little
apparently
optional
not. Gosh,
challenge
dang
here
it.
that you failed immediately, of getting to the other side of that.
Right. I don't know, I was just expecting a little bit more there, so I completely forgot, like, crawling was a thing. Also, because crawling is not a button on the controller, it's automated.
Yeah. I suppose it's the second dungeon, though, so I don't know. It's hard to say. What's the right level of challenge by this point?
Use. Really? You're...
Oh, wow, it unequips. That's nice. That's real nice of them.
Alright. Give me that bomb bag, baby, after a mini-boss. How did I know? Ooh, these guys are buff.
Yeah, I do love that they're this animated when walking towards you. And by the way, both of them have separate animations.
Really?
Yeah. No, one of them's winding his arm, like he's like stretching his joint, the other one cracks his knuckles.
They're just taunting me. What the heck? The other guy's just... Oh. I tried to diagonal swipe. I missed. There we go.
I feel like this isn't like your average mid boss. It's just two normal enemies.
Yeah. Well, it's a nice like soft reference to Ocarina of Time, where the mid boss of Dodongo's Cavern was these Dynalphos.
Yeah.
Except these are Lizalphos. I'm sorry, everyone. Dynalphos breathe fire.
Nope. Nope.
Whenever that happens, you can always just use your shield to like avoid the counterattack.
Oh, that's a good point. No, heart, no.
It's fine. You have two fairies.
Heck yeah. I'm not giving this back to you, lead.
Considering that now it's a permanent prompt in your inventory, I don't think you can give it back to him.
It's just, Link's like, I'm sorry, I can't. The game won't let me.
It's literally ingrained into my flesh now.
Grafted.
No, it's mine.
Gone. Oh no.
Yeah, that's the funny thing is depending on what you say, he'll like have a completely changed relationship with his friend from now on. So like when you said that he's gone, he's just like, yeah, I guess we're not friends anymore.
Wait, seriously?
Yeah, he's like, he said, you can't depend on anybody, but at least your friend can depend on you, right? He gives you the bomb bag because he has no interest in finding him anymore.
Does that change his dialogue later, or is that just...
No, it's just humorous. Again, this is the most sociopathic Zelda game to date. This is the one where you can just casually ruin a friendship. I don't want to spoil too much later, but so I'll try and be vague about these. But you can curse somebody forever to complete a side quest. You can just choose to curse them forever to complete a side quest. You can also completely destroy a man's relationship with his mother. You can break someone's heart or lie to her to complete a side quest. Just lots of great opportunities for absolute sociopathy in this game. Oh yeah, you can threaten to eat a Kikwi, I think, at one point, right? Am I crazy about that?
Yeah, you can. It's like one of the options.
Yeah.
He's like, streams don't eat me.
Oh yeah. They do look pretty yummy, not gonna lie.
Bruh.
Hey, it worked.
People had been asking for Zelda games to westernize for years, and finally they have. They've included the level of sociopathy of Western games.
Oh my god, you got comboed.
Ah, joke's on you! I respawned right in front of you!
Yeah, that is nice of them to just throw you right back in front of him. I suspect that these guys might be your undoing.
I just have to, like, pay mind to which side my sword is when I swing it. Oh, got a little tail. They do seem to have really nice tongues.
They certainly want to show them off.
I was hoping I could, like, shield push him into the lava.
No, that'd be a little too easy.
No.
It would be cool though. Ooh, close. Also, if you get set on fire, you can just do a spin attack or a roll, and it'll undo that. Man, that's a long geyser. That is a long fire geyser.
Yeah, this is fun. There we go.
Have a staring contest.
You know, I hadn't considered how many situations that they just throw you in where, like, if you're bad at the combat, things are really friggin' dangerous.
I think that makes it more interesting, though.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I think I just have a very warped perspective because I'm not bad at this game. Like, that came across way meaner than I wanted it to. Like, you know what I mean? I think generally speaking, a lot of people find this game very frustrating and difficult because it's hard for them. You know, and probably just because motion controls don't always translate the way that you want them to. So it is interesting, like, when you think about it, that, like, the difficulty here is about the right level.
When it comes to, like, enemy variety, using the environment can also help increase that.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Like, this area, like, just battling with lava around you, so you have to, like, take your positioning into consideration quite a bit, because those lava rocks from those creatures will also be fired at you.
I mean, it is interesting to consider technology offered a lot for, like, enemy design. Excuse me, for, like, enemy designs and scenarios. Like, if you go back to Devil May Cry 1, when there's only one enemy type in a group at a time, and you just know it's a technical limitation. Or the fact that, like, I mean, even go back to Ocarina of Time, like, you'll rarely see, like, enemies with complex Z-target based AIs interacting with, say, Beamos, or, like, a smaller enemy like Keese. Like, it's very rare, and you probably know that's a technical limitation as well. So it's all very interesting to kind of think about how those inclusions are not just, like, great game design elements. They're elements that are exciting new possibilities.
Aw. Oh, that did the crack get bigger?
It's cool. They made you do it twice. You know, I gotta be perfectly honest, I forgot about this.
I saw it earlier, I just didn't have the bombs for it. I saw it before I figured out how to crawl.
We call that the expert's dilemma. Someone who's really great at video games knows how to identify these, like, kind of prompt and environment-based telegraphed elements, but they wouldn't know which actions they're capable of doing without a button prompt.
That's me.
Hey, you know, games are verb-based. If there's not a verb that you can use to do something, you just straight up can't do it.
I can't believe the game had the audacity to make me dig 2 times for nothing and then throw a slime on me. How dare it?
I do like this element of having bombs be like an actual environmental thing that you can pick up and stash.
Yeah, it's like combining, or not combining, it's consolidating, like the bombs in Wind Waker, for instance.
Yes.
They treated it as 2 different things.
Well, that was how it was in Ocarina of Time as well. So it is kind of interesting how, like, there's this element of evolution with these with the bomb flowers where, like, you know, so in the first the first time you see bomb flowers, they're just something that you can pick up or ignite with fire, and then in Wind Waker you have to cultivate them with water first, and then here when they here when they appear again, they can kill you if you're stupid. But it did work. It did break the wall a little bit.
Yeah, sometimes I get a little mixed up on the controls, my bad.
We'll call that a victory for you.
Come here, come here. Yeah.
The Skyward sociopath.
I revel in these innocent creatures' demise.
I wouldn't call them innocent. Well, I guess they are innocent, morality-wise. I guess that's the weird thing about this game is that...
They are attacking me.
Well, I guess that's the weird thing about this game is that it's never really specified that these are minions of the bad guy. Like, the bokoblins are absolutely defined as such, but, like, not these guys. Yeah, that they're probably natural inhabitants. We can't take that for granted, per se, but we can assume it.
Oh, I have to get the other side too? No!
Deal with it.
I'll just have to go around the long way.
Isn't this fun, guys?
Oh gosh, this is the long way.
The really, really long way.
Yeah, there's a difference between, like, figuring out how to solve something and then the execution of the puzzle. Execution is often the boring part.
Yeah.
So that's not something you typically want to emphasize in games.
This is a really daring statement you've just made. You think you can expand on this? Are you saying that it's bad to bore people beyond belief?
Well, yeah. I would say boredom is not a great thing.
Let's get into this. Let's talk about this, because this is an interesting talking point here. Because you know, you have certain games that have, like, kind of been deemed, like, boring TM, you know? Like, you have something like Death Stranding is a big example of people, especially critics, found it very boring. And then it has a lot of, like, these conventionally, like, fun game design elements of, like, there's combat, there's you know, there's stealth encounters, there's timer-based challenges, like things that we generally consider to be fun. And then also it has this sort of, like, sim-based mechanic that's in games that other people consider conventionally fun, like, you know, Euro Truck Simulator. So, like, that's an interesting question of, like, is that game inherently boring, or is it just, like, this subjective idea of boring? And based on that same thing, does that, like, where would this put this sort of beetle puzzle here? Is that subjectively boring, or do you think that it's just, like, boring because it's just not that involved?
I think it's part of puzzle design in general. So I think it's more akin to puzzle mechanics and puzzle style games rather than something more adventure-esque. I haven't played Death Stranding, so I can't exactly make a comparison, but
the thing about, like, Death Stranding that I think you can note is that moment to moment the game is very involved as far as the amount of inputs you're doing. Like, you're balancing, you're worrying about where you're walking, like, versus this Beetle where the navigation challenge of twisting the Wii remote in the right direction, or I suppose the Joy-Con in this case, in the right direction, is the closest thing that you have to that level of engagement. And I think for a lot of people it's just not enough because the decision kind of makes itself. You're sort of following this winding road, and you're not, like, the danger isn't there enough to make it kind of a high stakes challenge. It's not like a very precise challenge. And so once you figured it out, all you're kind of doing is following from point A to point B, as opposed to being thrown curveballs that make it more interesting. Like, if there were certain parts of the corridor that were really slim and you had to be very careful of, like, that makes that go from puzzle to challenge, active challenge.
yeah. Yeah, I think that's the difference there too, is like, because the execution of the puzzle solution is not the fun part, adding an additional challenge to it, it would add to the solving of the puzzle at that point.
Yeah, because the puzzle is essentially solved the moment that you clock the solution. I mean, it is a...
Right, the puzzle's over once you know what to do, basically.
Yeah.
Oh, crap.
That's my bad. I don't know what happened, but computer just decided to freeze.
Lame. Hey, I can crawl!
We're so proud of you.
Wow, you remembered the mechanic.
Because, like, in Wind Waker, the crawling is actually mapped to a button. So it's
Yeah, it's
interesting
mapped
that they
to,
made it kind
R.
of like... Yeah, it's interesting they made it just part of movement instead.
I think it's because they had more buttons that could, like, do interesting things with the GameCube controller, whereas with the Wii remote you had none buttons.
Right. And then you had, like, A, B, and that's pretty much it. Then you
Yeah.
have motion.
A, B, 1, and 2, and 1 and 2 are basically inaccessible from the upright position.
Roll downhill!
No, it is cool that they have that little cement marker there that basically just tells you where it's going to work.
Well, apparently not, because it didn't work.
Yeah, I thought that would work a lot better. I think that should do it.
Yeah, the wall just stopped it. The wall stopped it momentarily. That was...
Yeah. So it's subtle enough that I think that
Nothing's there!
subtle enough
my God.
that I think it's pretty fair to make that nice and simple.
I don't know, I still think it's more interesting to kind of, like, figure out where you need to throw it.
I would agree with that if they put bombs closer to the source, so that
Oh, yeah.
it wasn't so frustrating to experiment.
That's a good point. I mean, you can refresh back up to 10 here, but I don't think you're going to need more than...
Yeah, but it's a bit of a walk.
Right. That is weird that they didn't put any up there. It's just kind of like, I guess they want you to keep using it from your bag so you get used to it.
Yeah. That's a fair point, actually.
Oh.
That they were probably trying to encourage the use of the bag.
Yeah, that's the only reason I would think. What?
Oh my
you
god!
saw that, right? He just
I
did a
did.
sharp
Very
angle turn into the wall.
That magnetism right there.
What was that?
Yeah, whoever designed these little cubbies with the lip like
There we
that
go.
was a horrible person.
Yeah, that that they just found that and they said, it's fine. It's fine. We'll leave it as is. It's fine.
It's
Just want
fun.
to piss off the players just a little bit every once in a while.
Again, the most sociopathic entry.
How many innocent lives can I take before the end of this playthrough?
Oh, does it actually mark how many enemies you've killed?
I'll put up a counter on the screen right now.
I don't know if there is like a stat screen for that.
Yeah.
I'm not putting up numbers for that. It's
Someone go back and count.
Maybe on like the home screen or something. Maybe there's an option. Who knows?
oh, they put it in the game.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like the kind of thing they would track.
Yeah, like I said, I don't think they would, but like if there is, it's probably on like the home screen.
Yeah.
That's the last thing they would track. Number of innocents you've slayed.
Well, they wouldn't word it like that.
I know, but
Make you feel real shitty.
it would be more like number of enemies killed, but
Yeah.
that's not a fun statistic.
Or enemies. I think they would opt for defeated. Enemies defeated.
Oh no.
Or did
Oh, no.
Indiana Jones it?
They turned the camera, so I started running the wrong way.
It's pretty cool that a movie has more or less made it so that running away from boulders is one of the most intuitive things you could possibly do in a video game.
Giant thing rolling towards you. And to fit right in his mouth. What's the chance of that?
It's a perfect 10.
And then the other part of it, where it swallows it.
Well, there's gotta be a payoff to that. There's no way they added that as a bonus.
Nah.
Nah, the bolt is gonna show up.
Yeah,
Gosh,
the
moving
boulder's
this-
the final boss.
There we go.
Nah, that can't be it.
That would be extremely stupid to design an enemy like that. That would just be very dumb.
You alluding to something?
I'm alluding to absolutely
Not at all.
nothing. Why would you ever make that assumption of me? How dare you? I thought we were friends.
Only if you don't lie to me.
Ooh, he got me. Now here's an amusing chicken or the egg situation coming up.
It's the boulder!
Oh my god, why is it moving?
Oh my gosh, come on.
Oh my god, please put it in your bag.
I was holding A and then pressing B at the same time, and that doesn't do the same thing.
Now I want to point something out here. This is this chain. This is like this part is so weird. Like with this chain. It's like what I mean, okay, so we're going to see how she would end up bound to a chain like that, but like why would Girahim use a chain instead of, the magic that he blatantly wields?
Right.
Oh, okay, there you go. He's captured
okay.
by moblins and bokoblins and stuff. I completely forgot about this. Okay, all right. Clearly, I'm the asshole then.
Oh, she got freed by the
That ninja.
other girl.
The Sheikah ninja lady.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Because she was there, and the game is like, ooh, there's a new character. I need to meet her. Ah!
Now, here's the fun chicken or the egg situation. Was this boulder just a normal boulder, or did evil magic turn it into a spider dumpling monster man?
Excuse me? Excuse me? What is this? How did that come from a boulder?
So we can all agree that this is like one of the stupidest ideas they've ever had, right?
Well, it's not even like the boulder transformed into it. It's like it was hiding in the boulder?
Yeah, that again, chicken or the egg. Was it just a normal boulder until it wasn't anymore? Or did evil magic turn it into a giant, terrible boss?
I think it just hurt itself. Oh, that's...
Yeah,
oh.
it can't get
Oh.
up that hill, basically.
Oh?
Because you have these
Yeah, it
bombs
just blows itself
that'll
up.
blow itself up.
Oh, and then it starts sucking. I wonder if I have to put a bomb in that mouth.
Have you ever considered that they've reused this gimmick 80 times?
Yeah, it's... Ah, quick!
And it
No!
never gets old.
More bombs!
It just works.
Hey, it worked.
You know, you do have to admit that it is very, it's not just iconic, but it's also very, intuitive.
Oh, it started sucking again. I could have done it a second time. Alright, blow yourself up.
I wonder how long we're gonna be here before he figures out that he has to interact with the boss, even slightly.
I am, look at that.
I would say that
He's
you
blowing
might be
himself
too
up.
far away.
Oh no! That's an eye!
And he blows himself up. Oh, wow, he didn't.
There we go, baby. Swallow that. You're right, I actually do have to slightly interact with it. It's weird.
Yeah, I wouldn't
Oh, hey,
exactly
I was
call this
right.
one of their greatest ideas.
Oh, no! Ah, ah! He didn't suck this time, that's cheating! Oh.
Somehow I knew that would happen at least once.
We... Oh, what? Die. Oh, he's doing something else. Oh. Oh, oh. What was the point of that? There we go. There goes the... Oh, that's not far enough. Oh, that hit me? It didn't hit me last time. It's gonna get some bombs. Oh, now he's going too far away. He's going all the way down there.
Yeah, just
I will
you might as well
stand
just
right
wait
here.
for him. And also notice that if you stay slightly to the left, he'll curve.
Yeah, I tricked him that time.
Yeah.
There we go.
Have you ever considered a job as a games journalist?
Not really.
I'm glad, to be perfectly honest, because I have respect for you. Yeah, very fun boss though. Very cool. Big fan. Did a good job.
Let's be honest. That boss probably haunted a few kids' dreams. Like,
Do you think
ending
that
of
boss
that was
is
kind of
scary?
terrifying for a child.
You think it's scary? Interesting.
It's like the end part, like where it stretches its mouth that far. Like, that's kind of creepy.
Yeah, I guess you're right. I think you know what? I think it's just because the graphical style occasionally like makes me think like, oh well, that's soft enough, like visually speaking. Because like I think a lot about like some of the scarier parts of Wind Waker being really alleviated by the graphics, except for when they used like a lot of interesting sound design. Like the ghost ship in that game always freaked me out because it just like happens to you randomly. Like you just depending on the night that it is.
Or like Ocarina of Times, when you have to go into the graveyard and you have to face the Redeads?
Yeah, that part is definitely more hard-edged, like, just because generally speaking that game has a more neutral art style. Very, like, okay, you can kind of go down the line of, like, you know, Twilight Princess has a sort of attempt at photorealism. Wind Waker has a cel-shaded and like toon aesthetic. Skyward Sword with the impressionist painting kind of situation. Breath of the Wild, again very cel-shaded, but with a more like realistically proportioned character design. Like the N64 Zeldas are just kind of like graphically styled after N64 games.
Plonk!
Also, she got a new fit. Look at the drip here.
I can just go with her and protect her. Easy, right?
Not allowed.
Oh, that's right, because something bad has to happen to Zelda, probably.
She has to be in mortal danger and then you're needed.
You can help out when it's least opportunistic for you.
Ooh, that's harsh. That's not fair. The designers put side quests in this game.
Yeah, this is a very, like, amusing hypocrisy, I suppose.
It would be funny if you could actually escape this dialogue, like speedrunners getting here super quickly. Like, you actually end up saving her or something.
Yeah. But they would just skip the cutscene anyways.
That's true.
But yeah, bathwater time, baby. Let's go.
Give me that bath. Give me Zelda's bathwater.
Yeah, make sure to bottle that up. Sell it at a premium price.
Probably sell it to Bruce.
Oh yeah, no, he'd buy. He'd absolutely buy.
He would definitely, yeah.
There's a slight market.
A slight market? Well, okay, well here's the question. Which princess would have the most successful line of bathwater?
Breath of the Wild.
Okay,
Princess
yeah,
Zelda.
I think we're all in agreement there.
She kind of thick though.
Only kinda.
Gate of Time.
Oh yeah, we're getting serious with the references, baby. Finally, the third thing.
The transition between the getting the tablet in the cutscene and then just like the usual item collection screen.
video game moment.
Hashtag back to cutscene emotions. Oh, memories of Zelda. Look up. She's gone.
Now that's direction.
What'd you do to her? Why would you do it to her? Bring her back. Did someone say, to the sky?
Can't imagine how long it takes him to actually get into the sky. Just the sailcloth
Yeah,
like that.
Yeah, it's got to be like minutes of just hanging on to that thing.
It's got some grip strength.
It's ironic because then in game, stamina wise, there's just he's got what 20 seconds at most.
True.
Oh wow, you chose to land as far as possible.
Yeah, that wasn't my fault. It just kind of ended that way.
That's fair.
Go up the goddess statue. And
To be fair, yeah, it's pretty fast to get around this area. Especially with this expertly designed shortcut.
We only need one more piece before the game's over.
Yeah, wouldn't it be great if they just released this game and it was 2 hours long?
The HD version is 2 hours long, while the regular is still...
Look, we cut out 3/4 of the game, okay?
Yeah, they cut out most of the game. They're just like, you know what? Once he collects 3 tablets, I think the game should be over. I mean, really.
We only wrote so much.
Zelda just appears behind you. It's like, you did it, Plonk.
Great job.
You collected all 3 pieces.
I don't know what they did. I don't know what any of this meant, but yeah, we're done. Roll credits. Hope you were happy with your $60 purchase.
And the credits just say, like, it does the epilogue thing where, like, Zelda
Yeah, with the title
proceeds
cards.
to, like, fulfill the prophecy by herself. And Link just stays at home.
Gru started a successful line of super crackers. Colin was arrested on peeping Tom charges. He is now serving 15 years. Yeah, I very specifically remember this episode being a fucking nightmare to witness, so I'm really excited to do it again.
Fantastic. Oh, is he going into the desert for the first time?
Yes.
Yeah,
Oh,
I did not want to
God.
do this again. How long is this video?
An hour 40.
Oh, fuck. Alright. Lesson learned. Be very careful what files you clear. Well, here we are on our way to Lanayru Desert. Easily the blandest and boringest and worstest part of this particular game. Even back when I was a bigger fan of the game than I am now, I dreaded going to this section of Lanayru Desert in particular. I just find it mind-numbing.
Yeah, looking back on it. Oh, hey all, this is a post-commentary track due to audio issues, so that's our disclaimer right now. But I did go through and we salvaged some topics and such. But I also get to kind of reflect back on what happened, which I can't really do when I'm playing, and it's also difficult to talk and multitask at the same time, so this should be an interesting experiment. And, you know, if the audience prefers this kind of style, we could always do this in the future, but I think both ways have their pros and cons, and it probably depends on the game overall.
I think the thing about this that makes it particularly difficult to say which is more appealing is that, in one hand, I get to experience pain in real time. On the other hand, I get to live through the pain of childbirth, essentially, once more.
Once more.
Both of them are equally miserable, but which would I rather do again? For example, you're just standing there, and I don't remember why.
Okay, yeah. See, this is why I took some notes. This is where I had to restart my audio because Audacity was pulling from my webcam mic.
Oh, okay. All right.
If
Good.
we remember that. I remember that.
I certainly don't. Now, this is the part where you missed a goddess cube, I'm pretty sure. That's right there.
No, I think we got that one.
We'll see. See, this is a fun little thing because we haven't done this particular recording since October. So we're
This has been a while, yeah.
we're experiencing essentially a historic relic, a historic moment in human history.
Yeah. And there I wanted to jump off because it was faster, but it forced me to take the slow descent. But thinking back on it, like, what would the alternative be, right? Like, a ladder where 50% of the time you get to climb down it, and 50% of the time it just falls backward, so you can jump off easy. And you just can't use that ladder ever again.
What is this, Death Stranding?
Well, it's like, imagine some items have, like, some shoddy craftsmanship attribute that just dynamically changes your playthrough every time. How cool would that be in a Zelda
That would
game?
be interesting. But here's the thing, that exists, and it's called Breath of the Wild.
Oh, no, you're right.
All your tools degenerate over time.
And I hate
we
that
won't
mechanic.
I'm on the opposite side of that argument, but we won't be talking about that today. It's a very tired argument.
Yeah, that's been talked to death and back, I guess.
Well, it's a controversial mechanic, and I understand why, of course.
Yeah. And when I was blowing up these rocks, one thing I said was that it gave me 1 rupee for that, and that was a lot of effort for 1 rupee. And I think that's a very common thing in this area, where there's like, especially once you realize that the time mechanic is hidden in these rocks, it's a very hide and seek approach to this bomb and rock design that I don't think I like. Because it ends up being very tedious having to just blow up each rock just because you feel like you have to, and not because it's some sort of puzzle element.
I don't agree with that. Like, I feel like a lot of the times it's very forecasted where the time stones are going to be, and like the rocks that do have the time stones, they always have like part of the rock sticking out, part of the time stone sticking out, or like a hole you can see this time stone through. Yeah.
I think one of the issues with this game, as far as like the dense, oh look, there's a lot of rocks, like that seems like activity and density, but the amount of time it takes to clear out those rocks makes it a little difficult to justify. Oh, I remember this. Oh yeah. It's all coming back to me. It's like a PTSD flashback.
The slimes, yeah.
But yeah, you only have 1 tool for clearing out rocks, and think back to Ocarina of Time and Wind Waker, Majora's Mask, maybe even Twilight Princess to an extent. You have multiple tools that can clear out rocks, but they do it with different levels of efficiency and with different levels of density. So bombs versus a hammer, are 2 very different items. A bomb in Ocarina of Time, for example, has a blast radius. It can destroy multiple boulders, but only to a certain strength. The Megaton hammer can destroy 1 boulder really quickly, and it can also destroy larger boulders still quicker than it takes for a bomb to defuse. I think one of the problems with this game is that they kind of carried over that sort of every no stone unturned kind of mechanic that Zelda games have always presented, but they did it in such a way where there isn't a lot of options for us to how to deal with just like dozens of rocks in a single area. you're basically at the mercy of how bunched up the rocks are. And there's not even like a resource management element, because oftentimes there are bombs next to these rocks to make sure that you're not stranded. So I mean, I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of just the density of the rocks. I think that there's just too many of them, and it's just not a very interesting interaction.
Yeah, and back there, Myles was telling me how I should put away my shield because of the electrical enemies. But I think a lot of the bomb problems may be, well, first of all these back-to-back cutscenes just shown something that would have been cool to see in real time.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Especially when you first enter the area and it points out the centerpiece of the area that is the first thing you see and is the only thing that you could possibly interact with outside of blowing up the boulders.
There is something unusual about just the amount of like cutscenes that show things off to the player. And I would love to just one day sit down with every Zelda game and just count the amount of times that a camera the amount of times that a camera just says, "Hey motherfucker, there's something you gotta do in here, and we're gonna tell you what it is." Because I actually think that might be a post N64 Zelda thing. And I have a theory about this. I truly have a theory about this. I think that in the change in directors moving from Shigeru Miyamoto, Yoshiaki Koizumi, and Eiji Aonuma into just being Aonuma, I think one thing that he sort of took umbrage with, and that really affected him, it seems, was a lot of the difficulty of Zelda games. Like, I think he got complaints from parents about the water temple, which is like why the Tingle Tuner exists. It's so that parents can help their kids play the game. I don't know. There's a lot of like interesting statements that he's made about tuning the difficulty to make sure that it's for a young audience. And I genuinely think that, as critically acclaimed as the Zelda games are, they are designed primarily for younger children, like 6 to 7.
Right.
So it is very interesting.
And I know you said before that, like, Breath of the Wild kind of changed that, and it'd be interesting to see, like, I imagine kids also find Breath of the Wild, I guess, fun and not unintuitive.
Well, I mean, a great question is, I actually think that Mario Odyssey and Breath of the Wild is the sort of like 1-2 combo of like open world adventure games for the Nintendo Switch is a really interesting dynamic, because you can get Mario Odyssey, which is a more accommodating, more simplistic game. It's a sort of smaller scale. The stakes are lower, and I'm not a huge fan of Mario Odyssey per se, but it is a great sort of like set of training wheels for younger children, while also it has these movement mechanics that clearly like more hardcore, players who cut their teeth on SM64 and who love the sort of speedrun elements of 64 and Sunshine can still enjoy. So that is a good example of a game that has its cake and eats it too. And I think Breath of the Wild is very similar, where Breath of the Wild is a very relaxing experience. There's a lot of agency where if something seems really difficult, or if you're having trouble with something, you can run away or you can buff yourself. But then also you can really challenge yourself, because the combat encounters are inherently kind of manic and challenging and a little almost a little madcap. Like, it's very systemic to the point where like battles feel really chaotic in that game. So, I don't know, there's a very interesting element where Zelda, after, like, Breath of the Wild, really shows how much of a targeted audience it had towards younger players. And I think what's worth noting, too, is that Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask, more so Ocarina than Majora's Mask, were games that were deliberately simple and deliberately stripped down. I think a lot of the critiques that especially Ocarina of Time gets are that it's like too simple, the combat's not deep enough, and it was designed as an entry-level 3D game that was essentially just meant to be a template for later 3D games. And I think that the idea was that these games should have gotten harder, and then they never did.
Caught up in watching Sean blow up rocks.
It is really hypnotic.
In this little part, I was talking about stuff, so I was slower. But it probably doesn't help with like the not changing difficulty across games. That each game started focusing on different things. Like Wind Waker, you know, the whole ocean and sailing, and then you Skyward Sword, and I guess to the extent Twilight Princess, but not really, has a lot of motion control emphasis. So they really focus on kind of changing the gimmicks around. So I wonder if that means they were more uncomfortable with changing some of the other design elements that would affect difficulty.
I think Twilight Princess is probably the biggest case for it actually being very intentional, because Twilight Princess, I think the closest thing that it has to a gimmick is a sort of light world, dark world mechanic that I would have loved to see more thoroughly realized. Instead, it's sort of just like this set dressing and it goes away, even at the 1/3 mark of the game. But, like, I mean, and I suppose the wolf counts as a gimmick, but the wolf is so similar to playing as default Link that I don't know. It all feels very market-y. Like, it all feels like everything that they did was either for the marketing or just because someone thought it would be cool, rather than it actually being like the sort of driving force and the appeal of the game. Yeah. So, like, and that game is super easy too. So I suspect that it's a very intentional choice.
Fair enough. At least with the wolf, there were probably other things they could do with it, but at least they seem to have a vision of, like, at least being able to hunt with the wolf, like, thematically appropriate. It was just for the bugs, and it was briefly and probably served as, like, a preliminary exploration tool as well, but at least it's something.
That's true. The second half of the game does emphasize, at least, it emphasizes the wolf somewhat, but in maybe the worst way I've ever experienced in my life, where the wolf is necessary to find caves that are otherwise completely and totally invisible to the naked eye. So, theoretically speaking, it is actually better to play as the wolf in wolf sense mode at all times, because you might stumble across a cave that you can dig into. So it's, I don't know.
That's funny.
Absolutely bizarre gimmick. Twilight Princess is not one of my favorites personally.
And here, where that one tablet that I knocked down had that secret, there's two possible paths. You can go down the left side or around to the right side. So placing a secret on just one of the paths that you may 50% of the time just come across randomly seems kind of weird.
I think the weird part about it is, by the way, absolute hero moment there. One of the things that's odd about it is that I revisited Mega Man 9 somewhat recently, and there is just one of the most, like, blatantly obvious choices I've ever seen in a game, where there's two, like, pits to fall down in the Splash Woman stage. One has no spikes, and the other one has spikes. But obviously the gimmick is if you go down the no spike one, you'll fall down like a spike gauntlet, whereas with the no spike one, there's actually an energy tank that is just hidden there. And so, like, I think balancing this idea of, like, danger and reward makes a lot more sense. But the secret there really is just, it's something you either find or you don't. And that's one of the weird things about this game in particular, and something that a lot of people critique about Breath of the Wild that I just don't agree with, is that there's just not a lot to find in terms of what a possible reward could be in this game. You start with 6 hearts, so already there are going to be less heart pieces in the game in general. I think there are 24 heart pieces in the game, which is less than almost every other game in the franchise. I want to say the only game with that few heart pieces is Link to the Past. Maybe Link's Awakening. And you can find rupees, and rupees are genuinely very important because of the amount of upgrades that you need to purchase, but you'll also get rupees in more lucrative locations, unlike this.
I wanted the blue one. It was mine.
You got the blue one, but at what cost?
At what cost, yes.
I think the best part about any time you make these decisions is that you don't feel any pain from them. You benefit greatly.
I feel painful when I'm editing this. It's fun.
As long as you get hurt at some point. That's all I want. But yeah, I mean, like, there's just not a lot for a player to find. There are a lot of potential spots for secrets, but what really can you get? You can get, you know, a crafting item treasure that might be useful, but the player might not need.
At least the rupees, like, seem more useful because you don't instantly hit the maximum.
Yeah, that's the big thing, is that... oh, no. Why do you do this to me?
I guess also at this point, like, yeah, crafting items are crafting items that, you know, they're a collectible, but at this point, I don't know what they're really used for yet. So the game hasn't really established meaningful collectibles outside of the standard rupees, which usually isn't meaningful in other games, and heart pieces, which there are less of in this game, as you mentioned.
Yeah, I think the game just has a really poor economy. Just of things in general. Like, with the crafting items, you don't know what you want or need. Or how many. You just know that you want or need them eventually. And it's a little bit... like, I, as someone who had played the game multiple times, I kind of knew the value of certain items, and that made them satisfying to find later on. I wish you could see my face right now. Like, I really do.
Blowing myself up is the best. I love it.
I do love that. I think this dragonfly is a casualty of this bomb. No, he lives.
No.
He lived.
No. Why would they
Good
kill
for him.
that in? That's too much effort.
Oh, no, trust me, they coded it in. The bugs can die.
Oh, from...
Crush
oh,
one
I
or-
guess
you
from...
crushed one
Okay,
earlier.
yeah, I guess that makes sense.
Yeah, and I imagine that's a pretty easy parent-child interaction. Like, any damage-dealing object will kill the bug.
Right, yeah. No, you're right.
They selected the pick whip tool and just dragged it. just dragged all the damaging items onto the bug. It's definitely it's not as much effort as you might seem, especially or as it might seem, especially considering the amount of bugs that would be in the game. That interaction it only has to be meaningful once, really, like
Right.
for the average player.
For it to be remembered, yeah.
Yeah, I talk about this a lot in context with NES games. I feel like people tend to be really, like, mean towards undiscoverable elements of NES games. And for me, it's a case of, well, once you know, you know. It only has to happen once for you to understand that it can happen anytime. So, like, I think in the case of, like, Zelda 1, like, bombable walls are really rough because it's so difficult to determine, like, what could be a bombable wall, especially with that being a resource that you have to collect again. But in the case of, like, trees, for example, once you know you can burn down a tree, you'll try every tree.
Right. And that can be dangerous, too. Like, blowing up every single rock that you come across.
Yeah, I would really hate to watch maybe, I don't know, pre-recorded footage of someone obsessively blowing up every single rock that they come across.
Because the game teaches you that.
If the game taught you how to jump off a bridge, would you jump off a bridge?
Yes.
Actually, this game does teach you to jump off a bridge. It's one of the main mechanics.
It can also actually that's a similar thing in Mario Odyssey, where if you jump off into the abyss, you get into a secret zone. So it's not even out of the realm of possibility that they would want you to do something like that.
Yeah, that's an interesting like thing with the deep woods in Mario Odyssey. It is a once you know kind of situation, but it does. I think in general, hazards and penalties that sort of go against the logic of what a player might do, always kind of questionable. Unless there is a situation that you set up where they are very likely to fail, that would that's always like a good way to make sure that happens. But ultimately, I feel like falling in the Wooden Kingdom or whatever it's called is such a distinct possibility that I don't really have a problem with that particular element.
That time rock that we blew up next to the cart, it kind of blows my mind that they didn't just put the time rock there, not inside the rock, because it doesn't really have any difference of effect.
I mean, they could have just put a time rock big enough to cover it. Or they didn't have to put a separate time rock there, but they did.
It is unusual too, because the actual time rock like bomb mechanic has already been discovered. So yeah, it does seem just like them trying to get the most mileage possible out of this element. And what I can say is the bombs are a fresh item, so to speak.
True,
In an average playthrough where people don't do any side questing, the bombs would be a new thing. And like game developer Toro game developer like psychology would imply like, oh well, there's this new item, obviously our players are going to want to use it.
Right.
Where it's like, no, I really don't.
Yeah, I guess I'm just a little bit more jaded of it, but maybe because like we see in Breath of the Wild, the bombs were used more. I think it was a better design in Breath of the Wild, because I think the bomb problem in this game would be fixed if it had a manual detonation and you didn't just have to wait around. Like if you could just roll it, like, you know, like a bowling ball as you do, and then blow it up on contact or detonation, that would feel a lot smoother.
Yeah, it's definitely
no waiting around for no reason.
And that's something that they've done with these games for a while, and it's something that people started to critique later on in Zelda discourse, so to speak. I think that yeah, the remote bomb was just not just a good idea, but a very, very like necessary idea. It was about fucking time.
Yeah. Especially if they expect you to blow up every rock to find the time stones. It's like, all right, I'll just toss this bomb, blow it up, be done with it, you know? Like, I think that would really help, for sure.
Well, I mean, Breath of the Wild is much more advanced.
Oh, technologically?
Yeah, like Breath of the Wild, like they threw so much technology stuff in it, like the Sheikah technology.
They do have the beetle, though.
I mean, yeah, that's kind of advanced, but like not
manual detonation.
in the setting of Breath of the Wild.
Gotcha.
Like Breath of the Wild, you literally basically have a phone, and then they also added basically a motorcycle at one point.
Yeah, like a smartphone tablet.
Yeah, like the difference in technology is kind of, I guess, needed in this sense to me, because like this is kind of the origin story. So like the tools technically are fresh, like relatively new. But I don't know. I
mean, there's a really difficult like dichotomy there, because the game does have such a technology element because of this, you know, because of like these ancient robots. And I wouldn't have a huge issue with it but like there is a very clear advancement in technology in the Zelda universe, like especially in terms of aesthetics, because you look at even the seafaring world of Wind Waker, and everything from the fashion to the existing technology, that game has an oddly contemporary element to it, where even you have like these sort of like complicated little games. There's a school, a public school to be very particular. There's a lot more, even though it is like a seafaring place. It feels like the future from Zelda, from Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask. And Twilight Princess feels very much like I don't know. I can't place that
Middle
game.
Ages, maybe.
Yeah, like more Renaissance era than Ocarina of Time, which is kind of more in the Dark Ages. But you
Great camera view right there.
Oh, that's a good one. But you have a game like this where everything sort of feels tribal in Skyloft, but also not tribal enough that it feels like an ancient civilization.
I have to point out what just happened there.
Oh yeah, I love that mechanic.
It might be my favorite part about this desert, and that might show how much I hate this desert.
It is a cool part, to be fair.
But it is a super cool interaction. That there's just some interactions that you would think intuitive, but aren't usually in video games, so you don't expect them.
That's true. But I think that's a pretty like interesting and logical interaction to go with. So I'm glad it's there.
Especially if you process how like this little area you're in is basically the past.
Yes.
I believe, yeah. So if you knock them into the future, it makes sense, but it's probably not something you would think about at first.
Do you think the entities that exist in this past world can see the boundary between the past and future worlds?
Oh,
I was actually thinking the
probably
same
freaking
thing.
out.
I was thinking the exact same thing just now.
They're like, oh, what's
Like
going on?
Like, you're able to knock him out, but could he tell that he was knocked out of the boundary before he, transformed back into the pile of bones that he is now?
What's a really good question there? Like, is how far out of the boundary do you got to be before you phase out? Because he was like half and half, right? So if like part of your body is touching the past, are you still in the past, or what's the deal?
You just get cut in half because half of your body is technically supposed to be dead, and then the other half is alive.
Great like horror visual there.
Every time Link steps out of the past into the future, a paradox happens.
But also, that does also bring up the question: how does this like actually, in reality, how would this affect Link's body?
Oh,
Like
maybe he would just
simultaneously
age.
existing in the past and future. Like, you'd think like logically or scientifically something would change, but nothing does.
Well, I mean, the idea of the past and the future within the time stones seems localized essentially to anything like endemic to the region, I suppose. So flora and fauna would be affected by these time stones, presumably because the effect of the time stone. I mean, like, I think the effect of the time stone is essentially that when it's activated, all it can do is bring things from the past to the present. Whereas I think that if anything from the future, as opposed to something from the future like Link, which is not in the past, can enter this present area, but it has no effect on the future.
that makes sense. I guess if it affected him, something would happen if he entered it in the first place.
Like, he'd become an
Well,
old
it does
man.
have an effect on the future because those piles of bones don't exist anymore, even though they died where they are.
That's true.
I guess he can affect it, but he's not affected by it? Oh no. Another paradox.
Well, it brings up the idea that the bokoblins don't actually have any effect on the future, so they're worthless.
Yeah, that is a good point.
That's good justification for genocide.
Well, if Link dies in the past, right? If Link dies in the past, and by the past I mean the time stone past, could he be brought back via a time stone, but only localized to the time stone?
Talking about like a time stone on top of a time stone.
No, if he died within the time stone, right? And then the time stone deactivated. You know, let's say, let's pretend that time stones are on a timer of, I don't know, they deactivate after 24 hours, right? You're never here long enough for that. If Link died, the time stone deactivated, and then you reactivated the time stone, would Link be alive when the time stone was reactivated, or would he be dead?
I think that goes back to trying to figure out, is he actually in the past, or is he just like standing on some kind of plane where he can somehow interact with it? Because like
I think the time stone brings the past to the present. Which I think means anything from the future would thus not be affected by the past. Because the past is now in the present, which means it's the present.
All right, I need to start writing this shit down. I'm starting to get confused.
We need a whiteboard.
Yeah, right on a
In
whiteboard.
editing, can you just have like a whiteboard like in the corner that you just draw on?
Oh, you remembered to give me editing work. How dare you?
Yeah, well, you were. It's your fault. You're the one who told us like you're not giving me enough editing work to do.
Yeah.
Literally requested.
When I was editing, I came across Shane telling me to, like cut out Link's face that he made when skydiving and just put it on the screen. Classic moment.
Man is extremely serious about his skydiving.
I think we have to talk about that whole section of putting 5 bombs with the beetle into those 5 tablet things, and how I'm not at fault for assuming the worst with bombs and the bomb and rock bull crap, because they are like obviously deliberately wasting your time with that tedious bull crap.
So I misunderstand. Do you like or dislike this mechanic?
Wait, like or dislike what?
The bomb boulder thing. Like what is it, what's your stance on this?
I don't like it very much. If that hasn't been clear.
I think you were kind of defending it earlier, so.
Oh. Maybe I was
Were you,
just
though?
giving them the benefit of the doubt, but I still think it's tedious and dumb.
You think something in Skyward Sword is tedious?
Wow.
Oh my god. Stop the presses.
And then a whole 2 like sub areas here where one has 2 tablet things, walls, whatever. One has 3 of them. So 2 different sub areas that progress in difficulty, quote unquote, where they just waste your time by having you use the beetle 7 times in a row without moving barely.
Well, this is a really interesting, very Nintendo like game design thing. This idea of like the challenge has to evolve, like that you can't just have a different challenge.
Well, it's
I do appreciate Link having to go back upright to sync properly.
And like escalating the challenge or evolving it or building on it, like that's part of mechanics and such, but did they really feel the need to do that on with the beetle. And it's not like they're evolving it. The only thing they're doing with it is just increasing the number of things that you're interacting with it. Like using the beetle with the bomb 7 times with the same application. But here, this is different though, kind of like blowing them up and then using them as platforms. But getting them, I didn't realize they reset there, so I was like, ugh. But blowing them up in the first place via this beetle method is still super tedious, even though it's different.
Yeah, that's sort of the tricky part about it, is that you just got the hook beetle, and the bombs are still a relatively new item, so I think that they like the idea of, or at the very least, they project this idea of it being a novelty to the player.
Right. Which is fine if the beetle didn't just fundamentally suck.
Yeah, it's really slow. I feel like the problem also is that you hadn't figured out that you could aim with a bomb, and it goes further when you aim.
It still drops down though, so you still have to...
Well, yeah, but it's slightly quicker than like running into the character or the thing.
True. That would have helped slightly.
And I still don't think you figured out how to just cancel out of the beetle either. I'm pretty sure there's a way to just stop the beetle.
Oh no, I know about that. You just press B.
Okay. Okay, a lot of the times you just like let it run into the wall.
Sean did not figure that out for 90 minutes.
No, I knew to cancel the beetle from like since we first got that item. It's the drop in the bomb I didn't know about until later.
I don't think you figured it out until we actually got into the dungeon. And I'm upset that I didn't say anything.
we deliberately don't
right.
say anything just to prolong our own suffering.
Fair enough. You also might appreciate that when I was stripping that cactus a long time ago now, that I didn't bring up how we talked about 13-year-olds' cocks.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe we. Somehow that feels like a topic that I got us onto.
Yeah, it was. It was, and then
we could have kept it out of this recording, you know, Sean.
Yeah, I can still cut this out. It's fine.
Yeah, I think the reason that I thought of that is it reminded me of I think I told like a masturbation story, right? Like the first time I did that, I just flopped it around instead of actually stroking it. Wasn't that the scenario?
I don't think you.
No, I don't think so. Oh my god.
Okay, I don't know how we got into the topic then, because whenever I see the cactuses flailing around, that's what I think of. I think of my first time masturbating.
Maybe it was, but the audio was lost, so I didn't hear that in the recording. Maybe you did bring that up.
I mean, it seems like everyone. This is new information to everyone, so I'm very scared that I brought up something that was like extremely disgusting.
I have to leave that in now.
Jesus Christ.
Well, that's the problem, is that now there's this audio where we just talk about like this really heinous topic, and none of us will ever know how we got to it.
It's true.
It'll just haunt us forever.
Hey, another cool shortcut. I know we talk about this probably a lot, but the shortcuts are awesome to unlock. But the fact that they're never used is just dumb.
I have a feeling that it's a remnant of a point in the game where the overworld was more interconnected, because that apparently that was something at a point in development.
Gotcha. That would make sense. And I don't know yet how much of these shortcuts are involved when I come back, because we come back to these areas. I know in the forest area, we've already came back a second time there. The shortcuts... I was gonna say the shortcuts are actually useful because they make the interconnected area even more interconnected. It's actually pretty cool. But I know you brought this up before, that the bird, just teleporting to the birds, the save stations, kind of just ruins any potential for that.
Maybe the shortcuts are with the limited saves in mind, you know? It's the idea of if you have to stop playing the game. Well, no, that doesn't make any sense because
They're still pretty frequent. I mean, sometimes like the shortcuts let you access a previous save, which I remember happening once. I think it's in this episode actually later on. No, that was in the lava place, the fireplace. Never mind.
Yeah, the fireplace.
In the fire area.
The fireplace. I think most people, most humans call that a volcano.
The fire zone.
Volcanoes are something you learn about like when you're pretty young. Like I was thinking about this. Volcanoes are kind of like a complicated little thing to teach like little kids, especially because they're never gonna encounter one. Like unless you live in like Washington, Hawaii, you know, like.
True.
And that's just in the United States. I mean, there's got to be countries where there's a lot more relevance to the volcano.
Like how we spent a lot of time sitting here trying to figure out how many Skyward strikes it would take to kill this thing.
Oh yeah, no, and we allowed it.
You guys encouraged it.
I think I said like 3 times, like, okay, it's this one. Okay, it's this time. Oh god.
I believe, if I remember correctly, with the, if you strike it with the actual sword earlier, it took 3. But with Skyward Strike, it took like 6. So for some reason, the Skyward Strike does less damage for being something that takes forever to charge and isn't really something you want to use in combat most of the time.
I mean, I won't say too much, but like it is something that you know mechanically is revisited. We'll say.
Gotcha. I guess I'll find out. Playing while talking and listening to you guys, it's so incredibly difficult.
I remember I could not wait for this recording session to end, and now I can't wait for this recording session to end twice.
That is rude, sir.
I just want to be out of here. I just don't like the desert.
Yeah.
I remember this one hurt. This one hurt because you could have used the slingshot.
Yeah, but
He used the beetle for everyone, including the big one in the middle. Oh god.
I believe I talk about this. Well, first of all, the game gave me the beetle, so blame the game. But
but I mean, if you're what 45, you should be able to figure out.
45.
Jesus Christ.
45 years old. Yeah, we'll go with that. No, but like, with this, like, I would probably use the slingshot more, but I just, even though I have the ammo for it, I just don't like the idea of limited inventory, especially when I have something that's unlimited.
Oh my
So
god.
I would rather use the
just-
thing that has permanence rather than.
Okay, see, this concept of resource hoarding is very
It's
annoying
dumb.
to me. It's very annoying to me. One of my other friends does this, and he has like 40 bajillion different things in his inventory whenever he plays games, and he streams them, and I'm like, dude, you have things that could buff your character, that could help you in this situation. And he's like, but what if I need them later? It's like, you have like 50 of them. Use at least one.
Right.
That's something that I used to be like that, and at some point in my life, I just got over it. I think it was when I started watching like speedruns where I was like, oh shit, these are really useful. Like these
Right.
people use this mechanic I never interact with, and it saves them a lot of time and it saves them a lot of hassle. I should also do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now I use items all the fucking time.
I think my problem with it, like in JRPGs, for instance, is more like if I use this item and then fail and have to retry it, then I won't have the item for this time. So it's like it's more of the principle of I guess sort of a handicap in a sense, because it's not a thing you can use every single attempt.
Well, I mean, it depends on the game. Like with Dark Souls, yeah, that's absolutely true. But you know, if you're playing Shin Megami Tensei 5, like when you wipe out, you go back to the fucking menu.
Yeah. I don't know. I guess the limited, or just the idea of me running out of it is less of a problem for me than just like keeping each attempt consistent. I guess that's a good way of saying it.
Well, just use the item the second time.
But what if I don't have it? Then it's not consistent anymore.
I think you would be fine if you spent one fucking nut. Oh god, oh man, I remember this part.
Okay. So, that first time I assumed the AoE of the... This is when Shane told me about this. I assumed the AoE would reach it. Now, here actually blows my mind that the AoE didn't hit it.
Yeah, that surprises me. That one... And it might just be a camera trick, since it's a bird's eye view.
I think it's raised on a platform or something, so...
It's like, apparently you need to hit it head on, which is kind of a problematic implementation when it involves something slow and tedious and dumb like the beetle. Have we mentioned enough times how we don't like the beetle?
I don't know, we should probably mention it again, just in case.
I don't think you can ever mention it enough times, because it is very important that people know. The people understand.
Just let that happen.
I was messing around, and because the way he rotates in the cart is humorous.
It's very funny.
Don't mock me.
Like, you try to plan ahead to try to kill it, and then it's like clearly a mechanic where it wants you to...
Yeah, I hit
kill it on the way.
The switch. If they wanted you to use the carts in that way, they should have enforced it.
I mean, this is a perfectly viable problem solver, especially with the plant.
What was that?
Also, I love that, the iframe, like the little iframe stab. Save yourself some time.
Using the bug catcher. I like the idea of a post commentary where I get to make fun of my playing too.
I think the best part about you doing a post commentary is that the suffering is lessened. I think in hindsight.
Yeah, probably.
Though then again, it also means that you have to do this on your own. Which means you are significantly more likely to prolong everything.
I'd be able to concentrate more.
That's fair. Let's try post commentary for the next one then.
But I mean, I also like the idea of being able to talk about things as they're happening, or being able to change the pacing based off of what we're talking about and stuff like that.
That's true. That's very true.
So there's pros and cons to it.
You do lose a lot. You lose a lot in authenticity.
Yeah, the authenticity of like my first reactions of things as well. I believe something I mentioned in the original recording is when he cowers, you can't interact with him. It's a neat little detail.
That's true.
Well, you were the one that scared him. Why would he want to interact with you?
You know, because I'm cool.
He did forgive you very quickly.
True. He's like, wow, I lost my right arm, but it's okay.
Well, he didn't lose his right arm. I think Gorons can handle a bomb blast. I mean, they can survive in lava.
What? Why didn't I cancel the... Oh, I was going for the rupee. I was like, I missed the bomb. What am I doing? Also, clearly there's no time stone visible in this rock here. You're wrong, Shane.
That's a good point. I think this is a logical deduction kind of situation. The reason that they might be, and you're gonna hate me for saying this, the reason that they might have been doing the bomb and the time stone so often is for this particular puzzle. Someone was real cheeky about it.
Yeah, having to slowly bomb each and everything to then bomb the time stone that you had to bomb out of a rock. I love how there's a forced dialogue cutscene with this creature that's in distress. Just so you know that they're in distress, because you wouldn't have known otherwise.
Also, the fact that he's blocking your progress.
Yeah. You know, in a post-commentary track, I complain a lot more, huh?
That's true. That's true.
The experience in real time, the pain and suffering.
You're much saltier. That you've had a lot of time for these feelings to fester, like specifically fester.
Yeah, there's something to be said about hindsight, which is definitely a pro of post-commentary, for sure.
The big reveal.
Yes. The big reveal.
This is probably, I mean, given that the mechanics in this zone are lackluster and tedious, having the map be used in have an extra function to it that you can unlock is pretty cool.
Yeah, that's definitely one of the more interesting ideas that they bring to the table. I like it a lot.
They look like thumbs, don't they? These giant thumbs. So here, I was thinking I would have to hit that time stone while I was riding this thing in order to continue the ride. That's not the case. I just had to ride it to that point and it just stayed there and I could just hit the time stone.
Or you could just not even ride it. You could literally, well, I guess you do have to ride it because, yeah.
Yeah. And then I realized, oh, hey, it just expects me to hit that and then the cart just keeps moving. Because I was thinking if the cart were in the first position, the time stone wouldn't reach it. Which is probably correct. Yeah, I wouldn't reach it. Yeah. And then I saw that collectible that I had to grab, so I didn't get that stone because I need to go back and get that collectible.
We must go back.
A pro of live commentary is I get to explain all this stupid stuff that's happening in real time.
I think a big pro as well is that the psychology of every single decision that you make isn't entirely reliant on both of us just like picking your brain to figure out what eldritch strategy you're using. You can actively explain why I feel why there are bags under my eyes from being awake.
Keeps me up at night.
True. I think there are more pros to live commentary for this game specifically.
Yeah, that's a good point.
But, you know, variety's the spice of life. If you guys just coincidentally or conveniently delete your audio in a future episode, we'll just do more post-commentary.
I'm gonna do the best I can to make sure that what is happening today does not happen ever again.
Yeah, two sections. Oh my gosh.
I think your motion controls broke there.
I think everything broke. Here, I was seeing if there were any reason to go over there before going into the cave. And there wasn't. Justifying. I know we really haven't talked much about the more bomb bull crap. Much about the carts. The carts are
What is there to talk about?
There is, because the carts are completely automated. So once you're in, you can't influence it at all. You just have to finish the ride.
Right.
And I don't think this area really uses that very often. Like, I think it's cool how how it was used to get that optional goddess stone. But otherwise, I don't know, the cart doesn't seem to be used to its fullest effect I guess for specifically how it seems to be specifically designed that you can't influence it, which the only reason you would do that is if you would build other mechanics or puzzles around it.
Yeah, I mean, they did enough, in my opinion, but they did enough too late in the cart, in the introduction of the carts. Like, once the carts are done. We're done with the carts for basically the rest of the game.
Most of them was just transporting yourself, and that's it.
Yeah, I think that there might be some in the dungeon, but like either way, they start getting interesting in that area by the Temple of Time.
Yeah, because I was thinking, like, I would have preferred if I could, like, control the cart and stuff, but they would have to build the areas around that, which, I mean, just pick your poison, I guess, how they want the carts to function. I think either way, with how they used it here, specifically, it's just for to interact with the time stones to justify how you can't cross an area until you activate a certain time stone. I've just using it as a transportation tool like that, where it's automated, kind of fits.
Now this right here is a masterclass in level design.
I know, it blew my mind.
I remember you were very desperate to get over here. You're like, there must be something over here.
There had to be. I noticed it by the entrance over to the right. It just blew my mind that there was just an empty platform with nothing. Nothing.
I mean, look, let's take bets on one of the two things it could be. Do you think it would be a mole digging spot, or do you think it would be a rock to blow up? What do you think? Which of the two? What do you think we'd get for this one?
Honestly, I was thinking that would be a perfect kind of like slightly out of the way spot that would justify like an illusory wall kind of deal, or a cracked wall that is a little bit more difficult to notice, like we encountered a few times in the lava zone. I guess the volcano zone. They do use the crack in the wall a bit later, as we'll see, but I don't know. Then it just gave me that kind of vibe.
Yeah, that's a fair point. To assume that there is something bombable there, like a wall in particular, very fair.
just sitting off to the side. Oh god,
that's what we call style.
I remember the episode where you were really hooked on the
the
sitting mechanic.
Benches. I will bring up the thing I brought up in the original recording is how at least previously the benches were placed in believable spots, like in a hut or something that was more thematic and justifiable. And then these enemies appear to just forget that I exist.
You went up a slight elevation, and they were like, "Where'd he go?"
Yeah. It seems like a very weird leash that they have on those enemies, that they appear because you hit the time zone, but then you walk 2 feet and they forget you exist. This is walk away.
Their eyesight's not very good, okay? Those goggles are really limiting.
They have really thick goggles, yeah.
Those things, they may have been futuristic back then, but those things were not prescription, okay?
That's fair.
Yeah, those goggles, I mean, because I was going to say those goggles must be like, desert goggles, the sand, to avoid the sand getting in your face. But there is no, like, wind. There's no sand that blows. Those are pure aesthetic.
Well, I wonder if they're, like, engineer goggles or something.
Are you implying that the Bokoblins are actually really smart and they built all this and the robots just, like, colonized it?
Well, maybe they built because they have, like, electrified zappers. So, I don't know, they could have created sentient life, I guess, for all we know.
You know what? It's true. They maybe built the robots, and then the robots rebelled and wanted to live a peaceful life.
rebellion clearly didn't go very well because the bokoblins seem to have overpowered them in most situations.
What I think is crazy too is that the bokoblins degenerated technologically speaking.
True.
They're still here, but they didn't keep the technology that they had.
The lore and story isn't super strong here, but it's interesting. in the game in general, I mean. But it's interesting that they kind of use the time to sort of justify different thematic touches.
Or maybe they became so technologically advanced in another section of the world that World War something occurred, and it was a bokoblin genocide, and then they just restarted from scratch.
What is this, Guilty Gear? Like,
I know, right?
here's exactly what happened, okay? So they attempted to build a bunch of computers, and then Y2K occurred, and the computers tried to manifest God.
Oh, God.
In doing so, all technology has been banned, but magic has been harnessed through the power of what is now known as gears. There is a man named Soul Bad Guy, and he's running around fighting the gears.
I love how self-aware that game is. And Guilty Gear Strive, the new one, is legitimately probably my second favorite fighting game. It's pretty well made.
What's your first?
Soul Calibur 6.
It's a good choice.
I don't know, it's like probably the only fighting game that I would play on my own some to get better at.
Do you like Skullgirls at all?
I haven't played it that much.
Yeah, Skullgirls is one of my favorites, personally.
I do like Guilty Gear, but I don't like fighting games in general. I can't get into them. The only reason I bought it was because some of my friends played them.
I do like fighting games in general. I don't like knowing that I essentially have to put in a lot of hours in practice if I really want to, you know, if I want to be consistent at them. So
yeah,
that's a little tough. It's the one barrier. And here's the thing. That's a default of character. The genre is not at fault for asking things of me. It's my fault for not meeting those demands.
No, it's fighting games are super fun, but it does require time from you, and that's something I can't justify.
I like how the wall is blocking you from doing the finishing move.
Yeah.
Well, it's because he was exhausted.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, because I was trying to do finishing blow, and I assumed there was the wall, but if I was exhausted, that's probably why.
Okay.
Also, I'm about to try to stick my sword into something. So I saw that eyeball and I thought, hey, the game makes you stab things that have slots.
Look, Sean, it may be a monster, but you just try to kill a child, okay? That's not okay.
This game needs a morality system. The most sociopathic Link. Like, it is funny to think that, like, this is the origin of the legendary hero, and he might be the biggest dick in the franchise. I think, I don't know, Breath of the Wild Link can be an even bigger dick, but... This one's pretty rude. This one's a pretty big dickhead.
Yeah, here Myles suggested I use the beetle for them, but I refused. Because, you know, beetle sucks.
Yeah, because we the thing that we talk about all the fucking time.
Yeah. In case you guys didn't know.
The last many episodes, you were so willing to use the beetle, and then this one instance, you're like, no.
I refuse. Getting shocked a bunch is honestly a lot more entertaining than the beetle. And something we didn't talk about was the getting into this place in the first place. There was a crack in the wall I had to blow up. We were first introduced to that in the volcano zone, and it's quite noticeably different because in the volcano zone with the wall textures, the cracks blend in quite well. So I could see them players quite easily missing them. Whereas here, against the sandy wall textures, it was a lot easier to notice. And the crack also might just be bigger in general.
I'm pretty sure it was bigger in general, and I'm pretty sure someone at Nintendo was like, hey, so we cannot see the cracks in the fire area in the walls at all. And they were like, okay, I'll fix it for the next area. I'm not gonna go back and fix that.
I'm not gonna go back.
Yeah, they designed this. You're implying that they designed this game in order. Once they finish an area, they're like, great, next one. Let's keep moving.
There's no going back here. We have a deadline, people. Let's move it.
No, and when I was going back through this footage, I justified it because this desert area was more wide open, so I imagine it would be easier to miss. But you could very well be right as well, Shane.
I'm fairly certain that's the answer because, like, I understand in some cases, like, it's so large and everything is brown, pretty much, that it could be easily, like, overlooked as just an aesthetic thing, but at the same time, like, the dowsing rod was pointing you in that direction, so.
Makes sense, yeah. Here I was trying to get to this chest.
Oh, yeah. I feel like those mechanics line up to me, but if it doesn't, like...
No,
I don't know, maybe it doesn't to some people. Some people, I don't know.
No, I think you're right. And here...
You're sure you die, yeah. Die waiting for the beetle to reattach.
At least it took you back to the start of the room.
Yeah. I think... I'll probably skip this part a little bit here. But a good summary of this extra chest puzzle is I like it as an extra little puzzle involving the time stone. To get somewhere up higher, to get a little something extra. But it's very just trial and error. Like, if you press the time zone and you're not on a platform, which you have no way of knowing, then you're just dead. And then here, this time...
You were fine.
This time I was fine. Hey, this was a cool puzzle. Thanks, Zelda.
Yeah, it was a pretty good one. It's a shame that this needed to be a heart piece, though. This needed to be, like, a real big reward.
Well, it's just the goddess bloom.
This could be a good reward if I knew what the crafting stuff was. And maybe that's just a consequence of me not looking at the crafting stuff. I mean, we did look at a
it's
couple
tough
things.
Because you have to have the item before you can even see it. So, like, you basically have to wait until an item becomes available for you to even know if a crafting item is usable on it. Like, you get the beetle and you get, an upgrade to this beetle, and you might think, okay, that's it. But no, once you get the hook beetle, suddenly upgrades are available for the beetle in general.
Huh.
And to be fair, that's an easy one to see because you'll go to that menu if you want to upgrade something. But, like, let's say you don't want to upgrade your shields. Let's say you don't really care that much. You won't realize that there's an upgrade to the beetle that makes it go faster.
Right.
I really think in some sense the crafting system was an afterthought. Like, they added the part where you have to that one part later on in the next few episodes where you have to grab the windmill thing.
The ancient flower?
Not an ancient flower, but the scrap bot comes down and grabs.
Yeah, you need an ancient flower to revive it.
Yeah, but, like, that guy for crafting, I think they initially made him only for that part, and then they were like, we should probably give this guy more interactability so that he seems more relevant than just being this guy that repairs this one bot and then never does anything else.
I have a different interpretation. I think that he was initially there just to repair shields. And when they kind of realized that players might either just replace the shield if it breaks, or just not damage their shield enough to ever use him, they might have realized they had to do something else. But, I mean, it's tough because ultimately, like, there are so many, like... Oh my god.
This is really
Hey, you know you're
intense.
trying. You achieved your goal, and that's what matters.
But you didn't get the reward.
That was so dumb. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
I think basically I think that they realized that he didn't have enough functionality as well as is, because there are so many like mini games and stuff where I would have to imagine that the reward was just initially rupees or, you know, a heart piece, and then they realized, oh well, we can give them crafting items as reward, high value crafting items.
Yeah.
If they gave us some kind of upgrade to go for, like earlier, then I would actually potentially like collecting these seemingly useless parts, like the goddess plume. So it seems like an afterthought.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and I think one of the good hallmarks of like why this system really doesn't work is that it's also in Breath of the Wild, and in Breath of the Wild it feels equally superfluous.
Wait, you can upgrade things in Breath of the Wild?
There's not upgrade things in Breath of the Wild. There are just basically items that you can pick up, and those items end up being things that you can redeem at various places. You can sell them, you can, cook them or use them, or trade them in various ways. But most of the like items that you get, most of the sort of like, the monster guts, like and Lizalfo's tails, the vast majority of them don't go to anything particularly worthwhile.
Yeah, makes sense, yeah. Aren't most things that you collect in Breath of the Wild just for cooking, though?
Some of them are for cooking. Other things are for... I mean, there are two kinds of, like, cooking-based elements. There's cooking and then there's elixirs. And the elixirs are they justify themselves because they essentially circumvent the need for certain, not permanent upgrades, but like, armor upgrades and stuff that you might not find. Also, nice depth perception.
At
This is
point,
a struggle. You wanted that dragonfly so bad.
yeah.
That felt like a French short film where it just ends with like everyone being miserable.
Yeah, crafting items in Breath of the Wild were pretty scattered. I don't remember, like, my first playthrough of Breath of the Wild, I don't think I ever used the monster parts for actual elixir crafting. I think I just sold them.
I think... Oh, gosh. I have to justify myself for these electric enemies now. Because they, so these electric enemies... They start shocking right after you split them up, which was something that was difficult for me to get used to. And then, and then I collected a heart to get rid of the beeping, and
Immediately went back
the
to it.
beeping right back. Yeah, because and I guess I sort of do it here. My interpretation of this enemy would be. Like, once you split it, you have a brief moment where you can follow up on it.
You just kept doing it.
And if you don't follow up on it appropriately or fast enough, then it starts shocking as a sort of punishment.
Yeah, that's an interesting point, that it immediately, like, hits the ground and starts electrocuting itself.
Right. So that was kind of my expectation, and whether it's a fair expectation or not, I still think it would be a slightly better mechanic for the enemy.
I mean, I personally think it's pretty fair. I don't see a problem with that.
Yeah. I just think it's just a slight enhancement that would encourage a quick, snappy play, I suppose, or sword mastery, or whatever this game wants you to do with the sword. As far as like crafting inventory items goes, I think the only game I can think of that I actually liked that aspect of it was The Last of Us.
Well, because it's basically like, yeah, I mean, like all the crafting items essentially go to the same pool of resources.
Right. I just think
so.
it
So
adds
you
to
get
the game.
excited. Yeah, I mean, you get excited twice basically whenever you get an item.
Right.
I think The Last of Us also shows like how much, like the tooltips in The Last of Us also like said, hey, you have crafting materials that you can make this item if you want to. Whereas in Skyward Sword, I don't think they ever mention anywhere in like a tooltip or like have any indication for being able to upgrade anything.
That's fair, yeah.
Most crafting items are essentially just an alternate currency is the big thing.
Or just like experimenting with the cooking yourself, I think was a big feature.
Yeah.
But
Well, that was actually like a fun feature, but like this, like you said, you don't really learn about crafting. You literally just
Right.
have to like go to the guy yourself and ask and like look.
yeah.
It never mentions like, hey, you need one more of this item to craft this, or like, hey, you have enough items to craft this or upgrade this. Like, it's pretty wholeheartedly never mentioned at any point for whatever reason.
Right.
I do love that you were just on top of the area you needed to be.
Yeah, because I'm like, it's right under here. Let me in. Let me in.
Like, there can't possibly be a puzzle associated with this.
The puzzle, by the way, is find the front door. I think this is the end of the recording too, which is great because that's a perfect like.
Yeah, I think you were like, I've suffered enough. I want to end this, please.
Well, I think I had to go somewhere.
Yeah, we were thinking about doing this area, and I come out because I wasn't sure if we were or not, but we ended up doing it.
Oh no! Oh, we did. Oh no!
Oh.
Really?
Yeah, so I can skip forward a
Oh.
little bit. This does lead to a great part, though. I'm gonna quote what I said here. Here we go. We can knock this out because I am better than the average Zelda player.
Proceed to do this.
And then this happens.
At least you. Oh, never mind. You did not get away from the bomb.
No, it's like the perfect thing to accidentally happen when I say that.
That is a tragic moment to lose, but I'm very glad that we all got to experience it again.
You have the original audio that you said, so you could throw that in there.
That's true.
It's true.
I'm dreading how long this part of the video takes. This pushes the limits of my patience because like commentary is fun. Commentary is not fun over things that you are bored by horribly.
That's fair. I've definitely gotten better. At least it was worse in the forest.
Oh yeah. Well, I expect by the end of the game that you'll be pretty good, which is the optimal. That's the goal. It's the goal of every game.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, or back then, I wouldn't have been capable of such a big brain play of putting a bomb down and then trapping the slime next to it. That was totally on purpose, not accident. no.
Galaxy brain, Sean. Galaxy brain.
I know this happened, right now, but also in the last building, where I stayed on top for a little bit because I knew I couldn't get back up there if there was something to do up there.
Yes.
Surprisingly, they didn't put any secrets or anything up there that you could, like, hop to. I guess those areas, though, are still accessible when the sand is up higher, but...
I think they do. Yeah. I mean, they are essentially just like something to justify like the sand.
This one was a disaster.
Ooh. You know what? Maybe the goggles are so that they don't get blinded by the flash of their own blade.
Because halfway through this fight, as you saw, I was trying to take advantage of the mechanic where they start blocking where your sword is pointing after a second or so. So I was trying to bait him, but instead he just slashed at me, and it just didn't work.
Because you're better than the average Zelda player.
Yeah, clearly.
That Goblin is clearly better than me.
He's better than the average Zelda player. Yeah, I remember this taking a while too.
Man, there's only 8 minutes of the recording left. It's not.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ.
I think we had to tell you to use the beetle to...
Yeah, I you know, like, I want to just watch this, and I'm gonna be silent while I just let you... Oh my god, we really freed you from your own ineptitude here. Okay, cool. Well, then you had to actually execute on it, which I think I'm imagining was an ordeal.
I can't stand how the beetle doesn't let you make any turn. Cause I went at that at a weird angle, but I should have been able to do a sharper turn than that to get out of it. And this was also a nightmare because I got that over there and then realized
you can't get over there yourself.
I had to change or hit the time stone, which reset that ball. So I had to do it all over again. I can fast forward this at this point if you guys...
I think that is a great idea.
That's probably a good idea,
please.
because I think at one point I told you could pick up a barrel with the beetle, even though you can't.
Here we go. Big brain play! Wait for it.
The biggest
Is this
brain.
it? Is this the play?
Here we go. I got so sick and tired of that bull crap. I just like...
But it worked. It did work.
And then I almost didn't make this.
It is funnier. It's a lot funnier the second time.
Especially for me when I get to reflect back on
your
it.
failures.
On my failures, but I mean, I wouldn't call that one a failure. I would call that...
No, I think there was some weird collision going on there. I think that's the game.
I guess I could have tossed a bomb at it and waited it to blow up as another way to kill it. But just how slowly the Skyward Strike kills that thing, I just wanted to kill it, so I jumped at it. But I guess I could have used a bomb, which is equally as slow. Everything in this game is slow.
Yeah, that's kind of the I don't even know what you'd call it. I think it is just like the worst part of the ethos of this game is that it's so slow. Probably because you can't play it too fast because of the motion controls. Like the faster you move motion controls, the more likely they are to go out of sync with the hardware. So you can't make a very quick game. I mean, I don't know. That might just be my. But this, like, not every slow thing is contextual to the motion control. So I don't know. Maybe
Yeah.
they just thought it was okay this way.
'Cause
Maybe they liked it.
I think the motion controls, like the main focus of them is the combat. And I think everything else is just subjected to it. Like flying, like controlling the beetle and flying in the sky. It didn't go in. And flying in the sky, it works better with button controls. But since motion control was like a focus, especially for the combat, they just made it all in one, just for everything. They just made that the controls.
It's tough to say because I almost feel like this game would generally be more fun if the motion controls were like entirely contextual to the combat, because then you could have made the combat more difficult. But no.
Yeah.
I mean, ultimately, Nintendo, I think that they're the kind of people who, when they have an idea, the whole game is about that idea. It's sort of their philosophy on design. So there would never be a time in which they would do just the combat while having this very like specific interface.
I think the two other things that are fairly interesting with motion controls, besides the combat, is like just the bowling ball physics of rolling the bomb. Just because it's, you know, you're actually rolling the bowling ball. But that's just a gimmick. What was the second thing? Maybe I'll remember it.
Maybe there's just one thing. Maybe there's only one.
And cutting stuff outside of combat. Like, I guess the example that comes to mind the most, and possibly one of the only examples, surprisingly enough, is freeing your bird in Skyloft when you cut the rope. Or I guess in the first dungeon, when you're cutting, and Skyloft, when you're cutting trees to get past them. Although I would argue that you had to cut them enough, or low to the ground enough that you could walk past it, so that was a little bit of an awkward mechanic. But
I think it happened once in the forest too, so I think maybe they got tired of that mechanic, because I don't think it ever happens again.
yeah.
Or do you have to cut the trees like that?
Or just cutting stuff in the open world, or in the world at all, outside of combat, like the rope. I don't think there's really been other examples of that.
Yeah. I think the combat in Breath of the Wild is a fine way to implement motion control by having it only on like the bow or things that are distanced. Like I think this game would have been fine if they just used motion control on maybe the beetle, the bomb, and the slingshot. Like things that you didn't necessarily need to have like combat to do.
Yeah, because I guess with the slingshot, it's at least like you're aiming it. With the beetle, since you're driving it, and you're not like aiming something in your hands like the slingshot, you're like driving the beetle. I think button controls would have worked better for that. It's because it's kind of similar to flying the bird in the clouds. It's like you don't have anything in your hands that you're kind of manually aiming. It would just control better with buttons. I do want to mention at the very end, when I'm standing still before cutting it, I say, I'm not super excited about this area so far. Yeah.
Well, it does not get better.
And then Shane says his famous joke. He said, "It is quite dry."
Oh, God. That's pretty good.
All right, those are the two original audio clips. The one where you say you are better than the average player, and then my joke.
Yeah, I guess I can put your joke in. Hey, audience, here's the joke a second time.
With a laugh track. You need to add a laugh track onto that.
Gotcha. Okay. We can knock this out because I am better than the average Zelda player. Hold up. Hold up. Okay, now I can say I'm better than the average Zelda player. After what happened to... Oh boy.
Sean, you have some of the biggest brain strats. Like,
I do.
Like, we're gonna have to make I don't even know, like a 10th head emote. Like, you've got the biggest brain right now.
Yeah, I trapped that slime to be next to my bomb, so I get that free kill. I'm not super excited about this area so far.
It is quite dry.
It's getting cut right after Shane says that.
I'm sorry, that was really bad.
No. That was the best joke of the night. It was... I'm getting hog wild. Oh my gosh. Okay, I need to recenter my sword. There we go.
Oh god.
No! Stop electrifying right after you split. It's annoying.